Good morning, everybody. Alright. Let's give it a second so we can make sure everything is working. Perfect, that is there. I'm missing one thing. There we go. Turn that on. I know what I need to grab. You got my other phone so I can see my other chat. Perfect. Now we can see everything. Alright, now we're good to go. Alright, we are good to go.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad.
I tried to play Oblivion this morning, and I can't deal with the stuttering, so...
It is a pleasure as always.
You might be on too high of a setting then.
Been able to relax lately?
And
Well, I did the auto-detect, and it put me on a high. And then I kind of messed around with the set. I did find a Reddit post that was posted a week ago.
Yeah.
So I was going to try that, but it involves deleting some files in the background, and I'm not in the mood to do IT stuff today.
Can you send me that link as well so I can see what mine see if mine is at?
You deserve an opportunity to experience Tiliola at a more leisurely pace. Sampling the tacos at Xbalyatai is one such way to do so. They're made the traditional way and laden with fillings, and are absolutely sublime. If you have an empty stomach, the owner, Prathikivu, will look after you.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Whoa, what just happened? Yeah. Yeah, that's better.
Minstrel says, my word, is that you, Haven? I am overjoyed that fate would arrange this meeting, though I am not surprised. When I heard tell of your journey with Waklamart, I had a feeling it would only be a matter of time until we crossed paths. What am I doing in Tural, you ask? Why, I am come in search of unusual and fantastic stories that I may weave into songs, to spin tales that will enchant crowds the world over. And this land has proven to be a treasure trove of folk tales and legends unlike any that can be found across the sea. I have set each and every one to memory, and my head is swimming with new verses. Minstrel says, yet for all the myths newly added to my repertoire, I still yearn for tales of newfound adventure. Tales involving parties that yet live, preferably recounted by someone with first-hand experience. And you are just such a woman. Pray share with me everything that happened since you set foot in Tural, and I shall set it to song. Every trial you endured during the rite of succession, every blood-curdling moment of your assault upon the love-enshrouded dome, I beg you spare no detail.
Why?
Your words will lend
Why what?
texture to my melodies and substance to my lyrics.
I don't know.
Oh, I have a feeling my most memorable work is soon to come. Of course, I understand you may not have the time at present. I shall be here for a while yet, polishing my prose to a mirror sheen. Simply come to me when you have a story to share, and I shall listen in rapt attention.
Stand in the middle, please. Thank you.
Have you come here to share a heroic yarn with me, Haven? Please, do go on, you have my rapt attention. So, what have you brought for me today?
I like this tank.
You did battle with Vali Garmungdal.
She is
the
all over the
Dragon of
place.
Legend,
Oh no.
helped the Sky Ruin,
She-
who ruled the heavens by beacon Talon. Many are the legends of this beast among beasts, but I would wager the telling of your battle is more thrilling than the most harrowing tales. By the hands of a devious scoundrel was the seal put in place by Galul Jaja broken, and thus was the living calamity unleashed again upon the world, only to be struck down by Woclamat and her mighty companion. This glimpse into the events of the rite of succession shall provide me with more than enough inspiration for my next song.
I hear the
Thank you for
vulnerability.
sharing it with me, Haven. By the by, do you know the meaning of the term Tural Vidral? In the language of the Mamuja, it means that which clings to the earth. A fitting description for beings powerful enough to claim an entire continent as their territory. And Vali Garmungdal was said to be the most formidable among them. Though you emerged victorious, the fiend was but recently roused from slumber. What do you suppose would have happened had Vali Garmungdal been given sufficient time to regain its strength? Such questions are why we have imaginations, yes?
Not on top of
And
each other, not on top of each
imagination.
other, we're all gonna
The
die.
mightiest heroes of Etheres matched against the full fury of Vali Gar. Minstrel says, have you come here to share a heroic yarn with me, Haven? Please, do go on, you have my rapt attention. So, what have you brought for me today? The final moments of the former Dawn servant's firstborn. His story gives rise to a complex mixture of emotions, and it would be insulting to call it something so trite as an adventure. Minstrel says as the only true son of Galul Jaja, he doubtless felt a heavy burden of responsibility to be deemed worthy of succeeding his father. This weight was likely made all the more stifling by the fact he had but one. Minstrel says, and so he sought great power to make up for his perceived shortcomings. Yet he could never quite live up to the expectations he set for himself, and in his blind pursuit, he stepped upon it. For 30 long years did he keep company with anger in that dome. Yet no amount of anguish
Tank
could
has 6
justify the
invul
countless
stack.
lives he stole.
Wow.
You know what I believe, Haven? I believe the moment Zor Alja killed his own father, whose admiration he fought so hard to win, his life lost all meaning. His sins cannot be forgiven, 'tis true. Yet his story is a tragic one, and I suspect each of us can see parts of ourselves reflect. Thank you for sharing it with me. A dark shadow loomed over the rite of succession, and we would do best not to forget he who cast it. While many will view Zor Alja as a murderer and tyrant, reducing him to a mindless villain will blunt the impact of the lessons we can learn from his fate. This is a tale that must be told with great care. Have you come here to share a heroic yarn with me, Haven? Please, do go on, you have my rapt attention. Minstrel says so, what have you brought for me today? The trials and tribulations of Queen Sphene, who was confronted with many a difficult decision as she sought to protect the citizens of her nation, Alexandria. Minstrel says in that realm, people regard souls as merely a resource. And when they die, the ether of their memories is used to create the endless simulacra of the departed that can only be sustained with life force harvested from the being so very different from what we know, such a way of life is difficult for us to accept. Indeed, it seemed only inevitable that you should come into conflict with Sphene. She herself was not among the living, but an entity brought forth to fulfill a certain objective. And therein, I believe, lay the root of this tale's tragedy. Recreated from the noblest of souls though she was helpless to defy the purpose to which she had been bound, protecting the endless no matter the cost. Thus did she continue on her destructive path, though she knew it led only to a dead end. A question if you may, my friend. Deep in your heart, do you believe that the Sphene whom you met was alive? So you think that, even with the knowledge that her existence differed from the living, you hold that she was alive?
Forth be with you.
Thank you for your honest answer. I shall take it to heart. For my part, whether or not she was possessed of life, I believe that there existed an individual called Sphene, who cared deeply for her people, who heard the voices of her people, felt as they did, and thought only for their welfare. That is why, at battle's end, she returned as the gentle soul. But here, a thought fills me with dread. What if that soul failed to return, and the fearsome entity she had become continued its relentless onslaught? Might it have succeeded in its objective, and plundered life force from other realities at the cost of untold destruction? Of such a possibility shall I sing, that we might give thanks for the path we were mercifully spared. By golden light 2 rulers walked, their paths in conflict lying. One bound to slay, one sworn to save, they forged the memories of departed days, endure as fate and fetters. For keepers staunch a blessed warmth, oblivion for the breaker. Have you come here to share a
Chaotic Alliance raids pit up to 24 adventurers against a fearsome foe who has been made even more powerful than before.
Minstrel says that reminds me. Some days ago, I had the pleasure of meeting you. He approached me, wondering if he had seen me elsewhere before, and so I told him about my endeavors in verse. Taking an interest in my work, he invited me to join him at FFXIV, where we discussed tales of heroism over tacos and It was then that he shared a story that is especially close to his heart. The Fellowship of Noah's foray into the Crystal Tower. You played a vital role in it, did you? Together with more than a score of your fellows, you triumphed over numerous formidable foes to secure structure. How do you recall the experience, pray? As adventurers typically work in small groups, I dare say it felt quite different to be part of a large. Haha, you truly are fearless, my friend. Now, I can only speak as an observer, but I imagine it must be uniquely satisfying to sally forth as a member of a great collective to accomplish tremendous. And and to defeat the dreaded cloud of darkness is a tremendous feat indeed. She is a ruler among her kind, occupying the highest rung of the hierarchy of voids, and full oft has she left her mark upon mankind's history, not least of all when she forged a pact with Emperor Shan. And according to records, she employed powerful magics the likes of which defied mortal comprehension. It may well be that you saw merely one aspect of the cloud of darkness. As I understand it, voids are changeable beings, their forms dependent on factors such as the ether at their disposal. Another time, and you may have faced a somewhat different. It is an intriguing possibility to consider, would you not agree? So together with your comrade Reen, you gave rise to a being based upon the cloud of darkness? A familiar yet distinct entity shaped by your combined impressions of the voids and queen. That gives me an idea. I shall compose a song about the true cloud of darkness as I imagine her, for which I shall draw inspiration from your account. Without further ado, when light and dark as one become, to oblivion all to cast, a champion dauntless shall arise, to cleave them at the last. Minstrel says into their hands entrusted be, the hopes of all mankind, upon the wind eternal born, a bright. The time has come, so go you forth, unto the battlefield. The final confrontation looms, to test you. Though it may pale in comparison
I
to
forgot.
facing the cloud of darkness,
no.
it gave me great satisfaction
It's
to
okay.
compose these verses. And should they give you satisfaction as well, then naught would please me more.
Where do I get the 100 gear? Like, where's the where is the crystal?
Ivu says well, if it isn't
Like,
Haven,
where's
alone
where's the
today,
person?
What the fuck?
I see.
Solution 9.
For tacos,
Oh, okay.
Then they're on the house. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help tracking down those treasures. Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring you your meal as soon as it's ready. Man says you still love tacos, I hope? Hey, you ate so many when you turned 5, you could barely move. Man says no, not really. That was 30. Man says right. Sorry, it's still strange for me too. Just the other day you were a little boy, clinging to your mother's skirt as you set off for Yasulani, and now you're a man grown with a face. Even so, I knew you were my son the instant I saw you. We're still family, and you can always Man says relying. That feels like the only thing I'm doing right now. On you and everyone else. I can't even start a fire without assist. Back in Alexandria, we had electro. If I needed fire, all I had to do was press a button. Everything was. But here, I'm helpless. A culinarian who can't even light the stove. The way the others in the kitchen stared at me. Gods, I'd never felt. Man says I'm sorry to hear that. I'd been told the tales, but it seems life is really different to it. Man says my wife and children, I was thinking I'd have them join me once things had settled, but at this. Man says I say you sent for them. If they're your family, then they're mine too.
Solution
I'll do
9,
whatever's
and it's
necessary to-
Zorkon.
Yeah, I see that. I just looked it up.
Okay.
So,
says I didn't mean to overhear,
Tombstone
but it
gear is
seems you're having trouble
720.
readjusting to life until a
Yup.
And
Mine
if
says
you,
well, Lamont.
the gear that drops in the Underkeep is 725.
Lamont says to 8 folk like yourself,
Yup.
we've established a support group at the
And then
Whale
anything
Free
above
Club.
that
You're not
is
guaranteed.
You can learn the
Well, you're
skills
not
you need to
guaranteed
live
the
outside
stuff in
dome. It
Underkeep.
isn't easy
I
being
mean,
Yeah.
back, I know.
Yeah.
But I'm hopeful that they can make things easier.
And then
Mine
the
says it's exactly what I
crafted
need.
gear tops out
I'll
at 740.
definitely seek this group out, and
The
I'll
only
tell
thing
my
Correct.
higher
family.
is the Tombstones of Mathematics gear. Which is
yeah, which you can only
750.
get $450 a week.
Lamont says, oh, look who it is. I was just
That's the
about
only
to comment.
downfall.
You don't mind the company, I hope? I
Yeah.
could use a bite to eat myself.
Except some of the 740 gear is not better than the 720 gear.
Really?
I have a
The
720
tacos here never disappoint.
greatsword, and I have a
So,
740
what have you been
greatsword.
up to lately?
Oh, because the 740
But
needs to
the
be phantom
7
melted with materia.
Well, so does the greatsword.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, my greatsword doesn't have any materia in it.
Hee hee. I'm glad that the spinning
Actually,
table is
none of
serving
my
you
tank
well,
stuff.
and you're
Oh
still
no,
enjoying seeing the
everything
sights.
except for 3 items.
As
That's
for
Yep.
myself, I'm being kept
So
busy with
the
getting to
Recollection
palace.
Extreme
But
has
whenever I find a
745 gear.
moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to the people. That way, I can better understand the problems they have.
yes.
and
If
share
I
them with
had a
you all
static to
figure
do the
out
extreme, I would
solutions.
do it.
Yeah.
I
I was
don't.
on one such walk just now, and as I mentioned, I was hoping to find Kawana and I have something we want to discuss with
Maybe
you. As Dawn
not this
servants.
coming weekend,
Do you
but the
have time
following
to come
weekend
to
I'll
the palace?
post in Party Finder and see if people want to do it on like Saturday.
Great.
Yeah.
I'll go on ahead. Please come and join us.
Yeah,
once
I'm
you've
never
finished.
donating again on a Saturday. That was just ridiculous. It took forever. Ooh, you have a blue quest for me. What is your blue quest, Mr. Huntboard?
Oh, jeez.
Ogor says Haven. It is good to see you safe. The whole city's been on a knife edge since the attack. Folk need hunters like you and me to deal with the dangers they're facing more than ever. Like you and me, and like Napi Viper by trade. Always helping out with the hunt. She took a bill from the board a few days back. Thing is, it was for a markup in Yasulani, and no one's seen her since. Might be that she's still on its trail, but hearing about everything that's happening up there, all this about the dome, I can't help but worry. A little bird tells me you've been inside it. You couldn't ask around in there, could you? Find out if anyone's seen her. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Last anyone heard from her, she was on her way to Teshpiani. Maybe someone in the village will have seen her, if there's anyone left.
Yeah, let's see.
Uh, hmm.
And the 740 gear is wicked expensive.
Is it?
Well, I mean, I don't craft.
Yeah.
I just buy it from the market board, but it's like 200k.
Rory.
That's what all my weapons cost.
Sure.
And there's 11 pieces, so that's 2.2 million, or 2.4 million.
The doctor.
And if you can find it.
So you're saying I could make some actual, some decent money then?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. You can make decent money.
If
Where am I going? Who am I looking for? Materia
that
Melder.
Next.
Mhm.
No duplicates.
The doctor says
Let's see. Let's see.
I am it
That's a mentor asking that?
I mean, not every of. Yeah, why wouldn't a mentor ask something like that?
Because oh wait, yes, because Io's not online right now.
Valkoana has
But he would
stepped
ask
away
that.
to attend to a pressing matter, but he should join you within before long.
Lamont says, "Oh, you're all here, too?" Alize says Valkoana summon us, though if truth be told,
I mean, what kind
Alfino
of
and I
FC
have been
is he
seeing
looking
him quite
for?
regularly.
Yeah.
Alfino says he asked us to share our knowledge of Hamish culture, you see, in hopes of further strengthening your alliance. We were of course happy to oblige. Tia says Kryl and I were likewise summoned. Otherwise we've been carrying on with our work, compiling information on the gold.
Krill says my grandfather embarked on his investigation 20 years ago. With our report, we shall finish with Alize says, lest you wonder, Thancred and Oriange have left to resume their tour of Ishtola, meanwhile, is back to researching cross-rift travel. She was here just a few days ago to get Koana's permission to investigate living mem. By the way, she mentioned wanting to take a look at the key in your keeping at some point. Alize says if the look she had in her eyes was any indication, I suggest you brace yourself for when she comes calling. You're like to be stuck with her for a while.
Alfino says as for Estinian we know neither where he is nor what he is doing. Some things never...
$20 million. Oh my goodness.
What is 20 million?
Koana says my apologies for the delay.
The ornate ceremonial corset of
Krill says
Fending
think
is
nothing
20
of it.
million on the
We
market
took
board.
advantage
Wow.
of the time.
That's
Alize says,
740.
what can we do for you? Hopefully present company is enough for whatever.
Koana says the matter for which I have summoned you pertains to Alex. A state funeral will soon be held in Solution 9 to mourn the passing of Prince Bean. King Gulurja and his administration have invited us to attend.
How much money did I just spend?
Too
Where's
much.
my guild map? Where's my guild?
While certain issues remain unresolved between our nations, such as
Oh my
the
god, I only
treatment
have
of the
9 million
Army,
gil.
I see no reason not to attend. Tia says for generations, the Alexandrians lived without even the awareness of death. I wouldn't have expected them to have few. Koana says apparently, the members of Oblivion unearthed records of ceremonies that were conducted in the Alexandria of old. It was they who put forth the proposal that the queen be thus.
Lamont says leave it to that lot to think of such things. The people of Alexandria no longer forget the departed. They're being confronted with the idea of death for the first time. I suspect our friends wanted to do something for them. Curl says though Sphene was but a simulacrum, she was nonetheless a pillar for her people. The pain of her passing must run deep.
Koana says indeed. A funeral will give Alexandrians the chance to come together to express their grief.
Did I not buy the
Lamont says I wasn't
headpiece?
sure at first, but I've decided to
Maybe,
go.
maybe
Not
not.
only to be there for Galuja but to put this chapter behind.
Koana says that I requested your presence was none other than to see if you wished to attend the funeral. You knew Sphene as well.
Oh, good. Zyro is online.
Tire's online, how dare.
Yep.
Lamont says you and me both. But we made our choices and are responsible for what comes of them. As Val, I'll attend the funeral in an official capacity. I owe it to the Alexandrian people to bear witness. I'd like it if you could be there to watch over everything, like you did all through the rite of succession. Curl says I feel the rest of us should go too. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we deprived Alexandria of a beloved. It's only right that we remember who Sphene was, to her people and to others, so let us stand with you. Lamont says then it's decided. Let's head to Solution 9 and look for Gaulja in the back.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Zomanike says good morning to you. Anything I can help you with? Napik? Yes, I know her well. She's something of a hero around these parts. Our guardian angel. She just arrived when the tremor struck, on the trail of some beast or other. Can't remember the details now. But I do remember that when the ground started shaking, and Levin filled the air, it was she who guided us all to safety. Braved the bolts to drive back the beasts that were tearing up our farmsteads. Where is she now, I wonder? Last I heard, she'd registered with the hunters, but that was years back. She'd probably be retired now, or... No, she's still with us. She has to be. I wouldn't remember her if she wasn't. Zomanike says you should go and ask the facilitators at Resolution, up in Solution 9. They keep a record of every citizen's location. Tell them you're looking for an old friend and they'll put you in contact.
Okay, it's not available yet. Where do I get?
Exchange says I represent.
Oh. Resolution.
Philomena says welcome to the government sector. How may I be of service? You're a friend of Napiqui's? One of many, I'm sure. Such an amiable soul, and such a shame about that injury forcing her from the field. But what a career. I should think the better part of our data on the local fauna was collected by her and her followers who adore her to this day. I believe she was the one who introduced the idea of fighting with twin blades, too, and look how that's taken off. Sharing citizens' personal information is strictly forbidden, as a rule. However, Napique left specific instructions that if any fellow Turali should come calling, we should send them directly to her. And so I shall. Her registered domicile is in residential radius 9 to 14. Ever since her retirement, she spends most of her days sitting in the plaza, watching the world go by. Let me know if you have trouble finding her, but if you do, please pass on my best wishes. Napikwe says you're a hunter, aren't you? Hey. You've got the gate. The eye. Could see it a moth. Bologa? Now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Well, you go tell him I'm as safe and well as I've ever been. Sure, it was a shock when the barrier fell, but what kind of viper would I be if I didn't try to make the best of a bad situation? I joined the hunters. Put my talents to use keeping this place safe. Till 10 years ago, that is, when my good hand finally gave out on me. Had to leave the front lines. Thought I was done for good, to be honest. But then Her Majesty came to me. Gave me a new mission, cataloging the beasts I no longer had the strength to kill. Gave me a new lease on life. Say, now that the barrier's broken, is Bologa thinking of bringing the Dawn Hunt back to Yasuani? If he is, then could you give him this? Tell him that I'm still here. That for 30 years, I kept my vow.
Stranger Cesar, I've found you at last. You, my good madam, were born to be a star. Metem says allow me to introduce myself. I am Metem, Head of Strategic Management at Ascension Arcadia, the premier enterprise for Metem says our flagship facility is the Arcadian, a combat arena, and it is there that we host the Ascension Arcadia Championship. It is the pinnacle for fighters in Alexandria, and As you may have heard, circumstance had forced us to close the arena's doors for a time. But the time is right to reopen. Her Majesty's tragic passing has left our citizens disconsolate. By providing them with gripping entertainment, it is our hope to help them to forget their cares for a while. If we are to accomplish that, however, it will not do to show them what they have seen countless times before. No, they need something new, and who better than she who not only protected our citizens from the king's army, but struck down the king himself. That was you, yes? So it was, And so, for your strength and valor, the President of the Federation has marked you to be the Arcadians' next. Just imagine it, an upstart, the people's protector, arrives on the scene, and challenges the Arcadians' mightiest to rise up as Grand Champion. What could be more grip? For your part, you will now Tural be well compensated. The finest equipment Solution 9 has to offer awaits you after each and I dare say this has you enticed, but you needn't make up your mind right away. If you are keen to test your strength and win rich rewards, then come to the Arcadian at the end of this avenue. The attendant will show you in. With that, I bid you farewell for now. I shall look forward to a favorable
Oh wait, where's the entrance? Where are we at?
Nostalgia says Haven. I've been looking all over for you. Apologies for the lack of pleasantries, but there's precious little time to spare. A curious anomaly has wormed its way into living memory, and we fear it could pose a terrible threat if left alone. Please, you must help us. Wonderful. Oblivion is lucky to count you among its allies. Let's reconvene at the Gate of Remembrance, then. I can explain more there. Oh, but fair warning, you may not be able to recognize me at first glance.
Tasso says you're heading to the back room?
Yes, I am.
Just says you came for the funeral.
Lamont says of course. I'm the only one who'll officially take part, though. The others will watch over the So, how have you been? It's been a while since my last.
Just says I'm good. Shale is always teaching. Recently, I've learned about Everkeep's systems and the mechanical soldiers. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority properly.
Lamont says studious as always, I see. By way of a treat, I've brought you Gato Oshakola. It's a kind of.
Just says thank you, Lamachi. And thank you for coming. I've never been to a funeral before, so I feel.
Alize says out of curiosity, what's the custom in Alexandria? In our world, it's common to. Shale says it's much the same here according to the records. Flowers will be distributed to all attendees. Curl says considering that all the worlds used to be one, the practice of offering flowers may well share the same ancient origin. Fascinating, wouldn't you say?
Just
Alexandria
as the flowers
mourns.
are being handed out at Praxis Park. I'm thinking of heading over there now.
Lamont says we'll join you. There's a man I would like to speak with, Gosson. He was apparently Spheen's aide, and the one who sent us the invitation. Come on, let's go.
Uh, Actually, I'll do this not as... It's just a dancer. Oh, those are extremes. Yeah, those won't pop in. Those won't pop in the queue. Smarton would though. Oh wait, those and Walker, so those would have a 90.
Researcher says pardon me, but you wouldn't happen to be Haven, would you? The very same Haven who saved Solution 9? Ah ha ha ha, I knew it. You, my heroic friend, are in luck, for I'm granting you permission to test your might against my indomitable dummies. Usually they're reserved for military research, but I'm willing to make an exception for one of your talents. Researcher says nothing to say? Ah, of course. You've been struck dumb by my overwhelming generosity. Not to worry, for I will ease you in with a thorough explanation. Once you've returned to your senses, come meet me in the outskirts.
Attendant says Haven. Master Metem has been expecting you. If you would follow me, I will take you to him. Metem says you came. By this, I take it you... Allow me to be the first to welcome you to the fold. Now then, I shall explain.
Lass says you look like you've got some fight in you, I suppose. Still, You can only be so strong without being a soul shifter. You wouldn't last long against any of us. Damsel says, well, aren't you just a treat? I look forward to meeting. Bruiser says you're a puny candle before my roaring flame. Make it to me, and I'll blast you out of.
Metem says those are some of the fighters you will face. They are all, characters, as you can see, but I hope you do not take offense at their words. Consider it their way. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. As I have mentioned, the Ascension Arcadia Championship is a fighting competition. The realm's mightiest duke it out in a bid. I've no doubt that all Alexandrians would be captivated by your journey as a challenger, and cheer you on as you fight your way up the ranks. Metem says, and speaking of ranks, the fighters of the Arcadian are divided into 3 tiers, light heavyweight, cruiser. The ultimate objective is to become the undisputed champion in all the tiers, and thereby rise up as the grand champ. Metem says, as a rookie, your campaign begins in the light heavyweight tier, where you must defeat your 3 rivals rank. Goodness gracious me, I almost forgot to mention a most important. The Arcadian has its own repository of feral souls, which our fighters utilize and back. So potent are these souls, they alter the fighter's very forms. Lest you wonder, it is the potency of the souls employed that separates the championship. Now, I'm given to understand you do not use a regulator. Even when you faced the king, you did not rely on souls of any kind. That is most. Be that as it may, it would be egregiously unfair for you to compete with naught to balance the scales. Fortunately, here at the Arcadian, we also have the souls of former champions in storage. We will use them to create allies to fight alongside. And to make sure they work with you like a well-oiled machine, we will draw upon your memories to fine-tune their appearance and abilities to your liking. My, such marvelous magics exist in your world. Intriguing. Electrope is the medium employed here, but I dare say it is similar in Britain. And for the purposes of evening the odds, I believe 7 of these simulacra should suffice. What do you think? I had expected that you might harbor reservations about the use of souls. Those who hail from outside the barrier often do. And so I have a proposal, an additional incentive, if you will. For each victory you claim, I shall release the souls of those who fought beside you, my friend, would be the star who brings fresh change to the arc. So, what say you? Are you willing to fight under those? Excellent. Now, I would tell you more about the Arcadian, but let us save it for after your first bout. After all, it'd be pointless if you end up.
Where's the exit? Right up.
Gozan says why, you're.
Lamont says I'm Bawak Lamont of Tuliyolal. Thank you for extending us an invitation to Queen's Fiends.
Gozan says we are honored, truly. I had seen you before from a distance, but now I am Gozan, former chief aide to the Queen. Since her passing, I've been responsible for administering affairs. Ja says can we get our flowers here? Gozan says yes, Your Majesty. The flowers are being handed out at the counter yonder.
Lamont says what? We need to wear regulators for the...
Gozan says rest assured they are not a requirement. We're aware your people do not. You see, people in the Alexandria of old wore tokens of mourning upon their persons when attending funerals. As such tokens were black, it was suggested that we might wear regulators painted the same color. We've yet to produce enough for everyone, but we are distributing them as we are able.
Lamont says I see.
Gozan says yet regulator or no, the important thing is that we remember Queen Sphene. Remember her and her kindness as you make an offering of your flower.
Lamont says I will.
Gozan says the proceedings will soon begin in this plaza. Please take your place once you have...
Although we are gathered here for the same reason, we hail from different lands. Some were born and raised in the Alexandria of old, while others came to us from Tuliyolal. It was from this union of diverse peoples that a new Alexandria was born. The only home that our younger generation knows. How did we overcome the barriers between us? What moved us to join hands in common purpose beneath crackling skies? You know the answer. We survived. We thrived because Queen Sphene brought us together. Inspired and encouraged by her boundless kindness, we strove to be better, for ourselves as well as those around us. And in Her Majesty's absence, there is a sadness beyond words. Yet we must. We will remember her. Remember all the good that she has done for us. So let us pray, as the people of the Old Kingdom once did, for the peaceful repose of the departed. And let us keep our beloved Queen forever in our hearts, that her memory might guide us unto the morrow. I could find solace in my own words.
Okay,
Welcome back.
thanks. Oh, there's only 53 mentors? So less
53?
yeah,
It's dead this morning.
pretty good, I'd say.
Well, we're, what, 2 weeks away from 7.25?
Maybe people are just taking a break playing other games.
Yeah, maybe they're listening to Yoshi and when he says go touch grass.
Was Queen Sphene taken to the cloud?
She must have been. To still remember her is strange, isn't it, darling?
I miss her. She would always cheer me up when I was down. But even though I remember her, I'll never see her again. That doesn't make sense.
It seems that's what it means to die, I'm afraid.
But what will happen to us? Are we just going to be sad forever?
What will happen indeed? Everything that we have, we owe to Queen Sphene. How are we to go on without her?
I still remember Her Majesty so clearly. If only I didn't, I might feel better about the future of our realm.
Perhaps we should also consider moving to Tuliolo. The journey won't be easy, but it'd be better than staying here in uncertainty.
In times like these, I take comfort in the beliefs of a Turali people called the Yokui. To them, death isn't the end. So long as we're remembered, we never truly die. It could be the same for Queen Sphene, you know? If you keep her alive in your hearts, she'll always be with you.
But we still won't be able to see her, right? I don't want to think about that. I wish I could just forget instead of having to feel like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impose. Please, mourn your queen however you see fit. As expected, they struggle to come to terms with their loss. I hope they can find a way to move forward.
It's not only grief that weighs on them, but worry for the future. Bereft of their queen, how will they proceed?
True. But with that at least, we're not powerless to help. What is it, Guloja?
I was wondering, is it better to remember or forget someone when they're dead? I remember my father, and every time I think of him, it hurts. It's the same with Queen Sphene. Knowing that she's gone makes me feel sad. But it's different with my mother. I never knew her, so I don't feel as bad. I want to remember my father, but maybe I'd be better off forgetting him.
That's a sad thought.
Guloja.
Why don't we continue this somewhere else?
What's it? Oh. Talk to Mom.
Yes.
Oops.
Lamont says, hey, Guloja, do you really know nothing at all about your...
Just says Shale searched the system for information on residents, but the only Mamuja she found listed were my father. Even if she died and was erased from people's memories, she should have been there. But she wasn't.
Lamont says, well, that you're here means she was here too, inside the dome. There can't be any other way.
Just says maybe. It's hard to explain. I'm not sad, but I feel like, so even if it makes me feel sad, I want to know my...
Lamont says, I see. Well, if that's what you... Then I'll help you. Curl says I'd like to help as well, and I believe I speak for the others too.
Just says, but I can't bother you with this. You already came for the... Tia says we came here not only for the funeral, but to see whether all was well in Alexandria. We're not about to leave.
Curl says, besides, in seeking to learn about your mother, we're bound to learn about your father as well. By retracing the steps of this man who kept his own counsel, we may gain knowledge that can serve the people of Alexandria.
Just says, alright. Thank you. Tia says assuming neither memories nor records of Guloja's mother remain, we must cast as wide a net as possible. I suggest we split into groups. Haven, if you could make inquiries outside in the outskirts, the rest of us will do the same in Solution 9.
So with how often you queue up for it, do you think I'll have a pretty fast queue for the field station?
I can join you if you want.
Well, I'm not there yet, so.
You might.
But that's the quest I'm on.
It depends on how many people are queued for the expert roulette, because that's where it normally would pop.
Oh, is it?
If you were, yeah.
Where is... Is there not? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Do I even have expert unlocked? I don't have expert
I think you
unlocked.
get. I think you get unlocked when you finish these two. A 7.1 and 7.2.
Ah, okay.
Researcher says ha ha ha, there you are. I trust you've recovered from the shock of my initial proposal? Good, good, now let me explain what this is all about. I am a researcher for Oblivion, namely in the field of electro-engineering. During Zor-El-Shah's reign, I survived within the ranks of his army by helping to research and develop protective materials. One of my many projects was these indomitable dummies, and as their name implies, their durability is second to none. They were used to measure the offensive potential of an entire arsenal of weapons to great effect. But now Zor-El-Shah is no more, and peace has returned to our home. A preferable outcome, of course, but it does mean that my masterworks have been left to rust. And that is an affront to science I cannot forgive. Peace may demand we set down our weapons, but the march of progress must go on. And so I grant you, who seems to possess might equal to an entire squadron of hardened troops, access to the Spire of Trial. Of course, I am more than willing to make adjustments as befits the magnitude of your power. As a woman of science, I can think of no greater honor than to have you testing the limits of my creations. You've given me purpose anew, Haven. I'll be here testing and improving the dummies when able, so you're welcome to stop by any time, even if only to gaze upon my indomitable beauties.
You now have access to the spy.
Tona Water says sorry, but I've never heard of a Mahmud Jah woman living in these parts, much less one connected to Zor-El-Shah. You might have better luck talking to the people over at a Tona Water settlement to the north of Everkeep, in a place called Uwayawata. The resilient son won their loyalty when he saved them from some crisis or another, or so the story goes. If I remember correctly, the chief's name was Kanaloka.
Your exchange with the middle-aged Tonawata has taught you about Zor-El-Shah's devoted.
Oh wow, it finally popped. Denture.
Kosi Hyperion says O/. Arwin Excalibur says O/. Lazalis Excalibur says Hias. Asylum Excalibur says lollyho. Asylum says Orcane Asylum Excalibur gently pats Celia Lazuli's Excalibur. Lazuli says Celia Lazuli's Excalibur showers Orcane Asylum Excalibur with flower petals.
The time has come and so have I. I did not expect such fierce opposition. And from 8 of you, no less. Enough. It is time we fought like men and ladies. And men who dress like ladies. The Ojimbo. It is Gilgameshing time.
Cozy Hyperion says the man, the myth, the legend.
Yes, 'tis I. The man. The
Oh my
myth,
god, it's
the
Gilgamesh.
legend. Divide and conquer, Gilgamesh style.
Ooh. Whip. Those dragons are gonna hurt. Are you trying to kill me? They're just trying to kill me.
I have learned much and more in the Far East, my friends. Behold, double your pleasure, double your fun. Look behind you, giant me. How our hearts sing in the chaos.
You have some skill, I'll give you that, but Gilgamesh has only just begun to fight.
Damn.
What's the matter, friend? All tied up?
Slippery little devil, aren't you? Most impressive. Very well. I, too, shall fight with all my strength.
Hmm.
Posey Hyperion says GG. Arwen Excalibur says GG. Lazarus Excalibur says GG. Asylum Excalibur says Tyal.
Where would they be under? Oh, what do we have?
Tona Water says you're looking for a Marmuljar woman. Oh, Galulja's mother. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. I only know a little about Zor-el-Jah, and then only what my father told me. He said that before the dome cut us off from the outside world, a Tural Vidral had appeared and was terrorizing the region. In response, Zor-el-Jah assembled a party of warriors, and with them confronted and felled the beast. It was interesting to hear of the king's feat in the past.
Your exchange with the fresh-faced Tonawada has taught you about a battle with a Tural Vidral.
Nope, not over here. Where's the third person, I wonder? Down here, maybe? Nope, not over here. Where's the third person? Oh, right here.
Shedina says a Mamulja woman? Their people have never been a common sight around here. Why, the last time I saw one would have been before the dome came down over our heads. She was among an entourage of Landscar that was dispatched here. I assume they all returned to Tili-Yolal after their mission. But if any remained, I suppose they could have been trapped in here with the rest of us.
Your exchange with the chatty Shedina has taught you about a Mamulja woman.
Where would it be? Right over here. Oops. Ran right by the door.
Tasso says you're heading to the back room.
Shale says Galulja has told me all. We've previously tried to track down records of his mother, but came up empty-handed. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get somewhere this time. Ah, so you spoke with quite a few different people as well? Let's combine all our findings and see what conclusions we might draw. So, Zor-el-Jah brought a retinue of Lanskar to Yasuani, among whom was a female. His mission was to rid the region of the Tural Vidral, and I believe it's safe to say that that was the crisis in Ueawata he resolved. Lamont says if some of his troops stuck around for a time, perhaps to assist the villagers with recovery efforts, then they could have indeed gotten trapped in the dome. Alizé says we also heard stories about the settlement in Ueawata. People lived there until nearly a decade ago, and Zor-el-Jah made regular.
Alphino says if he required secrecy, a location home to his most loyal followers would be ideal. And if this Marmul-Jah woman had remained there, they would have had occasion.
Shale says I see. But what could Zor-el-Jah have been doing in that? Curl says I think we can answer that question. In order to retrace Zor-el-Jah's steps, Raha and I spoke with a researcher who worked at Orogenic. He said that, approximately 20 years ago, a number of his colleagues were transferred to a research facility outside Everkeep, per the King's direct order. Shale says this is the first I've heard of such a facility. Only Vanguard was believed to have been under the King's jurisdiction.
Tia says it was apparently being used to develop a new kind of weapon, but I'm afraid that was all we could learn.
Shale says it's plenty to go on. Even if the work there was classified, any materials and equipment needed would have been manufactured within Everkeep. So if we look into transportation records, there it is. The routes are full of detours and attempts at obfuscation, but large deliveries were being made to Ueawata. Far too large for a mere village. There hasn't been any activity for years, though. It's likely the facility has been decommissioned.
Just says do you think that's where my mother was?
Lamont says we can't say for certain just yet, but I reckon there's a good.
Just says this is amazing. Even though no one remembers her, you managed to figure all of. Tia says each piece of the puzzle may reveal little on its own, but when we put several together, a picture begins. And even should memories fade, footprints remain to mark the path of those who walked before. A lesson I learned in another life.
Lamont says so we'll be investigating this secret facility in Ueawata. And this time, I want you to come along, Galulja. Shale says Ueawata is on the other side of the lake. To get there, you'll need to take a hover cargo from the drift.
Just says alright. Thank you, Shale.
I'll be back in 1 second. We'll run into the wasp before I continue this. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that, everybody. Reverend, are you there?
Eating.
What's that?
I am here. I'm just eating.
Yeah, I just had to, there was a knock at my door as I went to the washroom. There was a break in one of the apartments downstairs. So the cops were at the door asking questions if they heard it. Anybody heard anything?
So the hover cargo will take us across
Wow.
the lake. I've
Yep.
never been over.
I didn't hear a thing last night.
Lamont says it's still
And
inside
it would have happened while we were playing.
We'll likely encounter dangerous beasts.
Yeah, and
so
I didn't hear
most of
anything
us
in the
will go
background.
first. You follow when it's safe to do so.
Yeah, because they said
Just
it
as
happened
alright.
between
Be careful,
9:30 and
everyone.
11:30, which is 11:30 and 1:30 for you. So, and we played for about half of it. I have the field station unlocked.
I'm happy to join if you would like.
Sure.
What are you going in as?
Dragoon, it's my only 100. Are you ready?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I don't have a high enough eye level.
What do your tombstones look like?
120 for the heliometry, 25 for mathematics.
Okay.
And then 888 for
You said Dragoon.
yeah.
Alright. Hold on.
The only thing I need is a necklace. A necklace or rings. Because everything else is 99. The rest of what I'm wearing is 90.
Where are you?
Just outside of the city. Closest gate is outskirts.
Outskirts.
I'll come to the outskirts. That's my closest to you.
That's okay.
Where are you at? I don't see you.
I'm right here. Where are you?
At the
There you are.
outskirts. What are you going to trade me tombstones? I didn't think we could do that.
Oh, no. Where's all the...
How much did you just pay for this?
Yeah.
How much was it?
I don't know.
Because the last known sword price was 200,000.
Okay.
$6.93. Cool beans. Ready?
Yeah. You should have a hat too. Did I not give you the hat?
Yeah, I'm wearing it. I just never wear hats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Scared me for a moment. I was like, didn't I just give
Yeah.
you a hat though?
Yeah, so, see, now I'm wearing the hat.
Oh, okay.
I don't like wearing the hat, so I turn off the hat.
I just cast glamour over him. Like a pretty flower in my head.
How do I get those mathematics and stuff, other tombstones?
You run roulettes.
As my dragoon?
Yes, I think. I think you have to be level 100.
Ah, that's annoying.
Durden Hyperion says hi.
Anime Ultros says oh slash.
The second boss is not fun.
Good to know.
Durden Hyperion says NB.
My father must have come here for a reason.
Oh, that hurt. Whip.
So the facility is still here. What kind of research did they do here?
So for none of that I can use.
Surrender your souls to King Zor Al
It's all healer gear.
What?
I think it's all healer gear.
I know there was one gear that was for like ranged like dancer. It was a physical range DPS.
Get ready to move.
I won't let precious samples escape. Discard the flesh.
Now comes the fun part. Oh god, I'm gonna die.
I just gave up. I just gave up.
Okay.
Oops.
Why not serve it greater purpose?
I'm lucky I... Oh, you moved.
I waited the 5 seconds before I did anything.
Relinquish your souls for the glory of Alexandria. With that we could tame the beast, but the seal is already...
Yay.
Is that a storm? Something's wrong. Don't rush ahead. What was that roar? Did it come from inside the storm?
No damage to these guys, but I'm doing like 20k every time I hit them.
Yeah, I'm doing like 7,000 each time. How's the third boss?
Don't fall in the giant hole.
Fall in the giant hole, gotcha.
Watch your footing.
I will, as I fall into the giant hole, I will. I'll watch myself fall. Yay! See, bunnies are evil. Do you see this? Woof, bunnies are evil.
Get behind him.
Oh my god, that's fast AoE.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
It's okay. Stick to this.
Whoa, oh!
Alright.
Giant hole. I can't even...
Yeah, you can. It's okay. And now we get to run. And now we get to run again.
My grave is doing the running for me. Target is not in range. Just... Oh! Shh! I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. I meant to go sideways. I meant to hit E when I hit W. I'm not gonna make it.
That's okay.
Is this house still part of the field station? Or am I just going crazy? Yeah, it is. Now we run backwards. Of course.
Durden Hyperion says GG.
Rev now says
It's okay.
Anime Ultra
It
says
happens.
GGS.
Revna says Mike and Revna gently pats you.
You're petting me? You're petting me? Really?
Yeah.
You could probably fall in this hole again, couldn't you?
You can. I didn't get a single player accommodation for that.
I got 2.
Wow. You died. I'm the one who reses you, and you got them?
You're also a mentor. I'm not.
I see a crown next to your name.
Yeah, do you see, and you see the little hammer and nails? Or do you see a sword?
I don't have anything next to my name, so I plead the fifth.
Intercelestial vessels at that facility. The Tural explains the need for a remote location. It was doubtless their prime subject. Though I expect Zeralja did not foresee the opportunities it presented when he imprisoned the creature.
And so, in order to prevent the breakdown of the individual, I instead seek to transfer their soul into the body of the beast.
This would allow one to wield the power of a Tural Vidral.
In theory, our initial experiments will involve lesser creatures. But in time, I am confident we will be able to bring even the mightiest under our control.
And what becomes of those who offer their souls?
As they won't be able to return to their original forms, we must consider them lost. But the sacrifice will be worthwhile, for the army you stand to gain will far surpass any composed of mechanical soldiers.
Very well. Recruit volunteers and begin at once.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall return to the observatory and see to the necessary preparations.
So, you've given him permission?
Teshalja, you will assist Kaniloka. As one of the Land's Guard's finest chirurgeons, your knowledge may be of use in his experiments. You will also watch him closely. In what you learn, you will report to me. You object to his project? Or are you incapable of performing this duty?
No, Your Majesty. Whether we shelter within the dome or expand beyond it, we require great power. But with no one to rely upon, we must take that power for ourselves, even if the means are questionable. I will do as you command. But if Kaniloka's work bears fruit, I wish to beg a boon.
What do you desire?
Something that I had accepted I would never have in Tuliolal. That I believed would forever be beyond me. That it was foolish to covet.
I'm missing
but
two
here,
dungeons.
Here and now, it is close.
Are you missing storyboard level 100?
Very, Very
No,
close.
Stray Ball, Dead Rock, yeah, and Tender Valley.
Yep, those are 2 optional dungeons.
Oh, are they? Oh, okay.
Perform your duty to my
You should do them though, because they're a lot of fun.
Anything you desire
Are they?
is yours.
Yep.
Let me look at Tender. It's called Tender Valley.
That which I seek does not lie within this dome. Here, I cannot prove.
What's the quest I need? It belongs in a museum.
But if what's
I think it's a blue quest.
It is a blue quest. I'm just looking where. Tulioli. Okay. I just broke my nail. That hurt.
You all right?
Teishelja. Could she be my mother?
Like the people in the outskirts said, few Mamulja lived in the Yasulani. I can't imagine.
Do you think we'll ever get a Momoja as a playable race?
Being the case, she could well be the one.
Who would want to play that kind of a race?
Which observatory can Aloka return to?
I kind of think I would.
Part of the research facility? We might learn something about Teishelja there.
That's where we're going next then.
I think I would.
Just says I wish I could
Oh,
see
we've
into
already
the
looked.
past like you. Then
Oh,
I
it's
could see
over.
people who are gone.
Must have done it while we were. Yeah, I was right after the cutscene started.
Because there aren't any other Mamuja women here. For a long time I couldn't even imagine what my mother looked like. But when I visited Tuliolal and saw some, I was finally able to picture her in my mind. And one day, I hope I can see what she actually looked like as well.
You may now enter Uwayawada Field Station with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface located on
Among the abandoned.
Curl says while we discern the purpose of the research conducted here, the traces of it that remain might afford us greater insight into what came of it. Let us take a look around, for information as well as a way to the upper level.
Okay, that is such an interesting fact about that train station. Oh, I did have to go through there. Oh.
Kiliufsis.
A lift can be seen behind the wrought iron gate. As sturdy as it appears, the gate will likely resist attempts to force it open. A security panel is nearby. Perhaps a verification key will open the way.
Hmm. There it is.
A journal lies next to the body. Journal says I was transferred to Ueawata Station in order to train the villagers in the use of electro technology. While a child can quickly learn to operate common contraptions, it will be no easy thing for them to attain the requisite skill to develop new weapons, ones which require no less than the manipulation of souls. Thankfully, 2 of my pupils have demonstrated great aptitude in the field, Kanalaka, the village chief, and Tishalja field chirurgeon. Further driven by their loyalty to our king, their growth has been remarkable. I dare to hope that, before long, they will be able to carry out their duties without further instruction, and I may be relieved of my duty. You find nothing that resembles a verification key.
Journal says they're recruiting volunteers for a new experiment. I know I'm not as bright as the others, but they wouldn't laugh at me if I was stronger than them. This might be my chance. Soul transferred few days ago. I can write. Can write good, yes? I am good. Very good. Getting hard to control strength. Today bits off hand of feeder. Cannot help it so strong. Hungry. Always hungry. Cannot control. Eat. I must eat. Hamita must eat.
You find nothing that resembles a verification key. Perhaps you should search elsewhere. Supplies for the staff are neatly arranged within the cabinet. Among the various items is a manual outlining regulations and tranquilizing gas to be used in emergencies. You dig deeper and find a verification key. Perhaps it can be used to open the iron gate.
Alize says you found the key? Great, I'll call the others. It seems the key can be used to operate the lift as well. Up we... Lamont says so. This is the observatory. I didn't expect it to be similar, but this is a far cry from the temple that held Bali Garmangda.
Tia says all the machinery appears to still be in operation. I expect there are auxiliary systems in place to ensure that monitoring can continue even.
Curl says the warnings indicate various anomalies, related to the seal's failure, most likely. For a blessing, we managed to fell the beast before it could. Lamont says right then, let's see if we can find some clues about Gulul-Jaz.
Just says I think I can use this terminal. There's so much data. I don't know what we should look at. Tia says perhaps we can narrow down the search by inputting the name Tishel. Just says it brought up a lot of results. They all seem to say the same. Tishelj administrator of experimental treatments, research. Just says this sounds good, doesn't it?
Curl says chances are the data is encrypted. And even if not, it will take considerable time to go through it all.
Alphano says then let us take it with us to the back room and of Shale Anal.
Curl says agreed.
Just says alright. I'll transfer it to this storage. There, it's finished. Thank you so much for bringing me all the way here, everyone.
Lamont says if you're happy, then so am I. Besides, I was able to learn more about my brother as well. It was a fruitful adventure for the both of us.
What are you doing with
Tia
it?
says and here we are. The authorities will doubtless wish to be informed about the
Pulled across
facility
the
and its contents.
Hildebrand quests for this, so I'm doing those.
But first things first, let us deliver the data to Shale.
Oh, I sent you a message, by the way, on Facebook. They made a mistake. They didn't calculate Thursday.
That sucks. Did you inquire about it?
Oh, no, they sent an email saying that they're going to send it out on their next scheduled day, but they only send the transfers on Wednesdays and Sundays.
Oh.
Because, like, I got the Zell transfer at about 10:30. Like, so, what is that, 12:30? And then they literally just sent at, like, 10 minutes later, they sent out the email saying, oops, we made a mistake. Tuliolo.
Well, at least they acknowledged they made a mistake.
Yep. Yeah. Just wish that they would have. But I guess that, like, they probably pay for a single transfer at once. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably cheaper for them to just say, hey, we'll just give it to you all on the next scheduled day, right? So it's probably cheaper for the business. Which, you know what, I'm okay with that because at least they know, like, at least it keeps the cost down, right? So they can give us more over, like, because it's a non-profit, so they can't keep that extra money, right?
If you have the time and inclination to aid us, she awaits you in Mamuk. You'll find her west of the plaza, in the large building near the two-headed statue.
My poor warrior of light.
What happened?
Oh, my poor warrior. Wait.
Zacian says Haven, at last. You've no idea how long I waited here, hoping we might finally meet. There is a matter of utmost importance I simply must have your assistance with. But introductions are in order. I am Zacian, Professor of Archaeology at the Studium. At the behest of the former head of Reason, I was invited to oversee various archaeological expeditions throughout Tural. I heard from a little bird in Volok that you, a most renowned adventurer, had made your way to the continent, and could think of no better individual to aid me in uncovering its history. As a matter of fact, I have already made a most fascinating discovery in the wilds of Xak Tural. I chartered a balloon to examine a point of interest in Saloni, you see, and soon discovered ruins which have been unseen for nigh a millennium. Surely, Lady Luck is on my side, I thought. But alas, things soon took a turn for the worse. In the spirit of inquiry, I hired a group of mercenaries for protection and made my first foray into the area, but we were no more than halfway through before a host of fierce fiends barred our approach. Truth be told, 'tis a miracle we even made it out alive. Yet for a seasoned explorer like you, I dare say delving into the deepest recesses of such ruins unharmed would be child's play. What do you say? Would you aid my investigation, and embark on this new adventure? I knew you wouldn't disappoint. The ruins lie beyond the river north of Lake Tari in Saloni. Let us continue our conversation there.
I should probably not fly around this area as a level 84 dancer. This might be a bad idea, I think, right?
At least you still have some common sense.
Yeah, it's not very much, but I do have some.
Zacian says wonderful, you're here. History lost to the ages lies in the valley just upstream. 'Tis a landscape unlike any other, teeming with sabatenders of all shapes and sizes. I call it Tender Valley. Doubtless the ruins have remained untouched for all these years due to its barbed environs. After all, none would wish to become the victim of their thousand needles. Though I believe the ruins nested deep within the valley to be Okui in origin, a closer inspection revealed motifs even I could not recognize. There's a new discovery waiting to be found within, I'm sure of it. Alas, the defense mechanisms protecting it were far too much for the mercenaries I hired. You would be wise not to underestimate them yourself. Lest I forget, you should know that I dropped some of my notes concerning the expedition during my escape. If you would know of my findings, I encourage you to search for the records during your exploration. I shall await your return here. I entrust to you the honor of discovering the unknowns which lie within.
Oh my god, it's a giant worm.
Wait, do I still have it on here? I don't have it on here. I'll find it after. Tender Valley is now accessible. And what's the other one I was missing? I was missing...
Story Bro or something?
Yeah, Deadwalk. Something stray in the neighborhood. These are both level 100 dungeons? Yeah, they're both level cap.
Yep.
You can't unsync Deadwalk right now?
No.
Interesting.
Question mark says aha. There you are.
Nostalgia says hee, it's me, With Xak gone, Oblivion's been allocating its resources to an investigation of living memory. Utilizing Kakiwa's technology, we developed remote-controlled sentries operable from the back room, so our surveys are both safe and efficient. To think that all this once lay at Everkeep's summit. I can't help but wonder if a shade of my father ever resided in this grand city of the Endless. Forgive me, I did say I'd explain the circumstances behind all this. During an earlier survey of the area, I encountered one. He claimed to be one of the city's caretakers and offered me a guided tour. I accepted, thinking I could conduct my observations at the same time, but that's when we discovered the anomaly, a rift in the very fabric of living memory. I'm sure you'd rather see it yourself to believe it, though. Let's make for the Esperance wheels first. Constancy, the Endless who guided me, that is, should still be on.
Do I have this on map? Yeah, I do. Okay.
Constancy says a warm yes still and welcome to you, my friend. Or should I say, welcome back? I had not expected you to return. I do hope I was able to make your first visit to the Gate of Remembrance a special one. Your associate here informed me of what occurred afterwards, namely, Her Majesty's regrettable. You needn't fret. I harbor no ill will against you. I, for one, would not wish to remain endless at the cost of such terrible sacrifice. Though your efforts saw the city's terminals deactivated, I somehow remain. Still, I am grateful for my survival, as it allowed me to discover this peculiar. A lost district of living memory lies beyond this rift. I previously informed you that our beautiful city was comprised of 4 areas.
Did they not have
but
normal
this was
rates?
not always the case. Numerous others once thrived, until one day
Oh, those
our
are.
reality
Is that what
was
Juno is?
irrevocably altered in an attempt to bridge our
Nope.
world together,
Juno is
and several
the
districts were consumed in the process.
the big
Among
raid.
the areas lost
The
was
Alliance
a
raid?
resplendent amusement
Yep.
district known as Dreamborough.
And then
This
they have
rift,
currently
however,
8 of
allowed
the
us access to its street.
AACs.
Oh, okay.
Nostalgia says we took a cursory gander
And
at
so
the
we don't
center
have all
ourselves,
12 yet.
since we were curious to know what became.
Correct.
But there's nothing amusing about it. Quite the opposite, actually. We were promptly chased out by a horde of angry ghosts.
Constancy says after decades disconnected from living memories' ether supply, we must assume that the endless who resided the once idyllic atmosphere has been marred by a dismal shroud, and I dare say our poor Dreamborough has warped itself into a place of nightmares. It has returned to us as a lost soul would, longing for connection. The beings within have come to call it the Strayborough Deadwalk.
Nostalgia says now that it's reconnected with living memory, its presence is a risk to the city. So we'd like you to brave the Deadwalk and shed some light on this mystery.
Constancy says you have my thanks. I regret that I cannot give you a tour of the place myself, but know that I shall be with you.
Strayborough Deadwalk's now accessible as well, so that's both of them, right? That I was missing?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the Underkeep as well. Did you want to queue up for either of those?
Yeah, feel free.
I'm going in as a Dragoon for both of them.
Alright, I'm gonna go in as a tank then.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. I'm ready. Oh, got a new emote.
Oh?
Shadowstar Hyperion says hi. Zion says /. Revna says hiya. Shadowstar Hyperion says welcome.
Oh god. This is the music from the two clowns from 9.
Welcome one and all to the
Oh
land
god.
of waking dreams
Are
and
we going to be
nightmares.
dealing with
Please
clowns?
form a single file line as you enter. A word to our guests.
No clowns.
Strayborough is open for all eternity. Answer your heart's every desire, and dream your days, or your life, away.
You know one thing I read on Reddit not that long ago? With every single expansion that has come out, if 14 has released something to do with, let's say, an older Final Fantasy, like in this case, like Dawntrail, referenced 9 and 10 quite a lot. Steam actually noticed a dramatic increase in the amount of purchases for the associated Final Fantasy.
Hear ye, hear ye. His Royal Highness Leonaga graces us with his presence.
Right, this one you have to move around a lot.
Good to know.
Bow down to my flawless noggin, your king decrees it. Join us and be crowned in splendor. Impossible. You would deny my regal, royal headness? 'Tis a duty to seize the nogginless.
Don't get hit by the dolls or you get stuck.
Good to know.
Little ladies, let us proffer our heads in friendship. A most splendid noggin. You are worthy of my court.
Oh, I got hit by an inbound. A single inbound stack kills you.
Little lords and ladies, your king has need of you.
Yep.
Zion says, what do we say to the god of death? Hey, Ventia?
A pristine noggin indeed.
Oh Jesus.
But you mustn't
So
let it
sorry.
go to your head. Oh ho. Cleanse the unsightly one. There is no escaping our brilliance.
Oh, I wasn't paying any attention.
I got hit by the doll.
Yeah.
Both DPSs are down.
I got hit by the doll.
Zion says, what do we say to the god of death? Nova Shadow.
Oh no!
Apologies for breaking character, but perhaps it's time you stopped resisting. There are limits to my patience. Please, just let me kill you. Let me kill you.
Yikes.
Yeah. Fucking.
Shadowstar Hyperion says BRB.
Okay, no! That's such bullshit.
Yikes.
Yep.
Well, the fun fact is there's only 2 million XP left.
Oh, thanks.
Yikes.
It's the fucking dolls. They're all in the same spot now.
Yep.
Shadowstar Hyperion says I'm back.
Yikes.
Swiped, I guess that probably would have just been easier. Oh well. Every other tank would keep going, so.
Yep.
Goodbye,
Okay.
my subjects, and good night.
Shadowstar
You
Hyperion
gonna get up?
says GG.
Yep.
Zion says nice.
Yeah, I was watching you fight. That's why I didn't want to get up yet.
That was rough.
Oh, I bet.
Alright, let's go.
Lost souls of every age, the Frolicking Grounds is your whimsical stage. Do be careful not to lose yourself in our phantasmal attractions.
We're waiting on you, aren't we? We're
I
waiting
always
on
wait
you?
for the healer.
Oh.
On me?
Yeah.
I'm waiting on me.
You better get like 8 accommodations for that fight.
I don't really care if I get any accommodations, to be honest. That fight's so annoying.
Those dolls aren't as bad as the other dungeon with dolls, though. The library, I think it is.
Library.
The Great Goober Library.
Oh. Oh
Those
yeah, you're
dolls.
pretty surprised. Jesus.
Attention, all dreamers, you are cordially invited to Jack in the Pot's
Alright,
Enchanted Tea
this
Party.
one is pretty easy. Just watch for the teacup ghost.
What's the ghost? Okay, where's Casper?
There's a ghost. There's a
Greetings, goodly guests. Your
a
tea
teacup
awaits.
ghost.
I've not had company in ages. This calls for my finest cups.
He's in the
This
green.
side.
Oh, I was off by one.
A frightful toast to you and yours.
I thought it was
No,
on the
you were
right
fine.
one.
Now there's two of them.
Round and round, the cups shall go. Where they stop, why, no one knows.
This way.
Drink all you like, I guarantee my brew is to die for.
Oh god, oh god.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Zion says, what do we say to the god of death? Hey, Ventia?
This way.
Uh-oh. GG.
Yeah.
How are they
You
not
have
being
entered the
sued by
endless
Disney
house.
for the
Fear
up
not, for I shall
balloons?
guide you through its haunted halls.
Are these the dolls you were talking about?
Yes, yes, they are.
You are a formidable slayer of ghosts, but have you the strength to best their master?
Ready for it, ready for it? It's a baby Numbers!
Oh my god, it's cute! Oh god, they're big.
That they are.
Beyond this hall lies Troy Marai, Lord of Nightmares.
Shadowstar Hyperion says my head hurts now.
Heed my words, and together, we shall end his reign of terror.
You said there was no clowns. That is clearly a clown face.
You ready?
Revna says Mike and Revna performs the
Yeah, I'm
PCA
ready.
stands for Troy Marai.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yesterday is gone, yet tomorrow never comes. So sleep, child, and drown in nightmares everlasting.
The sides? Alright, now go back to the middle.
Define me as you wish. It will not wake you from this misery.
Okay.
Allow me to offer my aid. Step into the light, and become as a ghost to pass through all things.
Step on the glowy platform. And walk away from the ghost.
But where Droimerized magics? Should you sense danger, return to my beacons, and your mortal flesh shall be restored.
Step on the platform to become human again.
I went back to the platform, I died.
The god of death. Haven Tia.
I was a ghost when I stepped on the platform.
Oh, were you not a ghost?
No!
Oh.
So you killed me!
Well... Not my fault. Okay, step on the platform now and become a ghost.
Zion says, what do we say to the god of death? Nova Shadow Star Hyperion? What do we say to the god of death? Nova Shadow Star Hyperion.
Oh, Ripperoni.
Shadow Star Hyperion says out.
Don't go that way. Yeah.
Zion says, what do we say to the god of death? Nova Shadow Star Hyperion? Shadow Star Hyperion says, not today.
Ooh.
Zion says, what do we say to the god of death? Haven Tia?
Step on the platform to bring a ghost. Nice.
Should I become a ghost? I mean, human?
Yeah.
Yes?
You're fine. Okay,
now.
Don't be a ghost.
I'm trapped.
That's okay. I was okay.
Zion says, what do we say to the god of death? Nova Shadow Star Hyperion?
Become a ghost
Shadow
and walk
Star
across the
Hyperion
platform
says, not today.
between the boxes. Become a human.
I already did.
Okay. Become a ghost.
GG.
Yay!
Revna says GG. Zion says GG. Shadowstar Hyperion says GG. Type. Revna says Mike and Revna bows courteously to Angel Zion.
No accommodations. Did you get them?
I got one.
I didn't get any, so. So is that now all the extracurriculars until Underkeep?
If I was right to call on
yeah.
But the troubles we
Underkeep and Recollection are the only ones I'm missing now.
It all began when we
Recollection, what?
In the sky
Recollection to trial.
For a mercy, his wounds were not life. His kind is not a common sight in
the
these
7.2 trial.
Tall and slender of build.
Yeah.
Pointed. He has yet
I have no memory of doing that trial.
Sleep of strange things.
You literally just did it.
It was our hope that
I have zero memory of doing that trial.
Perhaps even jog his memory once he regains consciousness. Might you be willing to speak with him?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Okay, do you want to bring me some water?
Messenger says me lol jar. The travelers just says very good. If you would be so kind
Right, I'm almost out of water. I'm actually out of water. Oops.
We are glad to see you awake, and in good health besides. May I ask your name? Wanderess says my name. I'm sorry. I can't remember. Just says it would seem the fall has affected his memory. In any case, his presence here is a complete mystery to us. His armor the only hint as to whence he came. Does anything about him strike you as out of the ordinary? Wanderess says Elizon? Eldite? No. Og. I remember. I'm an Elvan. And your Marmulja, could it be I've come to Mamuk? Wait, if I'm in Mamuk, then I must have been taken. Just says to so readily believe us enemies. Perhaps he comes from a land unfamiliar with our customs. We've no way to know for certain. In which case, Just says me lol jar. We must gather our strongest. Just says why? What has happened? Just says Galul Jaja's shade has returned. It has been sighted near Gokdrak descent. Bakul Jaja has engaged the apparition. The vow of resolve's companion, from the feet of the Brotherhood. I suspect you would understand the graveness of this situation better than most. In recent days, the late Dawn Servant's shade has been seen wandering the woods of Xak Tural. I have reason to believe it was invoked in like manner to the one used in the feat. Only a privileged few of the Bunua should be privy to the knowledge required to perform the rite. The culprit will be found in time, but we've a more pressing matter at hand now. I must hurry and inform the Landsguard. Bakul Jaja requires reinforcement. Just says the Dawn Servant's shade. I fear he may not hold out until the guard. I am loath to ask such a favor, but would you aid Bakul Jaja in this battle? I'm in your debt. Gokdrak descent is to the west of here. Please? Wondrous says Galul Jaja.
Yeah, Lego Star Wars is free as of 6 minutes ago. For the next 24 hours. Oh, for you're in my way. There you go.
Question mark says Gua.
What do you guys call it? A stat holiday? Or a national holiday? Or what do you guys call it?
It's not really a holiday. It's just a.
Oh.
Resolve says humph. Pathetic. And you dare call yourself. Mighty says not bad.
It's just a day.
You might actually prove a challenge. Mystic says if you've come to help, best stay on your guard.
We call them regular working days.
Yeah, that's what they are.
Youth says what's this? Another monster in need of slaying? Don't worry, I'll... Youth says here I go. Youth says nullifying drop. Wanderer says oh no you don't. I can't explain why, but something
Why
told
is
me I had
May
to be
5th
here.
a holiday? What happens on May 5th?
May 5th's not.
Not bad.
Isn't
Not
it?
bad at all.
Who says May 5th is a holiday?
Wanderer says Towery.
They're lying to you.
Girl.
Oh, it's Cinco de Mayo.
Luke says you can speak. A
Cinco
shame
de
you don't seem to
Drinko.
have any man-
First of all.
Prish says the
I
name-
can't even drink anything because I literally all I have is water. Oh, it's victory! It's Victory in Europe Day for World War II.
Oh, well. This ain't Europe.
No.
Prish says ha ha ha. Looks like I win. One Taurus down, one to go. I hope.
Reason says Gia hey. At ease, Preesh.
Prish says whatever you say, Ulmia.
Mystic says Almia. What is she talking about? Wanderer says Preesh. Wait. Please. Mighty says I'm guessing word of the Dawn Servant's shade is what brought you here. I don't know what that girl has to do with all this, but clearly she's aligned with whoever summoned them. Mystic says the way remains open, though there's no telling where it... Mighty says even so, they can't be allowed to return. We've a duty to protect this forest, and I'll not see it torn apart by some two-head... Let's hurry after them, brother. Watch over that one. Wanderer says Preesh. What's happened to you?
Oh my god, that is the best dad joke I've seen in a long time. I forgot. I haven't seen that one come in my massive dad joke list. Did you see it on chat?
Mm-hmm.
I need to go to Tim Hortons. Today's the last day for this. I'm gonna send it on Discord only because I'm seeing it on Discord.
But something was clearly wrong.
Oh,
with
I can't send it on Discord because the file's too big. I guess I'm sending it on Facebook.
The two-headed companion Elmia. The Elmia I know is an Elvan woman, a far cry from the reptilian fiend. Something dark has taken hold of her, clouded her mind. I have to.
Look what I just sent you on Facebook.
But she needs me. You would go in my stead? I know not how to thank you.
Is that the smiley cookie you got last year?
Yep. They only offer them for 5 days a year, and I didn't realize that today's the last day.
Should hurry up.
I recognize that look.
How far from
Did they put a frowny face on the one you had last time?
No, they put a frowny face on the one that I made, the very last one I ever
She
made.
was a dear friend to me. I'm
Oh.
I think I have the frowny face on my Instagram.
No telling what lies beyond.
You go.
I need to find that picture. Oh, Juno's now accessible.
I haven't done Juno yet.
You haven't done Juno yet? I need to find this frowny face and put it into the Discord that I saw the smile cookie from. Oh my god, how far back was it? Oh wait, it would have been the last time I went to Tim Hortons, so that would have been 2017 at the earliest. Oh my god, how far back is it? I'm in 2015. There it is.
I just blow my cover.
What you do? Did we want to do Tender Valley now?
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
How is it I can remember that I have an Instagram photo of a frowny face from 10 years ago?
Oh.
And the funny thing, it was 10 years ago to the day.
Tasso says you're heading to the back.
With the tank and a DPS, I wonder if I have time to actually watch this cutscene or not.
Fellow Ulja has already given me the storage device. There looks to be a wealth of data, all of which is encrypted, so I'll need time to process everything.
Alphino says in that case, Alize and I might take ourselves around the city and check on the people.
Ah.
That was no 6 minutes game. Oh my god, it's a giant cacti.
Yes.
Revna Sataya.
Ouch. I totally did not think I was going to be going that way. Bye bye, Cacta. We miss you. We're gonna miss you. Whee!
Whee!
Uh-oh, splat. We missed. We missed the waterfall.
Whee! Oh, I missed it.
The treasure chest? Got it. What the hell is that thing?
That's a giant bomb.
Oh, Jesus. Whee!
Guardians of the Sanctuary, in the name of the Great Serpent, I bid you awaken. Open your eyes, and purge the sanctuary of this taint.
I got it. Oh, maybe not.
It's a great serpent.
It's a
It's so cute.
snake? It's a snake. Half a snake.
It's a great serpent. You do not speak down to the great serpent.
I was not speaking down. I was calling him a sneak.
You just don't step on Sneak.
Okay. But is it okay if my dragon does?
Yeah, I guess that's fine. Wait, what?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's very hard. My eyes try to look as fast as possible.
Is nobody gonna come join me?
You gotta get out of the sludge.
Oh.
That's why. You can LB. Yay,
Revna
GG.
says GG. Mento Behemoth says type.
Oh my god, it's so cute!
Revna says Mike and Revna claps for you.
Oh, that thing was so cute! No accommodations.
Same.
Shale says
I
welcome.
thought I did pretty good as a
Bella
tank.
Boja has already given me the storage device. There looks to be a wealth of data, all of which is encrypted, so I'll need time to process everything.
Alright, now jump back into those guts.
Alphino says in that case, Alize and I might take ourselves around the city and check on the people.
Alize says their mood has us a bit worried. I don't know if there's anything we can do to help, but we'll see. Shale says understood. I'll let you know as soon as I've finished my work. Alize says thank you. We'll see you again soon.
Among the Abandoned is now complete. Galen said they had so.
Geode says Alize isn't wrong. The mood out there is still grim.
I'm in the final 1% of the game.
Geode says some of the Turali remember a time
Nice.
before they were dependent on the soul system, but even they're unsettled and wondering aloud if they'll have the chance to reunite with old friends and family before they pass on. With good reason, too. The journey home won't be an easy one for those who've grown old. That is why it has mostly been younger folk who've been leaving for Tural, ones with no elders to care for.
An A rank 10 in Cosma.
Lamont says word of that problem has reached us in Tuliyoal. My brother is doing all he can to see the Xak Tural Railroad.
Did you want to go join it?
operation, so that people may come and
There's a hunt train?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the tracks
Oh,
only
yes,
go as far as
please.
Vanguard, so some traveling by foot will still be necessary.
Geode says even so,
It probably
the
starts in
railroad
about
would
4
make
minutes.
Things a sight easier. How long before it's back in service?
Lamont says I couldn't say. When I left for this visit, Koana seemed reluctant to make promises. Lamont says, but while Shale's working on the data, we could go and see the state of it for ourselves. To Saloni Station, then. I'll make sure to keep Koana informed.
Where is that?
There's like 3 people here.
Yeah, it'll be starting right away. Oh, it's like 10 minutes from now.
I'll just hang out here and build Legos for 10 minutes.
Do we have a party finder ready or not yet? Yep.
Shiloh says oh slash. Ever Snow says hello. Oh slash.
Odd Excalibur says oh slash.
Mercury Behemoth says hello.
I'm surprised there's not a viewpoint right up here. Like a vista?
Oh.
Or one in the tree. Can you sit? Can I dismount on the tree? No, I can't. While we wait for the train conductor to go do that, I'm gonna go get some water. Let's see if I'm as dehydrated today as I was yesterday.
A dehydrated chicken? No.
Do we get bicolors from that or just hunt nuts?
Just nuts.
What else do we get from it again?
Just nuts. Just
That's it?
nuts.
Do
And
we, what
some
about it?
poetics.
Okay. Do we get experience? I don't remember.
No.
Like, even if it's
Those are all
not...
level 100 beasts.
Yeah, but even if I don't do it as my 100, would I?
I've never done a hunt train being underleveled.
Well, I'm going to go to my warrior and find out.
Lacey says Lacey's eyes sparkle in amazement at Astorius Nidicus.
Nidicus says oops gonna spend some tomes BRB. Stevers says Wolfried Stevers performs the Mandeville Mambo for non-Agon.
Are you here? I don't see you here.
I am here. I'm on a llama.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was digging through my bag of leggings as I knock everything off. Oh my goodness, look at all the people now.
Yep, my FPS has dropped to 20.
Where the heck are you?
Inside the tree. I'm on the joke.
Oh, come right here. I'm on a llama. Everybody's a tank. A bullet train.
AKA, they were basically, as soon as it's done, as soon as it's said, you better jump on your mount and get moving. Because as soon as the first person gets there, they will start attacking. They don't wait for the group, it's whoever gets there first. So they basically think football. And I don't mean the sport of football. I mean Johnny football.
Exodus, rank hunt train. Go slay this monster real quick. Kazamuka, 20.3, 28.4.
Chirp.
What the fuck is it?
Says
it's the giant frog.
The rain triller.
Brador says array of Brador gives nefarious.
Oh my god, my FPS.
Yeah, I'm at 17.
Ribbit.
Oh yeah, so you don't get anything besides...
Rank hunt train. Go slay this monster real quick. Kazamuka, 9.4, 7.7.
Yeah, you don't get anything but nuts and poetics.
I don't know if I want to be a Picto.
Antistia says Nefarious. Antistia gives Array of Brador a big hug. Brador says Array of Brador beams at Nefarious Antistia. Exodus, rank hunt train. Go slay this monster real quick. Urkopacha, 28.0, 22.8.
I don't know where I'm going.
Urkopacha. We're going basically west, if I remember correctly. Oh no, we're going north.
Did you guys all take my teleport request?
Yep. No, I took yours, yep. You were the first one to pop up, so...
My poor FPSs.
I'm running at 18, so...
Exodus, rank hunt train. Go slay this monster real quick. Urkopacha, 15.8.
If I remember correctly, this one
23.8.
is on the exact opposite side of the map.
Jesus Christ.
Exodus, rank hunt train. Go slay this monster real quick. Heritage found, 29.7, 19.3.
Oops. Oh, I totally flew right by it. I'm gonna miss this one.
Exodus, rank hunt train. Go slay this monster real quick. Heritage found, 24.0, 19.8.
Bright Moon says Garmoth Bright Moon Lamia.
Did you miss
gives
it?
Kiva
Nope.
buys Lamia a big hug.
I got at least one hit in.
Exodus, rank hunt train. Go slay this monster
Xak
real
Tural?
quick. Xak Tural, 24.8, 33.0.
Do you think Yoshi planned for hunt trains to happen?
Not at the beginning.
Do you think that he wanted people just to kill A ranks at their own pace and not have a hunt train?
No, because there's no way that you'd be able to do it.
I've killed A rank hunts by myself.
Not when you're at that level exposed, like at that level in the story, by yourself. Probably. And actually, in Japan, they're called world boss fights.
That makes sense.
Because they're actually, sorry, world bosses, not world boss fights, but just world.
Is anybody teleporting?
18.7.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Oh, there is. It's south of us.
Jesus. I think this is the largest hunt train I've ever been a part of.
The fact that I'm getting a constant 20, between 17 to 20 FPS. This reminds me of an S rank for FPS wise.
Exodus, rank untrained. Go slay this monster real quick. Living memory, 12.9, 27.5.
Never got a teleport request for the node.
Where is it? I didn't get the flag for it.
Is that the end?
No, there should be one more.
Rank hunt train. Go slay this monster real quick. Living memory, 18.
So they did it in a different order than we did yesterday.
Technically, living memory. Oh, well, no. They did it right. They did Heritage Forge first.
No, what I'm saying is they did the order of the living memory ones backwards.
That it?
Exodus, rank untrained.
Nope.
Slay this monster real quick.
Saloni?
8.5, 16.6.
Why are we going to Saloni?
Why did we do this backwards?
I don't know. Where is it? Is there only one for Saloni?
Thank you. Good luck. Have a safe journey.
Exodus.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Go
maybe
slay
not.
This monster real quick. Saloni, 22.4, 33.2.
So there's two.
Yeah, so why did everyone say thank you?
Odd Excalibur says type.
I don't know.
Nighticus says O/. Shilo says type and TPS D.
Mercury Behemoth says thanks all.
Okay, that's it.
Namu says Ibari Namu gently pats Chintan and Itza.
I don't even see you here. Oh, there you are.
Alright, now that I have 3,200 nuts.
How many do I have? I have 1,000.
I have 3,200. I guess I can go to. Well. Who's the solution? Is there a nut trader in Solution 9? I don't think there is.
I don't know. Do you want me to look it up?
Oh, that's where I'm going. I don't think. I think the only place is Tulliola.
Oh, you know what's hilarious? I need to go here. I need to go just north of here for the for MSQ.
Yeah, there's no nut trader here, so it's only in Tulliola.
That's too funny. I was looking where I needed to go, and it's in this exact zone for MSQ.
Did you pet my head?
I did.
Did you pet me?
I did, just as you were transporting away.
The audacity of touching somebody.
If you are worried, I had petted you with the gloves on. Okay.
Alright, now it's time to hit the last. Last mount. It's nuts.
Warlicker says vow of resolve. And Haven't here to boot.
Oh, there's gear too. I
Lamont
forgot
says we're
about
hoping
that.
for some good news about the railroad. There's an increasing number of people looking to return to Tural that can't make the journey on foot.
Warlicker says I see. As it happens, the vow of reason is also on his way here to take scratch the on his way.
Alright.
Ironville says as the guild ship has
I
officially
got some
approved
weird
my
tortoise
transition
eggs.
from gleaner to independent contractor, I was in need of more befitting a time.
Lamont says you're here about the railroad too?
Ironville says it was in part for my sake that the original Dawnblazer was sacrificed, so I felt it only right that I assist with its replacement. Speaking of which, Ko-Ana says I assume Lamachi has explained the growing urgency of the need. Warlicker says the new locomotive was on track for completion, but we're having difficulty pulling her into the station, in a manner of... You see, when we used the Dawnblazer to get into the dome, urgency outweighed all other considerations, but now we are back to our original problem, how to run the railroad without upsetting the inhabitants of Mewahetsoa. Irinville says that is, ironique. Though the Hazaro that follow them are none too pleased about their Hetso being spooked by the noise of the locomotive. Ko-Ana says the solution I've devised to quieten the railroad should address that but a silent train presents a different danger. The Ranique will need to be deterred from wandering across the tracks.
Nitawakwe says, and I suppose we can't just blow the whistle at them, or they'll panic and be put off their grazing. Lamont says weren't the rail routes plotted to avoid the Ranique's preferred grazing areas, though? It's odd that they're getting so close in the first place.
Ironville says the Ranique's grazing patterns have shifted since the tracks were laid. I am not certain why, but I intend to ask the people of Mewahetso. Ko-Ana says as a major proponent of the railroad, I have a duty to assist in this matter, and I too would hear what the Hazaro have to say about it. They are the ones most affected. Irinville says I believe it would be best to begin by consulting their leader, Huato. The rest of you can accompany us to the Hazaro encampment.
Be right back.
Huato says vow of resolve, vow of reason. I bid you welcome to our camp. But what brings... Koana says I thank you for seeing us. Our visit concerns the matter of the Xak. Huato says you too have noted the Runique's unexpected change. My son, Shepeto, has been looking into this matter. Shepeto says normally, we'd expect the Runique to keep to their favored grounds nearby for a while yet. And despite a thorough search, we haven't found anything wrong with the quantity or quality of the grazing in Pyruanan. Yet they refuse to keep to where they usually would, instead pushing westward, toward your railroad. Huato says I certainly see no cause for this unseasonal migration. Nevertheless, should they continue to... Koana says, as any true Hazaro. As you may have surmised, I am of Hazaro descent. My parents traveled with the Runique as well, though I myself have no memory of the experience. I was left behind as a babe, you see, during such a migration. One of many sacrifices necessitated by a nomadic lifestyle. A chance encounter with a kind Belu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend. I became a stall keeper in Taliolul's markets, and that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Koana says like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude, and as this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. Huato says truly. I have never heard of the Runique choosing a path so arduous as to force such a terrible decision. Nor of any Hazara willingly leaving their own flesh and blood behind. There must have been some...
Oh my god, I found someone from Army.
Anna says I cannot
Did you?
The idea of following in their footsteps that I might better
Who?
make excuses for their actions never much...
Tallulah Starlay?
I don't remember them.
Nope, but they definitely were not in the OG when we were there.
As is so often the case, you are correct. Though my discomfort with the Hazara way may arise from fear of reopening old wounds rather than blind fervor for innovation, it would nevertheless see me repeat past mistakes. And to refuse to learn one of our country's treasured traditions would make me a poor Dawn servant indeed. Please, teach me of the Runique, and what they mean to you. I promise to listen with an open mind. Huato says we would be delighted. In the meantime, your companions are welcome. Koana says will you learn of Hazaro culture with me? I should like to approach this with the fervent curiosity that you and my sister share, but it would be useful to know whether I am, doing it correct.
Lamont says then it's settled. You'll learn more of the Runique, and we'll have a look around the plains. And perhaps, in the process, we'll find the answers we...
Gundam Boy.
Okay. Oops.
Shepetto says the quickest way to learn about our way of life is to do as we do. I hope you're not above manual labor. Ko-Ana says I am not the most experienced, I'm ashamed to admit. But I shall put forth every effort. Shepetto says that's all we ask. Take these tools. Now, introduce yourself to anyone who looks busy and ask if you can help. They'll be happy to teach you what to do in exchange for another pair of hands to do it. Ko-Ana says let us meet back here later to share what we've learned.
Excuse me.
As you stroke the Renik's coat, you note that many portions are shaggy and tangled.
Hazaro says this one's fur is a bit overgrown, but a good brushing should thin it out. Would you like to give it a try? You'll need the right tool for the job, mind you. A comb of the type you're used to would just get lost in the tangle, like as not. Shepetto sent a Renik brush with you, did he? How like him. Now, just run it through one little patch at a time. Gently.
You dutifully brush the Renik until your arms grow weary from the prolonged battle with its coat. It appears much tidier now, though the same cannot be said for your clothes, which have acquired a new coat of their own.
Well done. With less excess fur, our friend here will be more comfortable in the afternoon heat, and less susceptible to illness. A combed coat also makes it easier for us to identify injuries, should the need arise.
Why did we just wait?
What
I don't
are you doing?
understand what just happened.
Hazaro says I'm afraid I've finished with my tasks for the time being. But since you're so eager to learn about our way of life, why don't I tell you a bit about our migration customs? Hazaro says if you're here, you likely already know that the Renik are our Hetso, our guides, that we travel with through the turning of the seasons. We trust them to lead us to fertile lands with all we need to survive. But you may not know that sometimes, the herd splits into two, bound for different paths. On those occasions, we Hazaro must also part with half of our number. Hazaro says you may think it a strange and stressful custom, but over the years, it has seen us visit new lands and broaden our horizons as a people. This, too, is the wisdom of the Hetso. Hazaro says this will do. The wind will go right through it. And me without my needle and sinew. Oh, these are precisely what I needed. I should be able to patch up the covering now. Hazaro says given how often we pack up and reassemble our tents,
Just
they're
paying
bound to get an
attention.
occasional tear. Fortunately, the unique hide they're made of is durable enough that we generally needn't worry.
Hazaro says you're learning about the Hazaro way of life, are you? I may have a thing or two to share. But rather than talking your ear off, let me test your powers of deduction. I find answers much easier to recall later if I arrived at them myself. Hazaro says ahem. Our Hetso provide us with something that we use in medicines, poultices, and soap, to drive away pests, and to sustain our fires. What is it? Hazaro says both horns and hooves have cores of bone, and we use all of these materials, albeit primarily in tent poles, instruments, and the like. It's not quite the answer I was looking for. Hazaro says to remind you, this material is fit for medicines, poultices, and soap, to drive away pests and other evils, to sustain fires, and to flavor food. Have another guess. Hazaro says alas, not quite. Meat and organs both can be made into delicious fare, and our neighbors are oft glad to trade for them. They do have certain medicinal uses as well, but they aren't fit for all the purposes mentioned in my question. Hazaro says to remind you, this material is fit for medicines, poultices, and soap, to drive away pests and other evils, to sustain fires, and to flavor food. Have another guess. Hazaro says it sounds like there's a story there, but that is indeed the correct answer. We've discovered myriad uses for runic chips over time, each a boon to our way of life. Where there is a need, our Hetso always provide.
Shepetto says you smell of the grass and the wind. Which is a good thing, I promise. You could nearly be mistaken for one of us and with the horns of a runic, to boot. I have to wonder how Valkoana is getting on. I assumed he would be reluctant to get his hands dirty, but it seems his wish to understand us was sincere. Shepetto says there he is now. Koana says apologies for my tardiness. I was tasked with grazing the Ranique. I found myself wandering hither and thither at my companion's inclination. To force us back to the trail seemed inappropriate. Koana says, but how was your own work? Indeed. The Ranique provide for the Hazaro, and in turn the Hazaro are good to the Ranique. Just as Koana says mine is not the only way, though at times I lack the experience to know otherwise. My inability to conceive of how a decision might be right does not mean that it. Koana says my parents had a duty to the Ranique, as they did to me. And so I wonder if their leaving me behind was not so selfish an act. Koana says I have no way to know, of course, and regardless, this has no bearing on our present concerns. We are here in service. Koana says nevertheless. I thank you for helping me find deeper meaning in what, and I will endeavor to remain curious, especially where the Hetso are concerned.
Someone just went flying off the edge.
Shepetto says I'm glad to
What
hear
happened?
that, Valkoana. Your
Someone just went flying off the edge.
Oh.
Lamont says Koana. How did it go?
Koana says I believe I finally understand the significance. Koana says they nourish the Hazaro as they grow, and provide warmth and companionship in a harsh and unpredictable. They are the equal of any man, not beasts to be tamed. Koana says moreover, Ranique are sensitive. Though we may treat their injuries or brush their coats to keep them hale, they must ever be free to follow their instincts and seek lands where they might Koana says the Hazaro would never cage them, and neither should we. To control their migratory patterns or capture those who wander too close to the tracks is out of the question. Ironville says then it is particularly important to advance our original line of inquiry. Fortunately, we were able to visit the Ranique's once favored.
Lamont says as we were told, the grass looks fine. But the place is too quiet. It's not just the Ranique, even the birds and field mice had fled. We did encounter one pack of Ceratoraptors, but they looked to be passing through.
Koana says typically, that sort of behavior in the fauna would be associated with natural
Oh, that's
disasters.
annoying.
Ironville says though the Hazaro would have surely put 2 and 2 together were the cause geological, I measured the area's ether to be certain. There was indeed nothing to suggest recent environmental disruption, but I did notice one anomaly. Ironville says a strong etheric signature to the east. Moving across the...
Hey, mentors who don't roll.
Oh, you know what sucks? You know what sucks? And I am 7 cents short on my weekly groceries. 7 cents.
Lamont says one of the raptors we saw looked like it had a bite taken out of its tail by something with very large fangs.
I'm gonna see if PayPal will still put it through. Nope.
Koana says Tarutsu.
Oh, that's because I put on the wrong code.
Says Anikriva in the common tongue. Our people have several names for such creatures. Fangs that steal Hetsu in the night is another. Ronique can fend off many predators with their horns.
Put on the wrong code, that's why.
Tarutsu. Their scales are tough as adamant, and neither horn nor arrow can pierce them. Irinville says a well-toothed carnivore with an unusually tough hide. I cannot recall any such. Shepetto says they usually roam the wilds in the northeast, and most herds keep well clear of them. I can't tell you why this one is so far from home. And Koana says in any case, I believe the source of the Ronique's consternation is clear. As is the next move. We must drive this reaver away, that they might return to the—
Nope, it didn't go through either. Why didn't that go through?
Never
because
fear,
I did math
make
wrong.
certain
That would
the
be
beast
why.
Threatens you no more.
I did math wrong. I was off by $1.
The Ronique Reaver is a clear threat to the local population.
Is there anything I can remove that would be worth it? Ha! I got it.
Says, but it won't do for us to go running off in search of it without having
What do you have to
made
remove?
preparations. And if
my queso cheese.
Spotted it, they may be able to inform us of its recent behavior.
Good, because it's so disgusting.
Your progress through the upcoming battle will be saved.
You just reminded me that
in the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try and
I have
from
potato
the most
chips.
recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost.
But that literally leaves me because my payment still hasn't come through on Capital One, but it should be coming out on Tuesday.
Help! Help!
Just because of the weekend, they don't process any the business day account isn't on weekends. But until that comes through, I have $4 to my name because I literally just spent everything on groceries.
Well, you gotta eat.
Yep.
And our Ronek are practically paralyzed with fear. We must get them to safety.
We can
And pay rent.
to calm the creatures.
Yep.
Once they're less agitated, it should be possible to hurt them.
And after they're out of harm's way, we'll deal with the Ronek Reaver.
I suggest you remain here to attend to the Ronek when they arrive.
They'll be safe with me. Please, be careful out there. Make haste!
Make haste. We must protect the Ronique.
Don't worry, we're right behind you.
Okay.
There they are. They're terrified. We must do what we can to soothe them.
I'm sorry, I would not want to be running in the middle of this herd.
Let's look for stragglers. The Ronique are Turali too. None shall be left behind. There must be something up ahead. Come.
These are no match for the likes of us.
In a panic was clearly an understatement. More after me.
You're mine.
All or nothing, then. It seems that did the trick.
For the fodder, at least. But where's...
Look there! We've got a big one coming!
Impenetrable scales and wicked fangs. That's a Ronak Reaver, and no mistake.
There! That one there! Not so fast! Even should it cost me my life. I will save the head soul!
Kona! Are you alright?
Do not concern yourself with me. Get the Ronek to safety!
There. You've nothing to fear.
Right! Let's finish the job!
I made a vow to our people. You shall plague them no longer!
You'll find the vow of reason is not without resolve.
Okay, that would be a cool mount, I think. This giant T-Rex.
Damn it.
Oh.
Not even a scratch.
You don't think it would be a cool mount?
No, I think it would be an amazing mount. I couldn't see what T-Rex you were talking about.
Oh.
It must have a weakness, and I will find it. Keep it busy. I need time.
Right. Go for the legs.
I found another evil bunny.
Oh god. Why the 12? Why are they everywhere?
Now we just have to keep it pinned. Get thanking, Koana.
A protective current of ether, but whence does it flow?
This thing is taking 0 damage.
I've got it.
Because it's tethered to something. You gotta go beat the tether.
No, the tether was... The tether was done by Koana.
Oh.
That stemmed the flow with protective ether.
There's nothing stopping us now.
Yeah, like the fact is, as soon as Koana shot it, we're now doing like 10 times the damage.
Yeah.
Down, huh? Fine with me.
Okay. Okay.
Dinner time already?
Okay. Okay.
We must disperse the ether ere the Reaver recovers it.
This is going to hurt.
Yeah, you got it.
We did it. Xak, are they? The Ronek have all made it to Mehwa. Hunters are scouring the area for any remaining threats, but the local fauna appear to have calmed down.
We cannot thank you enough for your timely aid. You, most of all, Bow of Reason. We feared you would be loath to take direct action, yet you didn't hesitate to put your life on the line for our Hetzo.
Oh, his glasses broke!
I did no more than is a Dawn servant's duty.
His glasses broke.
The ethereal conductivity of those scales is astounding. I dare say we could repurpose them to create a device that emits controlled pulses of ether.
Ether resembling that of the predator the Ronek fear most. It might work. If we struck the right balance, we would have the means to deter the Ronek from approaching the railroad without causing them undue distress.
Incredible! Kona, you've done it again!
Oh.
I must say, I was hoping I'd never have to see one of these again. Still haven't forgotten the last one. And it's been more than 20 years now. I had come as a trader to the camp in Lozeni-Hetta. A camp that was obliterated in an instant by that monster.
Lozeni-Hetta. That's where the Pelu trader found me as a babe. Please, can you tell me what you saw?
As I said, I had traveled there to trade with our fellow Hetzaro. Like us, they followed the Ronek. And like us, they were visited by a reaver. The fiend struck like a whirlwind in the night. It was chaos. I grabbed some token belongings and bolted in a panic, thinking only of getting as far away as possible. But even in my panicked state, I could not help but notice the young couple racing the other way, toward the fell creature. "We're distracted," I heard one cry. "Save our son! Save the Hetzo!" After that, nothing but the pounding of my heart and feet and Ronek thunder. I ran and ran. As the sun broke the horizon, I found myself separated from both man and beast. Windborne words say that a group of survivors reunited with their remaining Ronek and have long since moved on. But still more were never seen again, including the brave couple. Or so the story goes.
And what became of their child?
I'm afraid I don't know. But if he wasn't with the survivors, even if he lived through that night, the wilderness wouldn't have been kind to a little one out on his lonesome.
Maybe not. But perhaps a passing
Or
Pelu would.
I didn't see that.
And one day, even a Dawn servant himself.
What the fuck is this?
All these years, I was convinced that my parents had left me behind to follow after the Ronek. But now I see, they didn't abandon me. They were trying to keep me safe. I've wasted so much time resenting them, when in truth, they gave me everything I have today. It is thanks to them that I live to know the warmth of family, even after they were gone. And now that I am done, servant, all of Tuliyola is my family. A family I will always protect, as my parents protected me.
Oh my god, I fucking...
Koana says to know that the Hetsu are safe is more than enough. Yet, would it be wrong to hope
Hey,
that,
I'll be right
by
back.
protecting
Okay.
them, we also avenged my parents? It is the least I owe to them, after all this time. Haven, I thank you for standing by me. As Dawn's servant, and as the oft imperfect man beneath that mantle. Koana says now, let us return our attentions to the matter we came here to address, shall we? Koana says we have removed the root cause of the Renique straying from their favored grazing, and obtained the tools to devise an additional precautionary measure, a silent whistle, as it were. Ironville says this whistle must be capable of emitting pulses of ether strong enough that they will shy away from the tracks on instinct, yet not so strong as to drive them into a panic. Ironville says if we can achieve this, it will be a far sight better than a traditional whistle. More effective and less stressful for the creatures themselves. Koana says let us return to Sarloni Station and begin work on it, then. Warlicker and his crew will doubtless be relieved to finally have a solution. Hunter says Maverick Hunter waves to Scarlet Luna. Hunter says Maverick Hunter waves to you.
Party finder.
Maverick Hunter gently pats the wind-up Alpha. Maverick Hunter waves to Scarlet Luna. Maverick Hunter gives Scarlet Luna a big hug. Maverick Hunter gives you a big hug. Ketiko says and shake Ketiko fam fribbos courteously to Castiel.
Iosha says oh wow the Fate music overwrites the Mount music. Iosha says looking for party, Shiki Shrew.
Hunter says Maverick Hunter waves to Kaithanvile. Maverick Hunter waves to Kaithanvile. Maverick Hunter gives Kaithanvile a big hug.
Thunbithel says Kate Thunbithel waves to Maverick Hunter.
Iosha says looking for party, Big Obute.
Real says Real waves to Rising Jaguar.
Jaguar says Rising Jaguar bumps fists with Matthias Slater. Rising Jaguar bumps fists with Manlever. Hunter says Maverick Hunter waves to Kaithanvile.
Ten, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2. Come on, Turdus. Ouch. Oh, Totus is gonna die. Bye, Totus. Oh my god, our entire party wiped.
James says thanks all. Have a nice day.
Iosha says Typh. Carly Famfrit says GG.
Idensing says Eerie and Idensing dotes upon Amara James.
The Serpent Lord is slain.
What else do we get from that? We got 56
Oh,
500
Kim,
gemstone.
may you now and forever rest in peace.
Bully
Now-
Behemoth says Ty.
And you, my friends. Tales of the day's deeds will be sung by my people till the sun no longer rises and the moon no longer weeps. You will not be forgotten.
Okay, so now let's go. Oh wait, I can just fly there. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the washroom real quick.
Did you beat the giant worm? Did you beat it?
Alright, I am back. Okay.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, you're back, Revna.
Warlicker says you look pleased about something.
Yeah.
You
Good news
literally,
for the
just as you left, the giant worm showed up. Like, you were probably no more than probably 7 feet from your computer.
Smart
At most.
They are.
When they called
not
it.
Too bad himself. What a business idea.
That's okay.
Sit tight. We'll have this train on the tracks before you know it.
So my groceries should be here between 7 and 10. Your time.
We're ready to go.
Whoa. She looks as good as new.
If I had time to do a proper job, could have really made her shine. Had to cobble together the exterior with spare parts. We refurbished the interior, though. Not that you can appreciate it from out here. But as far as the Ronek are concerned, we've spared no effort. From the ballast to the ties, we've adjusted every bit of the track so she'll run quiet as a field mouse.
You and your crew have worked wonders. Our nation is in your debt.
Come now. If anything, credit's due to Tuliolal. It's thanks to the folk you recruited from every corner of the continent that we were able to get her up and running so quickly. Besides, the ethereal whistle's the true marvel, and we wouldn't have that without the scales you brought us. However grateful you are, know that we're even more thankful.
Right. If we're done talking, let's put this train through her paces.
There was no Hildebrand for 5.0?
I don't remember.
I'm just looking at it while I watch this cutscene. There was even further Hildebrand Adventures in 4.0, and then the next one was somehow even further Hildebrand Adventures in 6.0, and then 7.0 brought in inconceivable further Hildebrand Adventures.
There's a Ronek up ahead.
Now, to test our whistle.
On it. Just point it in the general direction and...
It's moving away. Meanwhile, our friends over there appear wholly unperturbed.
With this, we can alert those who wander too close without disturbing the rest of the herd.
A roaring success! In a quiet way, like. Then with your permission, Vow of Reason, the Xak Tural Railroad is back in service.
Nithawakwe says for a while there, we were real worried that we'd never get the railroad running again. But now that the test drive was such a success, we can breathe easy and start hauling people to and from the dome. First Saloni, and then, the continent. Watch out, Xak Tural, here we come.
Warlicker says I share the sentiment, but we've got a mountain of work ahead of us to ensure smooth operations. Time to get back to it.
I'm on the final quest of 7.1.
Koana says the efforts of all here today have not gone unnoticed. Once more, I thank you. As for our own work, I trust you can handle matters in Alexandria, Lamachi.
So, even
Lamont
with
says,
everything
well,
else that we were
possible
doing,
that Shale's made some headway by
7.1
now.
took 5.5
regardless,
hours.
We should spread word that the railroad's been restored to...
Ironville says Shale, what do you have her work? Galul Jazz Mother. I'd feel the same in his shoes. I've felt the same. Some questions are painful to leave unanswered. There's no cause to look at me like that. The Corky war we met may have only been a simulacrum, but her memory was real. I needn't search for what she left behind, because she left it with me. And I will carry it always.
Lamont says, speaking of things you're carrying. Is that a teeny tiny kakiwa?
Order stuff off of their menu.
No.
What happened?
Oh wow. Chipotle keeps sending me emails to like use their app and order stuff off the menu. The last time I went to Chipotle was in January of 2024.
Lamont says whatever
Wow.
you say. For what
Oh, well,
it's
I'm
worth,
still getting
I think it's a
emails
nice
for
way
this
to bring her with
restaurant
you on your
that I
travels.
once used in Toronto to use the free Wi-Fi, and all I did was order a single beer. But in order to use the Wi-Fi, you have to download the app.
Says, yes.
or
Wow.
or like sign up for
I
those
thought I might
subscriptions.
join you for a time. See
And I
if
still
there's
get
what I
emails
can
probably
do
about
for the
once
people
every
there.
10 to
Much
12
changed though it
days,
is,
even
I
though
still
I've hit
consider it my
unsubscribe.
home.
Lamont says, of course. We can give
And
you
all I did was have some beer. This was at Union Station in Toronto. Yeah, I had ordered a single beer and I wanted to use the free Wi-Fi because my phone wasn't working at the time. And yeah, I still get emails from it's called the Pickle Barrel. In fact, they were actually cited in the news about a year ago because they were actually charged with not letting people, like, with their unsubscribe, not unsubscribing. They were actually charged by the Canadian equivalent of the FAA, not FAA, FCC. Yet it still doesn't do anything.
Zation says you are returned, and with nary a needle to be seen. I experienced them firsthand myself, the pain was simply indescribable. That said, once it subsided, I was surprised to find that the lower back pain which had ailed me for years had completely vanished. Now, tell me of your expedition. I wish to hear everything. What did you see? What was hidden deep within those ruins?
What is this?
I see. How truly remarkable. To think that the structures of a separate civilization lie in the depths of the Yokui ruins, and at their deepest point, a great serpentine. This is, beyond a shadow of a doubt,
What is
a
going on?
significant discovery regarding Xak Tural's history. Tell me, what thoughts have you concerning the
Oops.
Zation says, "Bois, truly, such a claim." Based on your descriptions, it is likely that the ancient Yokui simultaneously feared and revered this serpent of unfathomable power, and after encountering it, constructed the temple to conceal it from the world. This may be the final element which proves my life's work, a theory, the eerie resemblance of the reflections civilizations. In my capacity
I think this is the first time I've watched Hildebrand cutscenes.
reading the science report concerning the source, its reflections, and the
I got so
civilizations
bored with
thereof
them.
for myself.
I don't think I've watched them since AOL.
To that of beasts. The flourishing civilization of the
But I think that's what I'm gonna have to, like, now that I'm on I'm now in 7.2. If I'm going to stream any Final Fantasy, I'm gonna have to be doing side quests and everything. So that's gonna be like Hildebrand and, well,
Relic Weapons.
Yeah.
Does this come out on 7.2?
7.25, yeah.
25, yeah.
What I am trying to say is that it is entirely possible a society which predates the Yokui and bears similarities to ancient Ronka once existed in the sword. Naturally, it is necessary to conduct further research regarding how twin civilizations born in two separate worlds developed under entirely different environments. Nevertheless, your discovery today has provided further proof of the plausibility. On that subject, I would ask you to join me on another adventure, one markedly less fraught with danger. As one who has traversed beyond the rift to the first, your knowledge and insights concerning ancient Ronka are invaluable. I would journey to Wurlazaku and speak with a chronicler of the Yokui, that I may learn of their legends. Who knows, we may just discover some striking parallels to the culture of ancient Ronka.
Oh, that breeze
Zation
feels
says,
so
"I am
nice
pleased to see you made
coming
it,
through my window.
Haven. I came by alpaca, and for a blessing,
Alright,
felt no pain
done
in my
that.
lower back the entire ride. Perhaps the medicinal applications of sabatender needles is a field deserving of further study. Ahem. A subject for another time, perhaps. The personage before us is the self-same individual who informed me that Yakuwe ruins may exist in Saloni. Zation says they looked after me when I came here previously to conduct fieldwork, and are an extraordinarily erudite individual, well versed in ancient legends. Tell me, my friend, based on what I've shared with you, were you able to find any commonalities between the legends of your people and the ruins we discovered in Xak Tural? Chronicler says, excluding those concerning disease, precious few stories of our ancestors who traversed north have been passed down.
You should go get the Lego Star Wars just so it's free in your Epic account.
For the valiant warrior who brought the sky ruin low, I would share with you a story regarding the great
Just because it's
serpent,
Lego.
one we normally would not disclose to outsiders.
I know you're not much of a Star Wars
Please,
fan, but it's
follow
Lego.
me to the indelible passage. The murals shall explain all.
The wrong button.
Have we done the hunt logs yet for the week? Or was that last weekend?
Like the 100 nuts?
Yeah.
Not yet.
I couldn't remember if that was this week or last weekend that we did that.
Chronicler says a legend concerning the great serpent is hidden within this mural. Pray gaze upon it carefully, as I weave for you an ancient tale. Chronicler says long, long ago, a sect of our ancestors forged north. There, deep within a valley, they Chronicler says its inhabitants had long perished, and the purpose for which the structure existed was itself an enigma. Yet when our forebears finally delved into its furthest recesses, they discovered a great... Chronicler says it should be noted, our people revere serpents as divine creatures who govern a boundary between worlds. To behold one of such immense power, dormant there within the ruins, they believed it best to build a temple around its chambers, and offer prayers for its divine... Yet in the ensuing years, our people were plagued by disease. Time and again our ancestors offered supplications for divine assistance, but no matter how fervent their prayers, the great serpent never deigned to answer. In the end, a great many of our forebears withdrew from the northern lands. Only the most devout worshippers of the great serpent remained. but they too would eventually withdraw in a somber procession, having buried too many brothers and sisters. Zacian says the sect who remained prayed for the Great Serpent's awakening. They prayed for a salvation that would never come. Yet why should it awaken now? And what incited its aggression? Was it simply by chance that it roused in so foul a mood, or is there perhaps some underlying reason we've yet to uncover? Chronicler says the devout who held vigil of the temple held this belief: when the great serpent doth awaken, its coil shall envelop the world. In other words, the creature's discovery was itself a pretext to legitimize their territory. Yet their prayers fell on deaf ears. Only now, before our benefactor, has the great serpent finally awoken. A peculiar, but if the being you encountered truly was divine, mayhap it is you who shall receive its blessings. Zacian says if we consider that our friend here, a traveler capable of crossing the rift twixt worlds, was blessed by a being who governs that boundary, would that not fit the interpretation held by the sect to remain? Zacian says at any rate, Haven's testimony and the legends of the Yakuai shall go a long way in verifying. Zacian says if I can gather sufficient evidence that these two civilizations worlds apart share fundamental values, and prove my thesis, our outlook on history shall be irrevocably changed. Mayhap even an entire new field of study. Does the inception of civilization and its infancy bear similarities in each reflection? Was there some localized connection between them, such as a planar fissure? Or perhaps there was some all-powerful keeper of whispers peering through the veil? Just thinking about what it is that connects us across the rift gets my heart racing. Zacian says I certainly have my work cut out for me. And now that you've made the ruin safe, I may resume my expedition and, perhaps more importantly, Master Chronicler, Haven. I cannot thank either of you enough for your cooperation this day. I know not where my research will take me, but I have no doubt my pursuit of the mysterious and miraculous will see us cross paths again.
It's sad. Okay. Oh, there was a transport there. I was just being dumb.
Attendant says, Haven. Master Metem has been expecting you. Metem says, with that, I officially welcome you as a fighter of the Arcadian. When you are ready to take to the arena, you need but say the word.
By completing matches in the Ascension Arcadia Championship, you may earn valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Highway in Solution 9.
Claw
You're
in the
ready,
dark, eh?
then? Excellent. Rest assured I will be here to guide you in the beginning.
The claw in the dark.
Metem says, now, I shall introduce your first opponent. Metem says, this here is Black Cat, feared as the claw. That's right, she's the one who took your measure earlier. While she's still a rookie herself, you'd be wise not to underestimate her. She is real talent
you
and
know,
is
it's not
expected
work.
to go far.
What?
Her feral
Oh
soul
my
is
God.
Lug, a terrible feline said to have pushed a legendary
Yeah,
hero to his. With its power, she becomes unimaginably nimble, and her very claws can rend steel. You'll need to keep your wits about. Now, you should know that the ring is uniquely configured to complement the fighting style of your foes. This is in order to provide the audience with a spectacle. After all, we're first and foremost in the business of entertaining. On a similar note, I should mention that I'm also the commentator for matches. Leave it to me to squeeze every drop of excitement out of your fight. Metem says, now then, you had best see to your preparations. May you emerge victorious.
I just unlocked AAC M1. Whatever that is.
Alright, I'll do it with you. I'm just in a dungeon.
Oh, it's that close.
The last boss. Alright.
Tasso says you're heading to the back room. Kia says, a simple yet elegant solution. And this is the Meanwhile, Shale has nearly finished processing the data. She will be able to share her findings with us imminently.
Ishtola says, I'm interrupting something. Curl says, why, Ishtola? What brings... Ishtola says, I've seen enough of the gate in the sky
Healer's
for
gonna die.
now, so I'm shifting my investigation to living.
I'm tanking.
While there, I thought I would do well to have the company of an expert on electrope. Shale says I'd like to take a closer look at the place myself. I can join you once we've finished. Ishtola says, lest you fear I've forgotten, once I've made headway with living memory, the key in your keeping shall be the next subject of my scrutiny.
Oops.
Alright, I'm out.
Okay, I'm just watching a cutscene right now.
No, it's all good.
But it will take time to fully decrypt everything.
I didn't even buy any soda when I bought all my groceries, eh?
To answer our immediate question, I've been concentrating my efforts on the audio saved by Taishulja herself.
Are you okay?
No.
While I've not listened to it yet, I have a selection ready for playback. Would you like to hear it now?
Yes, please.
All right. Several audio files will now
Blink
play
twice
in
if you need help.
Blink, 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 blink.
My name is Taishulja, and I decided to record this to help me put my thoughts in order, I suppose.
Mother?
Officially I was a Chirurgeon with the Lance Guard. I was part of a contingent dispatched to Yasulani to hunt a Tural Vidral that was wreaking havoc. After our mission was complete, I elected to remain. It was the perfect opportunity to document the geographic distribution of medicinal herbs in this region. Or so I said when requesting special dispensation. In truth, I could not bear to return to Tuliolal. I had hoped to aid Commander Zoralja in the right of succession, but he did not so much as look my way. I was never in contention, of course, one of the nameless many in his army. To go back and face that reality was too much for me, so I ran. And in my cowardice, I stumbled upon this path. A path that changed my life. When the dome appeared, I found myself trapped within, and reunited with my commander. How am I to speak of Commander Zoralja? I admired him. His incontestable strength. His unwavering focus. He was a man of great passions. I watched him, captivated by his intensity. From afar, I would not dare approach. And in watching, I came to know him. His eyes too sought the distance, but not as mine did. He yearned not for another, but something else, beyond the horizon.
Where do I want to go as? Do I want to take it? Do I want to DPS it?
I don't know. I'm dragooning it.
The experiment will soon proceed to its next phase, and when it does, as he promised, I will have my heart's desire. Today. It should have been today. A new beginning. What I have dreamed of for so long. I hold a future in my arms.
I'm missing one world fate from
Embrace him. Surely
somewhere.
that would be enough.
Does it say which fate you're missing, or?
So full of hope.
Actually, Lodestone would tell you. Like
Not
if you
level
log in,
90.
if you log into actually, let me just pull up all the fates.
Oh, I know where it is. It's in the Tempest.
Its scales are blue.
I don't think it's ever popped while I've been online.
He's your son.
Which one are you looking for?
The one in the Tempest, the head, the tail, the whole damn thing.
Let me look to see when it's expected. No. You said it's in
The Tempest.
Endwalker, right?
Yep. No, Revert.
I don't know how.
The Tempest.
How to raise a child, be a father.
I don't see it listed here.
No.
What's it called? The fate?
The head, the tail, and the whole damn thing.
That's not listed as something that's trackable.
It's all right, little one. Papa was just surprised. That's all. He'll come around. We'll be a happy family. Kaniloka's shouting for me. The research hasn't been going well, but I can't let him take it out on my baby. Hush now, little one. I know.
The head,
I do.
the tail. The head, the tail, the whole damn thing.
That's all of them.
Oh, I've done that one.
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the drift down.
I've done that one. So it's part of a fate chain.
Yep, I'm aware.
Are you in the Tempest right now?
Happened at the facility after this was recorded.
No.
Perhaps
okay.
Come back for you.
I mean, I can be.
I'll send you the link so you can look to see where you can see what part of the chain you're needing. There you go.
If we could have been together, maybe they wouldn't have been. But sometimes things don't work out, no matter how hard you try. I can't tell if I'm happier now. But it's better to know, I think. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I'm out of the cutscene.
Okay. I'm just hanging out.
Have we done what was? Wait, what was it? That was. What was the other thing I was missing? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we did do Tender Valley, right? Okay. The only other thing I'm also missing, actually, but I don't want to do it as. There was something else I was missing.
We haven't done the judo raid. Which I've not.
Yeah. Did you
I
want me
haven't
to
done
queue
that
for?
one either.
Did you want to queue for that
It
one
doesn't
too?
matter to me. Whatever you want. Let's see whatever one it gives us first.
So I still haven't done. Still haven't done all of Living Memory, like explored all of Living Memory yet. I must be missing like one small like square.
Ishtola says it's better to know.
Oh,
Profound
probably.
response, for one so young. Shale says though I wish he didn't have to be. Felulja is indeed wise beyond his years. Ishtola says yet one never
There's
outgrows
nobody at the
youth or
Tempest. Not a
potential
single
companions.
soul.
'Tis fortunate
Wow.
that he has you.
Well, it seems kind of dead
Says
today.
thank you, Shale.
Yeah.
Because of you, I got to hear my mother's whole story.
Shale says you heard it because you were brave enough to listen.
Like the fact that I
Felulja,
mentioned
you've
Star
remembered
Wars
one thing.
4 hours
Remember
ago, and they were like, "You already mentioned it today, right?" Like if it was dead, if it wasn't as dead as it is,
Now then,
people wouldn't
having
remember
shared what
that.
I can at present,
I
am
like
ready to head to
right.
living memory when you are.
This novice network is deader than the Excalibur novice network.
Ishtola says I am planning to be thorough, so we will.
Well,
need to stock some
Excalibur's also a
supplies on the
legacy
way.
server.
Yeah, I know.
But you know
That
what?
said,
Actually,
promise we
actually,
won't remain over long.
you know what it
I know
is?
we all have much and more to
You know what
attend
it
to.
is? This novice network
now,
is almost feels like a dynamous novice network.
Yeah.
Geode says a word.
Like it's almost like
before you leave.
Exodus has been had an Exodus. No pun intended. Oh, pun intended.
The
Sorry. Yeah.
network's already spreading word of the railroad. We expected people would be clamoring to get on the first train back. Yet the reaction's been the polar opposite. Scant few seem inclined to depart Alexandria anytime soon.
Lamont says what? When we spoke before, you said many from Tilioa were eager to reunite with friends and family. Maybe they're concerned about getting through Vanguard? If so, we could take turns accompanying them. In any case, we need to speak with the people ourselves. Let's start at Lanode 9.
You know, isn't that sound almost looks like they took it right out of Final Fantasy? I want to say that's from Final Fantasy 10, maybe 10 too. No, that's from 13. That sound looks like it's right out of 13. We almost had a full party. But then it popped. And I think we were about to get Juno for our first one, eh? There. Yeah, we're about to get Juno. We have all the tanks we need. There we go. Oh, AAC kit. Wow.
Kaplan Behemoth says 07.
Lodo Famfrit says /.
Revna says /.
Kaplan says Cordrig Kaplan Behemoth performs the bee's knees dance for Black Cat.
A rookie on the rise with razor sharp claws. The ferocious feline, Black Cat!
Why would you?
What?
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against her feline ferocity?
I sharpened these just for you.
A vicious blow.
One side.
That'll leave him armed. Beautifully dodged.
Can you dodge this, I wonder? Try this. These claws Randall.
Here it comes. Black Cat's live and lethal maneuver.
Oh. Oh, I fell. Shit.
My ring.
Or did we all fall? Nope.
Nope. Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Kaplan Behemoth says raising Haven tier. Going up.
You're gonna fall again.
I broke the floor.
Oh dear. The challenger has fallen out of the ring.
Oh my god, I fell. Don't call that bullshit.
Kaplan Behemoth says raising Rigner. I'll get you like a cod.
Oh yeah.
I thought you were getting raised.
I do. I'm choosing to wait till after this.
Yeah, you yell when people wait for, and when you raise.
Oh my god, you guys all have to heal me so much. Jesus Christ.
Even fell bet one, but the challenger's still standing.
To me, echo of myself.
Oh god. I knew that was coming, I just didn't think I would fall that far back.
Kaplan Behemoth says raising Haven tier.
Okay.
What power? Looks like someone isn't holding back.
Revna says GG.
I don't really feel like giving it to anybody except the same. Wait, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Dave Swordbringer has logged out.
Victory goes to the challenger.
It's all over. Until next time.
Metem says bravo, bravo. You are simply magnificent out there. The President's eye for talent is keen as ever. So, now that you have your first victory under your belt, I shall tell you more about the arcade.
The
championship traces its roots to a time in Alexandria long before the coming of the Turali people. It was very different in the beginning, though, with matches pitting recreated simulacra against each other. That's right, the very same that fought at your side. But with the advent of soul-derived resuscitation, battles to the death between living combatants became the norm, and all without any. The contest evolved once more after Zor-Alja was made king. It was he who proposed the use of feral souls to enhance one's flesh, leading to the technology for it being divided. So it was that combatants took on the power and likeness of beasts, and the audience experienced newfound heights of excitement. However, when Zor-Alja raised the banners of war to embark on his conquest, all feral souls were reserved for the army's use. We had no choice but to suspend operations at the Arcadian. What happened afterwards, I believe you know. Having gone mad, the king was vanquished by your hands, and shortly thereafter, our beloved queen was taken from us. Though we are thankfully safe now, sadness and uncertainty darken our. Some may think it in poor taste to resume the championship now of all times, but it is now most of all that the people need cheering up. And as I mentioned when first we spoke, we wish to help them forget their cares. Did you see how the audience roared when you, the upstart challenger, triumphed over our rising rookie? You have captured their imaginations, and I hope you will continue to do so.
Cat says, I can't believe I lost to someone who wasn't even using a feral soul. Cat says, damn it all. I can't leave things like. Say, would you mind if I watched you for a while? Don't worry, I don't have any hard feelings. I'm just curious, that's all, about what you.
Alright.
Metem says as fickle as a feline, that one. But I do hope you won't hold it against her. Deep down, she has a good heart. Although unexpected company has appeared, let us focus on the match ahead. Allow me to introduce your next opponent. This is Honeybee Lovely, the darling of the Arcadian. As you can doubtless guess, she utilizes the soul of a bee, and an extremely venomous one at that. But rather than her poison, you should be wary of her ability to charm all before. For in addition to her winsome charm, which serves her well as a songstress, she can produce the pheromones of a queen bee to enthrall even her foes. Those who fall under her spell delight in the torment she unleashes upon them. Which is why the audience will be spectating via special contraptions cloaked in holograms. It wouldn't do to have hundreds of people be enthralled.
Cat says in short, there's nothing lovely about her. Despite what she might claim, you're in for a.
Metem says that may be so, but I have faith that you will prevail. Now, sally forth.
M2 is now available.
M2, which one was that?
AAC M2. The B? Have you done that one in or not, chat?
Yeah, yeah.
Can I queue for it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I can't.
Why not?
My queue's in the 30s, and it's stuff that I can't repair.
Well then, you probably should get that fixed. Why don't you just go get it repaired at the repair dude?
Because repair only brings it to 100. A repair dude, like a person, would do it up to 200%.
You'd be better off going to say that at the main hub area.
Well, I did a shout
Which
command.
is where the traders are.
Yeah, I did a shout command, and where is the repairer? Vendor right here. I'll just do it this way. That's the first time I've had to pay to repair my gear in forever.
Merchant and mender. Oh well.
Yeah, I found it.
Oh my god, we're gonna do the raid. We've got 3 tanks, 6 healers, and 6 DPS.
Well, what? They're both raids. Yeah, it's 366.
We just lost everybody.
Nope. It's
368.
Yeah, it's literally rotating between the two so we can see who does. Have you ever heard of a person called Bernie Sanders?
Oh my god. It's almost like you want me to punch you through the screen.
Just look at what I sent you in Discord. It was just shared in the Discord I'm in.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's not as bad as what was officially shared on the official on an official Twitter account.
Do I even want to know?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Okay.
Still at 368.
We were 3, 6, 10 for a while.
Oh, were we? Damn.
Yeah. I'd say to build 2 of these. Oh my god, it did.
Oh wow, we just lost everybody in AAC.
There's seriously nobody queuing for this raid.
Apparently not.
Well, everybody liked this raid.
Oh wow, we had lost all of our tanks for a moment.
Wow.
You know what I had to do? You know what I had to do for it to pop? I had to start walking towards the destination for MSQ.
Novus Bamford says, "My lady."
Oh, this one.
Novus says, "Aurora Novus Bamford dotes upon Honeybee Lovely."
Whoop. I'm not mean to hit that.
Fellow degenerates.
Lundaltro says, "Oh slash."
Clay Famford says, "Oh slash."
Revna says, "Oh slash." Novus says, "Aurora Novus Bamford sways dizzily before Honeybee Lovely."
This starlet with a sting, the adorable but deadly, sweet but poisonous, Honeybee Lovely!
The Honeybee Lovely show has begun.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience. Submit to your lovely queen.
Beautifully dodged. A vicious blow. That'll leave a mark.
Why did my camera just shut off? Weird. I'll fix it after.
Hope you're ready for me to steal your heart.
That's all. Just need to be fast.
Now to savor the sweet sting of honeybee.
Alright, don't get hit by 3 hearts or you'll die, or you'll die.
Can the challenger resist the irresistible? I know I can.
But I'm standing on a heart.
That's fine.
Do I want to go on the glowy?
Nope, nope. Stay out of the glowy thingy. Okay, don't get hit by these.
Oh shit.
That's okay.
Alas, her charms were not to be denied.
Am I the only one with 3 hearts? Nope.
I'll make you mine. Is everyone having a good time? A little taste to make it interesting.
Rip, I'm gonna die. Yep.
Here comes her fearsome venom strike.
Thank you.
No hard feelings if I kill you.
I don't have enough HP to join.
Here's for brilliant.
What's this? Honeybee has changed her routine.
Ooh, what a delightful battle this is.
Oh. Thank you, Moth.
Actually, I roused you.
It said Moth did.
Getting started, Dot.
Yeah, it said it was from Moth.
He's my obedient little bee.
Everyone's gonna have to stand in at least one of them.
Do I want to sacrifice myself?
I don't know, do you?
Everybody has two.
She's tired, yep.
Even I felt that one. But the
Welcome back.
still standing.
B is for beat you to a bloody pulp.
Oh fuck. Oh no, both healers are down.
We do have a red mage though, don't we?
Nope. Two
Oh,
dragons, dancer.
Naba!
Well,
Isn't Naba red mage?
What a clash. Neither side is
No.
willing to yield.
Oh. Oh no, that's a Reaper.
Oh my. The challenger went down hard.
It's fine. It'll be fine.
GG.
Lundeltros says GG. Revna says GG. Novus Bamford says nicely done.
I have no idea what the gear looks like for this.
Is that gear? I don't want
Yeah,
that
you
stuff.
have to. It's like you have to get a certain amount to.
Yeah, I don't have inventory space for that. Don't want gear.
It's all over. Until next time.
I got one combination.
Metem says what a performance that was.
I got none.
Kat says to think you actually managed to take Honeybee down. You're the
Yeah,
real.
didn't they just bring back the
Metem
ball
says
guy
with
then?
this victory, you're now eligible to challenge the reigning champion of
Yeah, they
Life
bring
to
it
the
back
8th
usually
division.
about 3
And
weeks
as eager as I am
before
to see you
the
claim
major
crown,
patch comes
it will
out.
take some time to make arrangements for the match. Metem says while you wait, why not find yourself
So
a
they
second?
brought it back right
That
before
is,
7.1.
someone who supports you by gathering information on your opponent's
They didn't bring it back for 7.2, but they will probably bring it back for
Those who
7.3
lose
because
aren't allowed to
that
fight for
would be
a
the
while,
same as what
so
they
I'm
did
free.
during
But
Endwalker.
above all, I'd like to
Every
see the
odd
person
number
who defeated
patch
me
had
defeat
Fall
everyone
Guys.
else too.
Metem says, as an active fighter, I suppose you would know your opponents better than most. If Haven is willing, then I certainly.
Yeah, Fall Guys.
Kat says you won't regret this. Now.
So
if
they've
I'm
only
to be a
had
second,
they've only had
you're
it
out to
twice.
win.
Sorry,
Yana
3
says
times.
Ayana. I look forward to watching
Halloween 2023, May 2024, and then Halloween 2024.
Yana says let's head to my gym. It's a bit messy, but it's far more comfortable than in this dreary old place.
Metem says as you seem to have everything well in hand, I will excuse myself. I shall see you again when it is time for the match.
Yana says right then, follow me. The gym isn't too far from here.
Fan says hey, aren't you Haven, the fighter who doesn't use to not only fight, but win without using a feral soul. You're absolutely amazing. I'll be cheering for you from... Youth says I was so surprised when I saw you in the ring. You're the hero who protected us from the... I've been your biggest fan ever since. You'll win your next match too, I just know. Fan says you heartless fiend. How dare you embarrass our sweet honeybee like that? Fan says enjoy this feeling while you can, new blood. You'll be begging for mercy come your...
Gentleman says the fans are quite riled
Oh,
up today.
red alert!
I understand
4
they need
minutes.
to let out their frustration, but I wish they could find more productive ways to use that energy. Gentleman says but do excuse me. I'm something of a storyteller, and I have a keen interest in seeing how this championship unfolds. When you have a moment, I would love to ask you a few questions.
Fan says wait, you're Black Cat. What are you doing, keeping company with the That's probably why you lost. You don't have any pride. I'd much rather watch your sister fight. Nobody put on a show like Quick.
Yana says this is never ending. Let's get out of... Yana says looks like we managed to slip away. Come on, the...
Oh. Best friend bows. Uh, 20. Wow, there's over 100 people in in the first instance.
A sharp rise of spores in the air has been detected. Circumstances permitting, we recommend all workers halt operations for the time being.
I need to turn. Which map is that? That is normal map. Okay. If you wanted to jump out of the party during this, because it takes about 20 minutes, you can. Ravna? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I jumped.
I don't know if you were helping your parents or not, since they just got back.
No. No.
30 seconds for Red Alert and we have no idea where we're going. That's a scary thought. Oh, of course. And she just popped.
Red alert. Sporting mist detected in the eastern
I don't need
sector
anything
of
else with
Sinus
chi.
Arterial.
I've already done that
We
for like
request the
15
eradication
times.
harmful
Yeah.
spongiae in the area.
Actually, I think I've finished chi myself. I think.
If I had a level 90 character, that'd be a different story.
I overshot it. Oh, maybe not. Which one is this one? Carpenter, Weaver, Botanist. Perfect. Right over here. Oops. Carpenter.
Oh my god. I think I might hop over and play some Oblivion.
Okay. Enjoy the rain, by the way.
Sure.
I just got a rain warning for you.
Been raining all day.
Mike and Revna has logged out.
Actually, maybe I'll play Crossroads.
Red alert. Emergency deliveries are required in the eastern sector of Sinus Arterial.
Depperson says, what do I do with the fungal bricks?
We finally have enough samples of the spongeoid. Next, proceed with aiding in the extermination of mutant cacti. Red alert. Emergency deliveries are required in the eastern sector of Sinus Arterium. Dave Sorrowbringer has logged out. Dave Sorrowbringer has logged in. Dave Sorrowbringer has logged out.
I wonder what's going on. Dave has logged in and out 3 times since you went over to Overwatch.
We have all we need to complete recovery efforts. Any free artisans are encouraged to continue replenishing our stores of supplies.
Maybe he has a bad connection.
Maybe.
Red alert. Emergency deliveries are required in the eastern sector of Sinus Arterium. This depository...
Oh, I crafted the wrong one. Crap. I have to go to the other one. Wow, another rare fate has popped in the locks. Isn't that in the Tempest? The locks?
No. The locks is the Wrangler's Reach area.
Is the where?
Wrangler's Reach.
Oh.
Okay, what?
What happened?
Oh,
Okay, now let's run over here, turn this one in. Oh, crap.
why would they do that?
And they say that you can't have trees on the moon. I just cut down a tree on the moon. Okay, so that's all done. Have I done all of them? I did all 5. So do you think my groceries will come closer to 7 or to 10?
10.
Why was I afraid of that?
Oh, Jesus.
Are you dying? Are you losing?
No, I fucking got nanoed.
Oh. Is that a good thing?
Not as a mercy.
Why would you get nanoed as a mercy?
I don't know. I don't know if she was aiming for the tank, but I was up in the air.
Alright, that's all of them. That's all the ones I'll be able to do.
Successful recovery is in sight. Keep note as you complete your respective missions.
In the time.
We thank and congratulate all for an efficient recovery. The red alert has been lifted.
Orbiting way set.
Which one do you think you should be able to see it on screen now? Or which one do you think I'm going to get?
I don't know. The coffer.
That would be nice. I got the Cordadel. Let's try it again. There's a minion on one side, a mount on the other. Let's go for the mount. I got prisms. Let's see. Coffer on one side, mount on the other. I got a table for the house. I got paint. Coffer on both sides. Sunglasses on one side, music on the other. More prisms. Well, that's an easy. More paint. Lovely. I don't want paint. Damn. I didn't want the material.
Orbiting with says remember.
Is that a giant tank?
Yep. It's a turret,
Oh
actually.
my god.
It's a giant turret. That I can stand. That I stand inside, so you wouldn't even know I'm here. I could just go AFK right here.
What happened to our house?
We need more stuff to. Oh, that's so weird. We need a bigger house. We need a bigger house.
Lamont says there may still be people gathering in Praxis Park. Let's try there first.
People look uneasy. Did something happen?
Whatever. I don't want to play this.
So what are you gonna do?
I don't know. Be right.
The Thunder Yards was one of the hunters slain by a beast.
It was a hunter, all right, and a veteran at that. But it was no fiend that did him in. Only a random bolt of lightning.
Such a senseless way to die. They say that he expended his last soul cells during Zoraljar's attack on the city.
For an upright, hard-working man to meet such an unceremonious end, it feels wrong.
But we'll be fine, won't we? Even if the system no longer erases our memory of the departed, the regulators continue to function. I shan't go before my time. Growing old and passing peacefully with the help of the ushers is only natural.
Well, you may think so, but how are we to know? We have no memory of those who have gone. More may have met violent deaths than passed from old age, and we would be blissfully unaware. It could happen to you, or me, to any of us.
Then what are we to do? Spend every waking moment thinking only of how we might die?
With time, I had hoped that they'd be able to adjust to their new situation. But it's only gotten worse.
Look! It's Queen Sphene!
Wait, what? I thought she was dead.
What?
Help, Queen Sphene! The grown-ups are really upset, and I don't know what to do.
I see that you are as kind-hearted as ever, Nico. Never fear. I'm here to set things aright.
understand. Sphene is gone. Forever. You there, Gusson. You were the Queen's aide, weren't you? What's the meaning of this?
Begging your pardon, Vow of Resolve. But Her Majesty Queen Sphene is paying visit to her people, as is her wont.
What are you talking about? Sphene is dead. You officiated the funeral yourself. We all placed flowers to mourn her passing.
A funeral? For Her Majesty? What a curious jest. You know full well that ceremony was to commemorate those lives lost during the attack of Alexandria. Her Majesty walks among her people that she might support them in this most trying of times. Surely that is not cause for consternation.
Your Majesty, won't you free us from these terrible memories of the departed? This is no way to live. Not for us, nor our children.
I wish that I could. Truly I do. But with living memories shut down, even I cannot restore the system that once afforded us that comfort. You needn't fret, however. I have prepared an alternate solution.
All of us shall be made endless.
I have created a new system that allows you to transplant your memories directly into an ethereal vessel. One not reliant upon soul cells. This way, you need never again fear death. You may live as you please, and for as long as you like. Our stores of ether are, at present, not sufficient to provide this boon to everyone. But some of you received neo-regulators for the funeral ceremony, did you not? And there are still more we have yet to distribute. 5,000 in all. One day soon, those with neo-regulators will be called to join the Endless, and thence be free of suffering forevermore.
But only 5,000 of us?
You Victral! The real Sphene would never be content to save only some of her people. Who are you?
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
I don't trust her anymore. Any more than I used to.
Sphene?
Yeah.
Let's return to the back room. I need to calm down, and then we'll talk.
Like, she was literally dead, and now the... Like, what? And then with that little smirk that she just gave.
Curl says we only caught the proclamation from a distance, but I can tell you that the message about neo-regulators was received with utmost clarity. Alize says it couldn't have been Sphene. She should have been destroyed when the meso-terminal shut down.
Alphino says, without a single Alexandrian to bear witness. Presented with an identical figure claiming to be their beloved queen, 'tis no surprise that they would choose to believe she. What is troubling, however, is their denial that the funeral was held in her honor. 'Tis as if their memories have been erased.
It was.
Tia says given that the members of Oblivion remain unaffected, that was likely the work of the regulators. But by
Lamont says someone smart enough to play at being the Queen of Reason. In that guise, even if some suspect deception, most of Alexandria will. We need to find out who she really is. Curl says while I agree wholeheartedly, we should avoid drawing more attention than we already have. We must be patient until Oblivion's network turns up a lead, or until our self-proclaimed queen makes her next move.
My people. Are they safe? Why am I?
Curl says Haven, your timing could not have been better. If you have a moment, we have some things we'd like to. Excellent. We'll just wait for Lamachi, she should arrive. Lamont says Haven. Glad to see you here too. Curl says and speak of the devil. Let's catch each other up. Lamont says right. I'll go first if nobody minds. I've been back in Tilioal and spoke with Koana. I told him all about the records left behind by Gululja's mother, as well as Sphene's reappearance. We decided that I should remain in the dome until things settle down more. But while I'm Gululja's guardian, I'm also a foreign
What do I want to play?
I'll have to take care not to
I don't know, what
appear
do you
as though
want
I'm
to play?
meddling in Alexandrian politics. That's
Do I have
all from me.
anything else coming up? Oh, I have the Underkeep coming up in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Keeping track of this new
So in about 3 hours, I have the Underkeep.
Before the people, and each time she does, she encourages them to become.
He was like 6
endless.
hours.
Alas, much else about her remains a
You think
mystery,
so?
including why she's
I don't
chosen to
know.
reveal. Geode says on our end.
I was thinking it's about
confirmed
3
that only
hours.
those wearing regulators have had their knowledge of Queen Sphinx's death altered. Someone must have tampered with the devices to remove any and all memories of the event. Though we haven't yet identified the perpetrator, given recent events, Sphinx is the chief suspect.
Earl says many believe that the Queen of Reason is alive and well, and remember her funeral as a memorial for those lost in the attack. Needless to say, this has proven confusing for those with more accurate recollections.
Geode says we'll carry on with our investigation. I'll head to Earth and Sky now and coordinate with our people.
You know what we could do? We could work on getting me the shared fates up for the older areas.
The highlight of this gathering, you might
a lot of
we'd
work.
like you to meet a certain someone.
I thought you liked fate
Fate
clearing.
Where's this person?
I like fate clearing. I don't think I'm in the mood for Final Fantasy anymore.
Well, I just noticed you came back, so that's why I said it.
Oh, I turned it on.
See how she's doing. So
Then I exited out of it.
Oh, what are you gonna do? Play Oblivion?
The break
I don't
room is
know.
at the end of the hallway through that door. We can go whenever
I want to
you're
play
ready.
Oblivion, but the lagging.
Well, I thought you said you had that Reddit post that was gonna that you could fix that. I am 0.5% of the game done or left. 0.5%.
Wow.
What is she doing here? We just heard she was busy spreading talk of becoming endless among the Alexandrians. What's going on here?
She is not who you think she is. Not the Queen of Reason, who has made a miraculous return, but an individual of flesh and blood, possessed of a soul. We chanced upon her in living memory, but she collapsed before we could exchange words. We decided to bring her here for now.
Have you ever done the VC dungeons?
Caused a debilitating paralysis.
Yes.
Reached out and
Do we need to have a party for those?
I did them by myself as a were.
We're now waiting to see if the treatment was effective.
Did you want
I think the first time I did it as a sage by myself.
Yeah.
The circumstances of our encounter.
Did you want to maybe do that one of those? I
No.
have a couple of them.
All but certain that she is the one from whom the Endless Sphere was created. The original Queen Sphinx of Alexandria.
I don't know what I want to do. Maybe I'll just watch anime and build Legos.
Yeah.
How can that be possible? The real Sphinx died of illness 4 centuries ago.
I died.
Princess Screenshot.
Whatever.
Have you watched the new anime yet? Oh wait, you don't have Amazon Prime, do you?
I am not
No.
dead. I'm not.
I thought you had Amazon Prime.
Oh, no, I have Amazon Prime.
What is this place?
My problem is I don't like to watch new anime when there's only a few episodes out.
I think the season's done now.
Oh, maybe they posted the whole season? It wouldn't surprise me, but I know.
Calm down. We mean you no harm. You've been unwell, and it wouldn't do to strain yourself. Please, help me. I don't understand any of this.
Could play Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, you haven't done that in a while.
Confirm some things first. You are Queen Sphene of Alexandria, are you not?
Yes. Yes, I am.
And ere you awoke here, you were in another unfamiliar place. Is that correct?
I opened my eyes and saw a strange, dark room. Outside, there were towering buildings, clad in electrope.
You slumbered at the heart of that city for many years, within a facility called the Meso Terminal. Many things have come to pass during that time, some of which you may find upsetting. Are you sure you wish to learn of them?
In that dark room.
So the new series takes place in the Universal Century timeline. And they have released 5 of the 9 episodes as of yet. So they're only making 9 episodes.
For 4 centuries.
But if you were in Japan, they actually had a sit down 4 of all 9 episodes in a single sitting in the theater.
400 years.
Our records say that Queen Sphene succumbed to the rampant lightning energies unleashed during the storm surge. But it seems the truth is rather different.
Sphene says I do not believe that you are lying. So please, tell me everything that has happened. Everything. Ishtola says very well. Ishtola says but let us do so with care, lest we cause you undue strain. Now, while I should like more of us to assist, it isn't practical to gather everyone, so I will summon Grahatia and Krill for now.
I know this has all been a lot to take in, but how are you feeling? Physically, I mean.
Much better now, thanks to Y'shtola and Alisei's ministrations. In fact, I can scarcely remember the last time I felt so hale. I know not how to repay them. Not only for coming to my aid, but for telling me about my kingdom besides.
I don't think they're ones to keep score. Isn't that right? She's known those two for a long time. You can trust in her judgment. Besides, you helped to prove that their treatment works here as well. With this success, they'll be able to help others in Alexandria who suffer from the same illness. Few things could make them happier.
I see. Full glad am I to know that we may cure the affliction after so long. So very long. I steeled myself, having been warned, but it's difficult to come to terms with everything.
Sphene? Maybe going out and seeing it would help. Alexandria as it is now.
Oh, great idea. There's no substitute for seeing things with your own eyes. That said, there is a chance that you'll run into the other Sphene. Still want to take a look, even so?
It would be a lie to say I do not feel anxious, but I wish to walk among the people, to hear their voices and learn about their realm.
Oh, fuck.
Truly, I would be honored.
Then allow us to show you the sights.
Thank you, Wuklamot.
Sphene says thank you as well, Haven, for your kindness. The endless Sphene, you knew her, did you not? It may take time for both of us to come to terms with this situation, myself especially. But I recognize that I must. I may still be here, but the world I knew is gone. Before heading out, I should put on more suitable attire. There's a modern outfit among the items Shale has prepared for me, I believe. If you would wait outside, I should only need a moment. Lamont says all right. Take your time.
That's what I thought.
Apologies for keeping you waiting. I've never worn such clothing before.
These look so good. I wish I could have got these.
That really suits you.
I'm sending it to you in Discord.
I had much the same impression. I had only ever worn skirts, you see. But it seems appropriate.
Those are actually really gross.
Are they? Oh.
Yeah, I bought them one time thinking they'd be really good, and they're not good at all.
Oh, that's sad.
before you head out.
Might be better where you live, though.
Why?
Circumstances being what they are, we thought it
Maybe
best
they
to
ship
come up
from
with a way
made
to
ships
distinguish
someplace
between
else.
fiends and
No, they're all Christie
now.
products in North America are actually made in Toronto.
I suppose
Oh.
it could get pretty confusing.
That's probably why they're on sale from $9.99 to $5.99.
As for the former Queen of Rosalind, endless fiend should suffice.
What about the new one who's been...
If they were flavored, or if the inside were flavored, it would have tasted way
Despite the
better.
spitting image of endless fiend, we
Yeah.
know she's a different entity. So we were thinking of
So you know how cookies and cream is literally crushed up Oreos, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that they made a limited time edition cookies and cream flavored Oreo?
I think so. Do you know they made Coke flavored Oreos?
Yes, and they made me throw up.
Rest assured, I have no objections. When I'm in the city, however,
They made Oreo flavored Coke too.
my face and
I actually liked that. I thought it tasted really good. But the Coke flavored Oreo was no.
only the endless fiend.
We're sorry to subject you to such ignominy.
No, I myself would rather not invite complications, so it is quite all right. Thank you for your concern, Shale. Let us be off then. I am in your capable hands.
That you are. First, we'll head to the entrance of Solution 9.
Good idea. We should start from scanning Port 9. I'll do my best to explain things.
Bygones of...
Yana says, and here it is. Tritail's training, the home of Alexandria's finest fighters. That being said, I'm the only one here at the moment. Yana says it's also my actual home. The first floor is where I live, and the basement is where I train. Now don't be shy, go on in and make yourself comfortable.
Why aren't you going into the temple yourself, lady?
Nayuni says it's a pleasure to meet you, miss. My name is Nayuni. Thank you very much for... Yana says thanking her for knocking me out, are you? Yana says anyway, as you may have pieced together, I have two sisters. And though they're gone now, our parents were original. Nayuni says they happened to be in Yasulani when the dome appeared, and ended up trapped. Nayuni says here they took up work as hunters, but they were always opposed to regulators and never wore them. And one day, they went out and never came back. Yana says truth be told, I became interested in you because you reminded me of our parents. Like them, you're averse to... We, on the other hand, don't see such a problem with the practice. So at our sister's urging, we started wearing regulators after mother and father died. It's only because they weren't wearing regulators when they passed that we can still remember them. Whether we're better or worse off for it, I can't say. Nayuni says I was too little to understand when it happened, but I've heard the story from my sisters. So when I see you fight, I can't help but feel anxious. Haven, I say this knowing your stance, but won't you consider wearing a regulator in matches? If only to revive yourself should the worst come to pass. Yana says I'm afraid you can't change people's minds when it comes to soul use, Nayuni. It's a question of culture. But rather than talk about such things, we should celebrate. You've won 2 championship matches now, Haven. This calls for drinks. We've only got energy tonics, but it's the gesture that...
How's Ghost of Tsushima?
Nayuni says you're celebrating even
Good.
though you
I
lost.
played it before, but I wanted to play through it again.
Yeah.
Because of the next game is coming out. It's in October.
Yeah.
So.
Yana says so. After what that delightful fan said outside earlier, I imagined you were curious about. Her name's Eutrope, and she rose to be a top contender in the heavyweight division. She became a fighter to look after me and Nayuni first and foremost, but it turned out she was great at it. Hardly surprising, I suppose. She always excelled at anything she set her mind on. She was a natural at combat, and on top of that she mastered how to wield. Nayuni says hold on, I've just the thing. Nayuni says Wicked Thunder was her ring name. She harnessed the Levine steed's soul in conjunction with Electrope, and could shapeshift to adapt to her enemies in battle. Yana says I'm confident enough in what I can do. Eutrope herself taught me how to fight, but I could never emulate her fighting style. The thing is, she just disappeared one day, without saying a word to us. Nayuni says she was so close to being immortalized. Yana says right, you wouldn't know. All Arcadian fighters retire young. Feral soul transfiguration is just too much of a... Those who fight to the age of 20 are immortalized in the Ascension Arcadia Hall of Fame. This comes with the privilege of moving to the luxury residences on Everkeep's upper level, where they can live out their days in comfort. Yana says Eutrope threw all of that away when she vanished. I just can't wrap my head around what... But that's enough reminiscing for now. It can't be long now before your next match, so let's head back to the Arcadian.
Did you know that the gap between Endwalker and Dawntrail was a lot, like the between the 0.55, like 655 and 7, was the longest gap they've had for expansions?
Did not know that.
Yeah, it was literally the longest. By by how long?
What?
3 days. Yeah, it was the longest gap in the expansion by 3 days. What did they say here? That looks really familiar, but what did they say? Alex is going to bed? No, I don't want to wake up. It's only 6:15 p.m.? I don't think that's accurate. Where's Dyer? Dyer is Dyer.
Yana says, here we go, Haven. I'll do my best to support you as your second. If you win this next fight, you'll become champion of the light heavyweight division. Let's give it everything we've got. Right, let's take a look at your opponent. That there, I regret to say, is the reigning light heavyweight champion, the Brute Bomber. He uses the might of the Bomb King to ignite all that he touches. But that'll be the least of your worries. He's a dirty fighter who'll do anything and everything to win, the rules be damned. Countless of his opponents have had to be carried to the infirmary. But you'll be fine, I'm sure of it. If you bested me, you can best the Brute Bomber. Now go and blast that loathsome lout out of his own ring, and come back here the new champion.
I just unlocked the next raid, the M3.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I should probably work on some of these lower other quests though, because I only have room for 2.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I only have 6 quests to go before all I can do is side quests.
Just says that lady
I think
wants
it's 2.
to talk with Lama Chi.
Is it 2
so
or is
I'm
it?
busy.
It's
I'll tell you about
4.
what we can see from
I have
here.
4 left.
Is there any place that interests you?
Sphene says there are so very many, I can't decide where to begin.
Just says then why don't we let Haven choose?
The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registration.
A non-skippable cutscene.
There are lots of different shops at the Nexus Arcade, selling everything you need. It is always full of people out doing their shopping. The Endless Sphene gave Haven and Lama Chi a tour of the place. I remember watching them from a distance.
Sphene says the castle town I knew had a main thoroughfare that was lined with shops. Whenever I visited, the citizens would come and speak with me.
Oh, you're
about
coming back to
matters
Final
great and
Fantasy?
small.
Yeah.
Just
What?
like
I thought
what
you wanted to
Lady
play
is doing
Ghost
now
of
with
Tsushima.
Reborn.
Nothing is holding my focus.
Oh, I know that feeling.
Just says the lady talking to Lama, she just came back from Taliolao. It was her first time since being trapped in the barrier 30 years ago. She has family in Alexandria
However, I
now.
think I
The train
will...
made it safe and easy for her
Are
to
you
make
going to
the
work on the other
journey,
character?
and it is all thanks to everyone's hard work.
Yeah, I think
Spring
so.
says there was once a railroad connecting Alexandria and neighboring Linplum, but operations were suspended when relations deteriorated. Eventually, the tracks were removed, and to see that a railroad now connects us to our new neighbors is gratifying. Especially considering that our history began with war, with Alexandria the aggressor. In continuing to strive for peace, Taliolel's leaders have shown great magnanimity, and I can't help but be moved.
Huh.
Just says if you attune to lane node 9, you can teleport back here, and you can also use it to teleport to other locations in Solution 9. It makes it easy to get.
Sphene says that's the mode of travel that utilizes ether currents. Yes?
I don't know why,
we
I just
had the
got
same
really
in my
cold
time,
all of a sudden.
But when the storm surge broke out, such nodes were sealed off to prevent any. And after the war, the etheric balance across the entire world had collapsed. Not only was travel outside the barrier ill-advised, the act of teleportation itself had become dangerous. We had to abandon the nodes altogether.
Is it cold?
Disheartened
Yeah,
see them
like to the point
available
where I
again
just
for the
started
use of one
shaking.
and
Like my
all.
legs actually just started shaking.
Just as in the government sector, there's a counter where citizens can get matched to There's also a soul exchange, but no one goes there much these days since there aren't many souls in circulation.
Sphene says I'm unsure how I feel about regulators and the treatment of souls as a resource. I understand the grief of those who have lost loved ones, and the desire to escape the sorrow of death. Even so, I would never wish to forget my parents, Otis, Zelenia. I want to remember them all. I am reluctant to impose my personal beliefs. Lamont says sorry about that, I got a little carried away with the conversation.
Just says it's alright. Haven and I told her about the places we can see from here.
Lamont says really? That's great. Right then, why don't we stroll through the residential sector and then stop at Mosaic? We can take a break there. Lamont says we've been walking for a while, so let's rest our feet, eh? Drinks are on me. Sphene, Haven, the two of you go ahead and order first.
So many different drinks. I can't decide. Ooh. I'll have this, please. A Dali coffee.
Of course. I should warn you though. Dali beans are an older variety known for their strong bitterness. Still want one?
the bitterness is the best part. Have you decided as well? I understand completely. The allure of something sweet can often be too strong to resist.
I'll have your drinks ready in a moment.
They're certainly well liked. It's a wonderful feeling, spending time with the people. But they're not my people anymore, are they? Their city, their way of life, even the ground upon which they tread. I am a stranger to it all. The weight of the long years is finally beginning to sink in.
Your Majesty, is that you?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I am not Queen Sphene, though I'm often told we look alike.
There you are. How many times have I told you not to go off alone? I'm sorry he bothered you, Mom. Come now, we're going home.
Bye! Not Queen Sphene!
I do not know that boy, nor does he know me. No one does. Another harsh reminder that I have no place here. Yet, no matter how much things have changed, I am happy. I am. For Alexandria has endured. Our sacrifice was not in vain. Even so, I cannot help but feel lonely.
In search of meaning. 4 quests to go in total.
Forgive me.
In total.
I didn't mean to dark. Still, I feel better for having shared my feelings with you. Thank you.
Yay.
Which means I am
Lamont
3
says
quests
I'm sorry
now
I'm not
from
being much of a
3
guide.
quests
I don't
from
usually get approached
the
this
dungeon and trial.
Sphene says it's quite all right. The people have
Nice.
been through so much. It's only natural for them to seek comfort and assurance from someone they trust. Besides, I was able to relax with a delicious cup of coffee and have a lovely chat with Haven. Lamont says I appreciate your understanding. Right then, where to next? We could take a look inside the Nexus arcade, but it can probably wait for when we actually need something.
Just as a nutcase, let's head back to the recreation zone. There's plenty to
Where am I going? True view.
Just as he looks pale. We need to find a place for him to rest. Citizen says thank you. I was on my way to attend to some business, when the memory of being killed here came flooding back. The danger has passed, I know, but the terror lingers. For all the comfort I've offered others in my work, I can't seem to comfort myself. Try as I might, I can't shake this fear. My courage has completely deserted me.
The citizen is overcome with fear. He may need someone to rally his spirits.
Citizen says thank you, I feel better already. Your encouragement was Malachite says but where are my manners? My name is Malachite.
Lamont says an usher? They're the ones who came to those without long to live. But given everything that's happened, I expect your duties have changed.
Malachite says that's correct. We no longer attend to the dying. It is only after they have passed away in their family's care that we convey their remains to a government storage.
Queues are a lot longer on this server. Holy bananas.
Are they?
Malachite
I'm queued up as a healer and I've been waiting for over 2 minutes.
Wow.
The bodies must be kept in cold.
Lamont says
I was not expecting that.
There were graveyards over by the submerged city, but
Did I
like
make a
funerals,
mistake coming
burial
back?
customs must be long.
Just says, did you have usher duties?
Hopefully not.
Malachite says I'm not actually here in an official capacity, so I am loath to trouble you further. But since you asked...
Well, there must have been a red alert on the moon.
Effects of the departed to their families. Even though their memories have been entrusted to the cloud, I still remember where they once lived. The rule was to dispose of any belongings, to do anything else was strictly forbidden. But it saddened me to see them discarded like waste, so I began secreting away what... Of course, I understand that not everyone shares my sentiments, and I leave it to the families to decide what to do with these items. Some accept my deliveries, others reject. Whether I'm doing the right thing, I cannot say, but I feel the families should be given the choice. Just says oh. They didn't have it before, then. It's important to think about what people leave to us. I want to help. Do you want to help too, Haven?
Oops.
Malachite says I'm truly grateful. Now, there are 4 items to be delivered here in the recreation zone. In the meantime, I will head to the residential sector to make deliveries there. After you've finished, please meet me back here. I would like to know the family's reaction.
Lamont says there have been people in Tiliyoal who had similar episodes due to the trauma of the siege. Would you mind if I went with Malachite, just to keep an eye on him? Only if you can handle those deliveries without me, of course.
Just says it's fine, it's fine. I'm sure he'll be...
Sphene says so. There are 4 items in total to deliver?
Just says right. 3 for people on Trueview, and 1 for someone over by the Neon Stein. Let's visit them in that order.
Sphene says, might I trouble you to do the talking, Haven? I fear my voice may betray my
Oh
identity.
my god, it took 8 minutes.
8 minutes? Wow.
Just says lead the way. We'll be right
I was
behind
not
you.
expecting that.
Sphene and Gululja are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side. You can leave if you wish.
I don't really care about cutscenes and double.
Citizen says, is there something you need? Ah, so Malachite sent you. He was very considerate. When he offered to bring me the keepsake, he stressed that I didn't have to accept it if I felt uncomfortable. I see why some would say no, but I couldn't do that. Not when it's something that belonged to my parents, who I understand now I will never see again. Having spare souls won't save us from the inevitable. That's always been the case. But now, I find myself wondering about this and that. Like, how much longer can I afford to muck around with my brothers? But I won't bore you with my ramblings. Thanks for bringing me the keepsake, and give my regards to Malachite.
Citizen says, what is it? If you're trying to sell me something, I'm not interested. Oh, you brought the keepsake. Thank you. I've been looking forward to this, hoping that it might help me remember, but no such luck, it seems. Citizen says the owner is dead, and they'll never become one of these endless queens Sphene tells us about. It's a sad thought. Even so, I'm not sure I want to become endless myself. If they're made by putting your memories into a new body made of ether, doesn't that mean you yourself still have to die first? The thought of not having to worry about souls was appealing, so I was happy to receive a neo-regulator, but I've only had doubts since then. If Queen Sphene herself recommends it, I want to believe that all will be well, but still. Sorry, I need to clear my head.
I'm gonna run to the washroom, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back.
Citizen says, oh, hello. Do I know you? Ah, so this is the keepsake. Truth be told, I've been wavering as to whether or not I should accept it. I mean, it belonged to someone that died. Citizen says it's got me thinking about what we did to Tuliyoal. I didn't even know we'd killed so many of their people, not until the funeral. What if they decide to retaliate?
Just says Lamachi, Waklamat would never do that. She and everyone in Tuliyoal know that my father was to blame for the attack, not the Alexandrian people.
Citizen says, oh dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you speak ill of your father. Citizen says it's just, I can't stop worrying about death, and hearing that they're running out of neo-regulators makes it worse. I don't know what to do anymore.
Just says that's everyone on TrueView. Let's go to the Neon Stein. Citizen says, are you talking to me? Oh, right, this. I can't say it stirs any memories, but it does. You know, you look familiar yourself. Where do I know you from? Ah, I remember now. It was at the infusion station in the government sector, and it wasn't my finest moment, as you might recall. That's right. I'm sorry you had to see me like that.
Lithander says anyway, seeing as we're meeting properly now, I used to fight in the Arcadian, but not anymore. I took Queen Spheen's words to heart and found a new job, one where I can put my knowledge of physical conditioning to use. As you know, lots of people were badly hurt when the mechanical soldiers malfunction, and I've been assisting with their rehabilitation. It's not something I ever imagined myself doing, but here we are.
Just says not many people can help others like you can. I think it's great what you...
Lithander says, hey, thanks. It's encouraging. There's this fellow who has to learn how to walk all over again. Becoming endless would solve his problems, but he's determined to overcome them the hard way, with the body he's got. Seeing that gave me a newfound appreciation for my own body. It's a gift from my parents, a sturdy thing that's survived the arena, and I need to take better care of it.
Just says I'm the only blue-scaled Hubigo besides my father. Lamachi, I don't know how my father felt about it. And there are times when it hurts to think about the things we share. Just says still, I don't want to lose that. Even if I could look the same as an endless, I would never throw.
Lithander says most people would find it hard to do so, I imagine. Just the thought makes me feel uncomfortable about the whole becoming endless affair. But I need to get back to work. Was nice talking to you, and thanks for the delivery.
Sphene says I believe that takes care of the deliveries. Thank you for taking charge, Haven. From what I've seen and heard,
Oh boy.
the people
What
held
happened?
their queen in high regard. And the simulant has explored.
Someone put not too long until NN after hours starts.
Oh god. Oh god.
Come, let us report to Malachite. He should be back at the north of the recreation zone.
And someone in the mentor said, "What are you, the mafia?"
Yeah, that your nervous looks a lot more.
It's not as serious.
Yeah.
No one gets mad when you post something stupid.
Or if I mention this Star Wars game that's free today.
Yeah, nobody like backlash.
You know what's hilarious? There's only 4 mentors that have been on longer than me today. I don't think Zio's online.
I haven't seen that this morning.
Yeah, but I think he's offline right now. Yeah, he's not online right now. So we could have a revolution right now, and he would be able to stop it.
Malachite says thank you for your assistance. With this, every delivery I had planned, the reactions I received were mixed. While some were glad, others decided they did not want the items after all. How was your... Just says everyone accepted their items, but they all felt differently about them. One person couldn't remember the keepsake Zona, and another couldn't stop worrying about their own death. Malachite says I see. It's difficult indeed to predict how people may behave when confronted. Of late, I've come to believe that we are each of us the sum of the moments we've shared with our loved ones. And when they passed away, and we lost our memories of these people, we lost a part of ourselves. It is a thought that saddens me to no end. If our memories of the departed are no longer to be entrusted to the cloud, I wish that those already taken could be returned to us. Well, my friends, I must resume my formal duties. My thank...
Sphene says Malachite speaks true. Our memories are what define us. They form the path we walk to be where we are. My endless self, I expect, was much alike to me in the beginning. But I cannot become like her no more than she could become like me. For once our paths diverged, so too did our lives and experiences. Lamont says that's true. Even if we start from the same place, we all have different journeys. At some point, things like our goals and our ways of thinking are bound to change. Sphene says the endless Sphene was one possibility. A version of myself who made choices I want to believe I never would. I'm beginning to come to terms with the fact I did, though. Lamont says, huh? Is that? Sphene says the simulant?
Sphene meets Sphene.
Lamont says she was looking straight at us. If I didn't know better, I'd say she wanted us to follow her. I have a bad feeling about this, but we might not have another chance to figure out what she's up to. We're going after her, right? Lamont says the simulant headed into the street over there. The neon stein is that way. Let's hurry.
Kid is falling asleep.
You're falling asleep?
My hand.
Not here. Let's press on, if only a little further.
Hey, are you alright?
So she didn't die. Vexing, but expected.
That was about the strongest bolt we can produce within Everkeep. What now?
We obtain more precise measurements. Narrow the range of variables to avoid unnecessary trial and error. That is the most expeditious course of action.
I know that voice.
Mike and Revna has logged in.
Yay, you're back.
Yeah.
I'm sending you something on Discord.
I've been back for a little while. I just haven't been on this account.
Yeah.
We have important business with you.
Ken, did you send me on Discord?
I just sent it to you.
Interdimensional fusion. You will return it to us. Yes?
Nice. Yeah, I decided that I didn't really like the 6.0 after story.
Yeah.
At least not right now. So I'm just gonna run around and be a menace.
Now that you mention it, the other way around
An absolute
may
menace.
be more appropriate. If I had the key, I wouldn't need to be cruel and turn away so many people.
As a Dark Knight.
Far more than 5,000 could become endless and know eternal happiness.
What? You mean to steal ether from other worlds again?
That actually sounds so good, but oh, you probably can't read that because of
Diced up bell peppers with ground beef rice and sprinkled some cheese on top.
Yeah.
'Twas for that reason, you know, that the previous me created the Endless. I pity her. She was forced to attempt the impossible.
Oh, you didn't like rice.
Every soul who dies
I don't like it all the time.
no end to them. Admittedly,
Yet I could eat sushi every single day.
her desperation would drive her to claim the key and use it. And sure enough, she did just that. I know you had a soft spot for her, Lamachi. So for what it's worth, I'm truly sorry. Alas, we are naught more than pawns, pieces in his grand design.
Don't you dare make light of her love for her people. Don't you dare!
Strike me down if you wish. I shall be made anew. And I doubt many would look kindly upon the vow of resolve of Tuliolol if she attacked a neighboring queen, and not for the first time. Would you be willing to accept the repercussions?
Damn you!
That.
You're speaking to me. Our goal is to usher in the next phase of mankind's evolution. Since time immemorial, life has used death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment. The old and infirm are weeded out, allowing the species to thrive. Generational succession. This has been our survival strategy. Yet, this strategy has long...
I don't like Shale's voice actor. I don't know what it is.
Outdated.
Yeah.
It relies on progeny, which gives rise to...
Shale's voice actor gives me vibes of somebody that we've met previously, but I can't figure out who.
Species of untold potential. Where man now stands in his evolution, bodies of flesh no longer make sense.
I almost want to say, like, Fandel from... What was Fandel?
Oh, yeah?
Preservation.
Fandel from... Was Fandel... Yeah, Fandel is what I'm thinking of.
Calyx! You're Calyx, aren't you?
You know him?
The young genius who had mastered electrode technology. He founded the scientific collective known as Preservation and devoted himself to developing a cure for the paralysis which plagued our people.
Oh my god.
Felix, you always have
What?
your ways set
What
up in the
happened?
future, and I know you do now.
Nothing.
But I beg you, do not deceive the people of Alexandria. Do not manipulate them with this imitation forged from my memories. Well, how rude. Yet, whatever you may say, I'm the one whom the people regard as queen. You may have worn the crown for a few years, but now you are no one. Just a frail, fleshy version of me that could die at any moment. The kingdom has no use for such as you.
Our demand is simple. Surrender the key. Refusal will necessitate consequences.
Interesting.
Sphene says, "Are you all right, Haven? Forgive me. I was once able to use healing spells, but my long slumber appears to have sapped my magical reserves. It's frustrating to be so powerless, but perhaps I must accept my newfound limitations."
The meeting.
Alexandria has no need for Queen Sphene. It's the Queen of Reason.
The
my
next
endless
quest
counterpart.
is the Underkeep.
And although it is a
Where I
hard
am right
truth to
now.
accept, it is nevertheless the truth. I must
That's where I
find
am
my
right
way to
now.
serve.
Oh, you're going to be redoing it in about half an
Just
hour.
says you're not alone, and
It's
together
fine with
we
me.
can get.
Lamont says, "Well said. And it just so happens there's something that only you can do right this moment."
You know what I
Let's
just
start
thought of
with
something?
Felix. What can you tell us about him?
What?
Sphene says he was a prodigy who
Even
specialized
though
in the
they,
field of electro
because of, I know that they treat Dawntrail as a basically a complete reboot of the storyline. Like, you know how it feels like they restarted so much, especially with us dropping everything. Like, we don't talk about anything that happened previously.
Yep.
Lamont says, "I see. While we're somewhat familiar
Who's
with
does not
preservation,
say
I never imagined we'd cross paths
that the
with one of them like
Ascians are not the ones controlling Alexandria?
Sphene says, "You know about preservation?" Lamont says, "We do.
I
They're
can
supposed
see
to
that
have
happening.
created Everkeep's core system as well as the Endless Sphene." Sphene says, "Did they? All while I was slumbering."
This is
Just says the
true.
members of Oblivion have spent a lot of time investigating
But then
preservation.
people would be just
You should
like,
head to
oh,
the
well,
back room and tell them what's
people
happened.
would also maybe think that is a complete course correction because of how much they didn't like the Dawntrail relaunch. Which is entirely possible, right?
Sure.
Oh, I ran right by... Where am I going? This way.
Tasso says you're heading to the back room.
Has my Capital One payment gone through yet?
So, preservation has revealed itself
Nope.
at last.
And using the key, they mean to turn even more people into Endless. It seems safe to assume that they too intend to steal ether from the other reflections. But unlike the previous Sphene, they have no intention of saving everyone. Calix, of all people, would know precisely how much ether is required to sustain an endless. Thus, he is able to set a realistic limit to their creation, without being swayed by emotion.
Carefully managed, eternal preservation. Whether or not this can be considered an evolution, 'tis plain that man's very existence would be forever changed.
Say, if this Calix is as brilliant a scientist as everyone says, could he have been the one who erased everyone's memories of Endless Fiend's death?
That is a possibility, though I cannot speak to his motives.
Though Calix has outright stated his ultimate goal, how his actions will further this agenda remains unclear. That said, we have seen how anxiety towards death continues to spread amongst Alexandrians. Perhaps the simulant stokes this fear, to entice them to become endless.
Everyone is afraid of death. We try to put it out of our minds, and I do not blame the people for feeling as they do. Nonetheless, I wish to stop the simulant. I wish to do what I can for those who believe in their queen. Although I wear no crown, were I to forsake the people, then I would truly have no place here.
I don't know if this will help in that endeavor, but I've found something interesting. When I analyzed the sign that Calix appeared on, I was able to determine the source of transmission. I traced it back to a terminal used only by preservation, located in the Foundation sector.
Ow.
Foundation sector?
Rude.
That came up in my mother's records, didn't it?
Rude.
It's where the old castle was hidden.
Yes. Everkeep was built atop the castle of the former kingdom. Access to the immediate area, the Foundation sector, is highly restricted, with map data accordingly classified.
The old castle is inside this tower.
It's an ideal place for preservation to conceal a terminal, I must say. Having existed since the storm surge, they would be familiar with the castle's layout.
But I wonder, would someone so versed in electrope, such as Calix, be so careless as to leave a trail?
Oh, I expect he intended for us to find the terminal.
It may be a trap, but it's our only lead. What do you think, my friend?
Oh, Jesus. I bet my warrior blood's back really hurts with how heavy her greatsword is.
Probably.
You owe him for that bolt of lightning.
If you're set on this course of action, I'll work on getting you access to the Foundation sector. Sit tight for now.
Please, let me come with you. I may not possess any special skills, but I know the castle better than any. So please.
All right. If that's what you want, then we go together. The rest of us will take point and secure the way, and we'll count on you to guide us in the castle.
Why is that?
Sphinx says thank you for allowing me to accompany you. It may take time for me to find my place in this new Alexandria, but I will. Slowly but surely.
Are you out of there yet? Because I'm about to go in there.
We're at the last boss.
I believe I've plotted a viable route to the Foundation sector. As we don't have much information on the area, I'll come along and gather geographic data on site. You can leave the navigating to me.
Just says I'll stay behind this time, but let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Shale says Oblivion is fortunate to have a capable adapter like you, Galulja, and no matter what the future holds, your knowledge of Electrope is bound to serve you well. With such dependable support here, we may embark on our mission. Come, let's head to the lift in the government sector. Shale says there's no direct lift to the Foundation sector, so we'll have to transfer to another on the... If we take the wrong lift, we'll end up in the wrong sector, so be sure to follow her instructions. According to Tishalja's records, the tower is divided into inner and outer sections below Orgenix. The castle is at the heart of the intersection. Curl says so upon arriving at the Foundation sector, we need to make our way in. Shale says Haven, take this communicator with you.
We're almost there. Our dragon keeps taking the floor.
It's been modified
What?
to track your coordinates, so I'll
Is it
be guiding
lovely?
you as I collect data. Lamont says sounds like we're all set. Let's get...
The driver cancelled picking up. They have to find a new driver.
Yikes.
It literally said he... Did it not say that he was on his way to the store when I sent you that screenshot?
Yeah.
Wow. So I'm waiting for the Dragoon to stop tanking the floor so I can tank the floor.
Oh, Jesus. But what if I want to tank the floor?
But then we both die. You know, I have reached down to the side of my chair probably a dozen times today, trying to grab my 2 liter of Coke, knowing that it's empty.
Gee.
I wonder if it would even. I wonder if I have enough on my card that it would add like 1 or 2 bottles, just so I have something until my stuff comes through.
Okay, I'm out.
Okay, let me send you an invite. Invite to party. And now you go. Nope, it wouldn't let me. We cannot add those items to your order. Damn it. That makes me sad.
Why don't you just queue from the
I'm going to.
duty finder? Oh.
I was trying to do something at the same time.
Oh.
My item level is not high enough.
The level is your Dragoon.
699.
Where do you have to be?
705. I need.
Oh my god.
I need 1 ring.
How many tombstones? How many purple tombstones do you have?
Purple tombstones?
Pink, sorry.
The Helitomy? 520.
Yeah. Okay. Go to the Solution 9 token tombstone exchange and get something. You can get new feet or something.
Yeah, my ring is. I'm still
720.
I'm still running at level. So the new driver is apparently on his way to the store. That is Nexus Arcade, I believe. I remember somebody told me earlier.
Yeah, something like that.
Relic exchange, gear exchange, tombstone exchange.
Tomb exchange.
720. Item comparison. That's I wanna put something on. Okay. $660, $690. $704. So even with the 704, it didn't give it to me. And
Did you buy a ring or did you buy parachutes?
I bought a ring, which was the cheapest thing, at $375.
Okay. What are your current levels at?
99 for my Lancer's arm, for my weapon.
Oh my god, that's why.
No, well, like it's a item level 690. Item level 690. But my weapon is a 99 weapon. I've got a 100 helmet, 100 body, 100 hands, 99 legs, 99 feet, a 100 earring, 100 necklace, a 99 bracelet, a 100 and both my rings are 100.
Where are you? You in Solution 9?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, on my way. Where the hell are you?
I'm at the Tombstone Exchange. I'm standing beside the snowman. I'm standing beside the snowman.
Oops. Oh. I bought the wrong thing.
Oh no.
There's no fucking market board here either. Hold on.
Nope.
This is so annoying.
I'm surprised they don't have a market board here.
Yeah, well, it would make things a lot easier if there's a fucking market board in major cities like this.
Here, I'll come with you to Lola. So you don't have to waste a bunch of gil.
I don't really care.
Oh, I have a question.
All this bullshit of unique, untradeable.
I have a quest to turn in here for the hunt board.
Are you coming over to the hunt board?
Yeah.
Oh, Gore says good to.
Oops.
Make sure you're something that needs experience points.
She still lives, then, and it seems.
No, because it was level 100, I couldn't.
30 years of work.
To 100, so it wouldn't give me experience anyways.
I can't get my head around it. I can count the hours since I last spoke with
Your stream
her,
is not
yet it's a
updating.
wonder she can remember me at all.
Yeah, it is.
It still shows that you're hanging out in front of the dungeon.
That's weird because because that's not what I see on YouTube or on Twitch on my phone.
Still, I'm grateful she does. And if she needs
let's go to the dashboard.
It's so far behind. Oh my god, you're still in a cutscene or whatever? You can't trade at this time?
I'll go through this book and draw up bills for the now.
Yeah, I went to the Twitch website on my computer, and it's showing live. I'm still here at the cutscene. I'm talking to the hunt board.
Guess it'll be a while before folk can make their way past that barrier freely, so I'll be counting on you and yours to take the lead. But looking at some of these entries, there's a fair few fiends up there that are tougher than anything I've let you go after before. I'll see you're approved to take on advantage.
Oh, this does give me... This was a 99, so I'm going to decline that real quick. Go to my paladin, and then...
Good.
I'll just talk fast, make him talk fast. I thought that was a...
Advanced Dawn Hunt Mark bills are now... You are new...
Finish it?
Yep, now I'm finished. Let me go back to my Dragoon.
There you go.
I am currently equipped with the best gear, so that didn't actually change. Oh wait.
Are they in your inventory?
Yeah, it's in my inventory. That is what? That was feet?
Yep.
Take my shoes off. $708, yay. Now we can do The Underkeep. Yeah, even on my phone, it's showing me. Even on my phone, it's showing me that I'm at the hunt board right now.
It is now. I refreshed the page 17 times.
Weird. Weird. Yeah, because I just queued up for. I'm looking at my phone. No, we just did the trade. We just did the trade. So it's about a minute behind. Even though it's only supposed to be 7 seconds. I need... Crap. I guess I won't get what I need.
Vanik Behemoth says /.
Revna says hiya.
Do you know our characters' mouths move when we talk in chat?
Yep. I did know that.
That's so creepy.
Yeah, and did you know that they are actually synced for if you're speaking in English, German, or Japanese? You could actually lip read what they say. For the most part. And that's actually something that came new with Dawntrail. Prior to Dawntrail, they would no matter what, if you looked at the lip reading, it would always be as if they were speaking Japanese. But now it's English, German, and Japanese.
There should be an access hatch nearby that leads inside. Look for an opening.
I feel like we've done this one before.
Never have done this one.
I'm getting flashbacks of like I've seen this.
No, I don't think so.
No, it would be impossible for me to do that. But
I'm detecting something big. You'll have to deal with it to continue on.
Me? Me?
I was outside of the AoE.
Good work. Now, proceed to the access hatch and head inside.
Whee! This place is pretty cool, though. Whoops.
Everkeep's construction was apparently a constant battle against the rising water level. Even during
Like,
the war,
I should have
people
finished
labored
this
to maintain the
place.
castle. It meant a lot.
This would have been such a cool place to be.
It's upsetting to think that Preservation's terminal is in this place.
Maybe we'll see more of this.
Hold on. Someone's jammed. Communications. Stays alert.
Maybe you're maybe we're just seeing something we'll see in 7.3.
So you have come. Let us measure your strength.
This fight's pretty easy. You just have to
am the soldier
Keep your eyes
Basile
open.
of Alexandria's
Okay,
castle
closing my eyes in
By the
3,
will of the royal
2,
knights, I
1.
shall
Eyes
dispatch
are
all
closed.
intruders.
Just smart ass.
Releasing
Ow.
limiters. Initiating mobile combat maneuvers. Calling reinforcements. Together we shall triumph.
Oh no.
Dancer, dancer, dancer.
Combat functions inoperable. Forgive my failure.
That was hardly a challenge, I see. You will show me more. I bid you press on.
Fucked up.
Oh.
You good? Need time?
Give me 1 sec. Go. Okay, I'm going. Just the grocery shopper sent me a message.
Yep. That's okay.
You were untroubled thus far, but I have something that may test you yet.
Something that may test you yet.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be up in a couple minutes.
What's for dinner?
Chicken.
Still lack sufficient
Ew.
data. Very
You don't
well.
like chicken?
See how you perform against
No.
this.
Well, let's remember how many times a day I get sick from chicken.
That's true. Ready?
Yep.
This machine has long guarded these crumbling walls. How will you handle this? Let us introduce more weaponry. Let us see what this yields.
Come to me. Oh no!
Perhaps a new approach to assess your adaptability.
I really don't remember this class being this squishy.
Who, Gunbreaker?
Yeah.
Still alive. How unfortunate.
Or maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't know how to play Gunbreaker.
To die here, it would save me trouble later.
Oh god.
I don't have a bubble.
I'm beginning to understand how you were able to defeat Queen Eternal.
Oh, I was hoping I thought you could take the bubble out.
Oh, I wish.
That was it?
GG's. Was it?
That That will do. We have enough to proceed with an analysis.
Okay.
So by the time
I'm
you
gonna go eat.
by the time you get back, I should be ready for the trial.
Okay. Alright, I'll be back.
Okay.
Calix was measuring our strength. Is that why he contrived to lead us here?
It looks like we've cleared away the machines and beasts. But who knows what else he might have in store. From here on out, Sveen and Shale will move with us. Let's find that terminal, but stay alert for more threats.
Before my illness left me bedridden, I used to walk through here on my way to watch Otis and Zelenia train. You knew Otis, if I'm not mistaken. Zelenia was his second in command in the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Oh, how I loved to see the two of them spar. I once dreamed of fighting by their side, so I studied the magical arts under my tutor. But when I was 15, the storm surge broke out, and both my father and mother passed away. As the new queen, I was forbidden from taking to the battlefield, for our nation would fracture had I died without a successor. Though, in the end, I could barely move. I regret that I didn't go out there and fight. At least while I still could. My endless self lamented not being able to protect the realm with benevolence. 'Tis a feeling to which I can relate.
Sveen.
Ah, forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to darken the mood. Come, let us press on.
This is one big castle, though. How far does this hallway go? Do you know, Sveen? What?
What happened? It seems our guest brought company. So this was your doing? It was. We installed a teleporter that is triggered by the presence of the key, see? Ah, I'm afraid etheric transmissions cannot penetrate the walls of the throne room. It will take your friends a good while to find you.
I confess the Valia Pira did not suffice to assess your capabilities. So I shall try something else. You are free to use anything at your disposal. The better you fight, the more accurate my data. Attaining a precise measure of your strength, that is the most expeditious way to reclaim the key to which you so stubbornly cling.
Ah, noble Zilenia, dashing as ever. These villains mean to do us harm. Strike them down, I bid you. What? This machine is Zilenia! Indeed it is. We couldn't preserve her memories while she lived, so she has been reconstructed from our recollections of her. The endless me being created in answer to the earnest desires of Alexandrians. That I can accept. But to twist the memories of those I held dear and treat them as playthings. This disgrace I cannot abide! Loath though I am to comply with their demands, this monstrosity must be destroyed. Not least of all for Zilenia's honor. If she was indeed created from my memories, even if I cannot fight, I may be able to offer you counsel. So please, lend me your strength and end this farce.
Ah, there it is.
Alright guys, so I will be taking a very quick break so I can go get my groceries. So I will be right back. I'm going to put you on be right back screen where I can get all that ready. Alright, everybody, we are back. I apologize for that long wait. I hope chat wasn't too busy. Alright, 1807, so I apologize for that. Alright, so it looks like everything is good. We had no massive issues. Now we just wait for Revna.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I was just saying, I don't know how long of a wait I'm gonna have with you, but...
Have you been waiting a long time?
Like 4 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you ready?
Okay. Yeah.
I can't repair everything. I can't repair everything. But that's okay. It's over 50%, so I'm fine. I cannot do recollection.
Why?
7:15. And I can't leave this area either.
Yes, you can.
Can you?
Yeah.
I thought
you
were
stay
stuck
there.
here. I thought you were stuck here because I've always been. 7:15. And I don't have any other gear, do I?
Okay.
Oh wait, I have 725. Oh no, those are 725 Viper boots.
I gave you boots for. What else?
Yeah.
What else? I don't know what else you need.
Legs.
Meet me in Tuliola.
Either legs or a ring. Actually, the lowest thing is a wrist. I need a wrist. A bracelet.
A bracelet?
Yeah. Tuliola?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, by the market board.
Okay, on my way there. I didn't know I could leave that area.
Yeah, you've always been able to leave that area. You don't actually have to queue.
And you said the market board?
Yeah.
Okay. Market board is where? There it is. Oh, that's the hunt board. Where's the market board?
It's right next to the hunt board.
Oh, okay.
Alright, hold on. I just bought it. Where'd it go?
In your inventory?
Oh, it's right there. Are you giving me flowers?
I am. Because I didn't know if it could go into my only chest or not, so that's why I was like, okay.
Alright,
Oh, that's only 713.
Did you just update it?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Ring. How much is a ring?
Okay.
Where do I find ring? Where do I find them stuff? Rings.
Market board. Rings.
Oh my
and
god!
It should be the
200,
ceremonial.
That's $200,000.
I have it for 187.
187. I have 189.
Okay, you have money. Purchase it.
That just hurts. That just hurts.
Okay, you're talking to the person who spent $4 million deal on the market board today. I don't want to.
Okay.
Half of that shit was for you.
717. Okay, now we're good.
We had cheesecake.
Must we?
By your retainer.
What? Yeah. We have a new football?
Oh no.
Their name is Yugami Miyago.
How do you know that we have a new football?
Because it literally says right here, Eric Van Horgen. There's a new football and their name is Yugami.
Oh, is that not his network?
No, that is in Linkshaw.
That's so annoying. This is just fun to watch people make food.
How was your chicken?
It's delicious.
Bad wolf.
What are they making anyways? Palm sugar. Oh, they're making ingredients. They're making palm sugar ingredients.
Ogor says, Haven. You honor me with your presence. I've heard all about the deeds you've been doing for Waklamart. As if ending Vali Garmundar's rampage wasn't impressive enough, you saved the city from those mechanical beggars, too. If there were ever any doubts about your abilities, they're well and truly answered. Which is why I'd like to ask your raid one last time. Will you join us in our most essential duty, seeking out and slaying those fiends most foul? Those that pose the gravest dangers to our people? You're a hero through and through. Hunting down marks like these is the very purpose the Vipers were founded for. And it is no easy task, I can tell you. There are horrors out there. True horrors. Tural Vidra like Vali Garmundar. Creatures more akin to gods than beasts. We Vipers wander far and wide across the land that we might learn of these creatures, and one day, end them. You remember Tyat-Kot? She's been doing just that for decades now, and has come away with a long list of targets. If you're interested in finding out more about them, go and see her in Xak Tural. Napik was doing the same when she went to Yasulani, and yet there's nothing you could call a Tural Vidral in her journal. Strange, I thought, when they've shown up nigh everywhere else. Makes me wonder if she mightn't have left them out on purpose. Napik was a viper to the quick, you see. Nothing matters to her more than the people's safety. Separated
How do we know that it's also not
she was,
football?
Perhaps she thought it best to leave such nightmares well alone. Forgive me for asking so much
Not
of
saying
you,
that it is
but if
football,
you plan to
but
return to
there's a-
Yasulani any time soon, could you speak with her again? See if there's something she's not telling us, something we might be able to help her with. Ogor says so, and tell her one more thing, from me, that if she wants to come back, me and the rest of the Vipers stand ready to welcome her with open arms.
After Solution 9 I go. You know, I don't understand why we need to have an instance for Solution 9 when I never see any actual people, really.
It can be quite busy.
Can it?
Pikoi says, the hunter from
Yeah.
across the salt. What message do you... Bologla, you sentimental fool.
Especially during Dawntrail, it's everyone's favorite place to hang out.
This is my home now. These people, I've lived here.
I see more people in I see more people in a single what you call it, in Tural than I've seen in Solution 9.
I've grown unused to change.
Oh really?
Not to mention that.
Question mark says Lady Napikwe. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you had company.
Napikwe says it's alright. She's a friend of the cause.
Lonin says proteges, more like.
Didn't even get through one step of my Lego building. Boy.
Wow.
I have no recollection of this place. None.
I am Zelenia Triantaphili, Royal Knight of Alexandria, and sworn blade of Her Majesty the Queen.
White Wind Marilith says we ball. Upon my blade I swear, no harm shall come to Her Highness.
We will not defile Zelenia's memory any longer.
Feel the sting of my divine blade.
I know this technique. You must keep moving.
I don't remember this.
How about you?
I don't remember if she doesn't.
I'm collecting inbound stacks like a Pokemon trainer.
That her blade work should be recreated so faithfully. Val Marilyn says call me mommy now, because I just raised you.
Oh my god, get me out of here if we're gonna do that shit.
I will supplement to threaten Alexandria. Heaven's roar.
Zelenia was capable of much more.
I will show you the soul of a royal knight.
Val Marilyn says stay dead.
White Wind Marilith says thanks, mommy.
For the honor and glory of Alexandria,
Oh my god, that is totally Beatrice.
Midwind Behemoth says red is safe to stand on until she casts a spell. The spells will chain off the red. No more games.
Quickly, away from the sigils. The sigils channel magic. Be on your guard.
You've no time even to fear my wrath.
You must brace for blade and magic bone.
Oh fuck.
Taste my steel.
What? Yeah, he's taking enough damage. It cracks me up.
Why did that look like the LB3 from a tank?
It wasn't an LB3, it was just us.
Oh, the DPS are dead.
Ripperoni pepperoni.
I know this is merely reconstruction, and yet...
Ripperoni pepperoni, indeed.
pledged my life to the kingdom. My resolve shall never waver. I am sworn to protect my queen. I will die before I yield.
That's right. Zelenia was always there to protect me.
Mean when Behemoth says Lama. Taste my steel.
Hello, LB. Thank God.
Rage and wine. Search.
How the fuck did I just get involved stacked?
I don't know. I've been collecting like Pokemon. I've almost got them all.
Taste my skill. Rage and run. Surge.
Do you think we'll get LB2 or LB3?
Wait, you want LB3 again?
I said, do you think we're LB again, I'm saying? With how low it is?
Oh, maybe.
No, we won't. It's like 1%.
GG's.
Revna says GG. Fate Weaver Merilith says GG. Vabehemoth says type.
White Wind Marilith says easy.
Easy? Alex, how many times did you have to heal us?
Revna says Mike and Revna claps.
I mean, I went as a paladin, but I'm pretty sure I healed the healers like 15 times each.
Mike and Revna psychs herself up.
You guys did good. You guys did good. I got 1 player combination out of that.
I got 0 because of the billion times I died.
I healed you guys and kept the healers alive so much.
Did you get what you needed?
Man.
Did. Though these figures will complicate matters.
Is that so? Well, if we are done here, then I shall end the transmission.
Hold it! If you have no scruples about thus defiling the memories of Zelenia, then there is no way we will ever see eye to eye. You are not fit to be entrusted with the cherished memories of Alexandrians.
I, for one, have no wish to employ the fruits of my research in this manner. It is a waste of time and effort. But since I relinquished my flesh long ago, I must resort to every conceivable method, so long as the hero insists on keeping the key. why do you so oppose our objective? With the key, we would be able to harvest ether from other reflections and bring forth more endless. We could give this chance to evolve not only to the people of the Ninth, but to those of the Source as well. I see no reason why you should reject such a boon.
How miserly you are. But unless you're willing to compromise, you won't be able to save anyone or anything. Well, I'd say our conversation has run its course. Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already grown. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending.
So a person wrote on Reddit, okay?
Turn away from it.
A person wrote on Reddit, assuming I do the MSQ for 5 hours a day, every single day. How long do you think I will finish Endwalker? Okay? And then somebody asked, and then that was all they asked, right? And they said, well, how far into the story are you now? And they replied, I just got my chocobo, and I want to quit the game.
What? I was not listening.
I said, a person wrote, assuming I do the MSQ for 5 hours a day, and I am roughly 15 hours into the game. How long will it take, because I'm already over the MSQ and want it to end now? I just got my chocobo.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, they're like, what, 1% of the way into the story?
Sphene says Zelenia was kind, but she could be stern. A pillar of strength when I ascended the throne in troubled times.
Oh.
Not only did she protect me,
There's a hunt training Kuzuma.
It threatened to buckle under the pressures of my station.
Again?
Yeah. And it's actually Lacey doing it this time, which means they're doing it in proper order. They're doing it in MSQ order.
By preserving
I can't join the novice
you did
network.
more for me than you could know. Thank you.
Where are they meeting?
Kuzuma 2319.
2319?
Yeah.
Oh, the same store we met earlier.
You may now enter the Underkeep with a party
You gonna
of
come join?
NPC avatars. To make use of this feature,
Yeah, I will.
open the Trust interface.
Can I get back to this area though? Or am I stuck here? Let me just talk to Sphene. I'll just talk to Sphene.
I don't see why you wouldn't be able to get back.
I didn't see an arrow saying I could leave.
Pains me to think that you're...
That's why I was worried.
Oh, there's lots of people here.
Aha! Oh, we found you at last.
Oh,
You had us quite worried when you
it literally says, you cannot, if you leave this area, you cannot continue. On the wiki.
Then preservation's objective is indeed...
Should I join someone else's
If you want to.
party?
Yeah, go ahead.
But for them to know about the source and the shards...
I'm literally on the last quest, so I'm just gonna finish it. You can do your trade.
Indeed. But for now, I'm just glad that
I'm on the last quest. Do you think do I really want to stop?
Oh, right. While we were scouring the castle for you, we came upon a room that
No.
looked like a library.
By learning about the Alexandria of old, we may gain valuable insights into preservation. Might we take a number of books with us?
So books still remain. Of course. You are welcome to any that may be of use.
If
you don't mind, could we take a look around here first? I'm especially curious about the area over by the throne.
Twitch keeps breaking your stream.
Then go onto YouTube. Do you want my YouTube link?
This tiara.
No, it's okay.
It was hers. The Endless Fiends. What's it doing here?
It's a type of regulator, I believe. It contains the
Everything
data
is new
of the Endless
Gundam now
Fiends'
that everyone has.
Calyx likely
Oh, it's from
the
Savage Raid.
which means that as long as
No, the
tiara
vacuum
is in
suit.
our keeping, we shouldn't need to
It's
deal with
from
any more simulants.
Mech Pilot Reward. Yep.
Strange that he would abandon it, though.
It is for sale on Behemoth for 349,000.
That's not bad.
Calyx made a copy of the memories.
But where's it from?
Cosmetic Fortune?
Oh, Cosmic Exploration?
You can access it remotely from the back room.
Yeah.
That's the moon. That's Red Alert.
Oh.
This contains
So many people have it.
What's it called? I'll look it up.
as Queen of Alexandria.
Wait, there was a mount, His Royal Highness on parade. That was released, but nobody has it.
I think that might be the mount that's coming out with 7.25, but it's already available on in the data.
Does that work for you, Shale?
No objection
Oh.
from me.
And then Hovering Hot Pot is another one. It's too funny.
Hovering Hot Pot?
Yeah, that's the next one.
Hovering Hot Pot comes from the Whistle, which is unknown.
Yeah, both those are currently unknown.
Oh, that's a 7.25 as well.
Farewell, Selenia.
Oh my god, there's so many people here. It's funny how some people have like really sophisticated mounts and some people are just riding on their chocobo.
Sphinx says the simulant gave
1
the
minute.
impression that she wouldn't be back, but I suppose only time will tell.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
And
finish
at
this
present,
quest.
We have no further leads on Calyx.
Tia says for now, perhaps you could take a moment to contact our friends. It would be good to catch each other up on recent developments, and I am certain everyone would appreciate hearing from you.
Who do I want to contact first? Has to be Stolen because she's first on the list.
Ishtola says if it isn't Havon, is something that... So preservation is behind the recent intrigue. It doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to hear you are none the worse for your trials, though.
$200 in
As
one
for
day.
myself, I've just concluded a meeting with Gazan. I told him about the cure for Levin sickness, and we formed a tentative plan to treat all those who are stricken.
That literally means that they're pulling it
Otherwise
as soon as it's
unoccupied,
popping.
So I shall take a look around the government sector to see if aught is amiss. And if this Calyx is obsessed with the key, then I ought to begin studying it in earnest as well.
Alphino says excellent timing, my friend. I had a mind to call you myself. Calyx. While something was obviously afoot, I couldn't have imagined that such an individual would be involved. 'Tis well you were able to prevent the simulant from sowing further uncertainty. That said, your absence may have consequences.
It's really funny because nobody's teleporting.
The people of Alexandria still have great trust in Sphene. 'Tis plain in the way they speak of her even now, and in how the simulant was able to win them over. When they notice she has ceased to appear again, rumor and worry will spread. We must be mindful of any pronounced shift in the mood of the populace.
Not a single person in my party teleported to the next spot.
Oh, wow.
Hasn't it? We can handle ourselves for now, so pray rest up while you can and recover.
Oh, yeah, so the high mobility vacuum suit, you cannot get until you've maxed out everybody. And that is literally, that's physically impossible for at least another 4 more days.
Alize says yes.
And that
Hello.
is provided that
Haven,
if you had
you
actually
need to
got
call out
everything done. Like, you did everything right. Like, you did not miss a single red alert.
You went all the way to the bottom of every keep, and you didn't think to ask
For
me
the high
again?
mobility vacuum suit, yeah.
But I suppose I've been fairly busy myself. I'm pleased to say that we've received permission to begin administering the cure for Levin sickness to citizens. I'm actually due to visit a boy named Milos shortly, to see how he is responding to his treatment. You've met him before with Lamachi, I believe? The two of you should attend as well if you have time.
Someone has the piece of toast mount.
Apparently the actual in-game picture of the Airwheeler C9 looks like a Cybertruck.
It does. Can't confirm. Somebody here has it.
Oh my god.
It does look like a Cybertruck.
I
Yep.
see. Knowing you, I expect you're
100%.
already looking
It's a
forward to the
Cybertruck.
next obvious chap.
That's one mount I don't think I'll ever get.
I'm in the outskirts at the moment. I've been helping the people with their work, and talking to those I meet to gauge their sentiment. It's been uneventful for the most part, but there was one notable development. Following recent
Only
events,
1%
some
of people
stopped
got the
wearing
snowman
regular
mount
clothes.
from the
This has led
Christmas
to a
Twitch
disparity
campaign.
in what people remember about the Queen's death, and the occasional episode
I
of
have that mount.
confusion. I'll be
You're
sure to
one
let
of
you know if there are
1%.
any other changes.
Where's the next one, y'all? Yep.
Sphene says, what did
There's
the
a dude
others
behind me
have
who
to
has a
say, if I may?
Cybertruck. It's just so funny.
Lamont says they finished treating Milos? Then we have to go and visit. Sphene says, would you mind if I accompanied you? I understand he's afflicted with the self-same condition as I
I actually think it might be somebody in my group.
for him. Lamont says, of course, we don't
Who,
mind
the
it at all.
Cybertruck?
Curl
Yeah.
says, in the meantime, I shall take myself around Solution 9 and see how things... I share Alphino's concern about the Queen's absence. And even setting that aside, the situation is not like to resolve itself while becoming endless remains an option.
Tia says I had been meaning to visit some shops, so I
Shale says while everyone's out and about, I'll try to pick up Calyx's trail. I'll see if I can dig up some information about the Kiefery
I want to
as
Heritage
well.
Forward.
just says I'll help you.
They were going way
Sphene
out
says
of
it seems we all
fucking...
have things to do. Still, there's no telling what else Calyx might have planned, so please be careful. Lamont says right, let's go to Milos' apartment. It's in residential radius 9 to...
So only 8% of all players who have ever registered on FF14collect.com have beat 7.2.
Napikoi says the hunter from across the salt. What message? Bologla, you sentimental fool. I thank him for remembering me, but this is my home now. These people. I've lived here, fought here, for the better part of my life. Stepping beyond that wall would be like stepping 30 years into the past. And while I've fond memories of the place, I'm an old woman now. I've grown unused to change. Not to mention that.
Question mark, says Lady Napikwe. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you had company.
Napikwe says it's alright, she's a friend of the cause. Lonin, Rinuri, meet Haven. The hunter from beyond the wall. Haven, these are, what would you call yourselves?
Lonin says protégés, more like. Lonin, at your service. I studied the twin blades under Lady Napik and I've been helping her conduct a
Rinuri says, and I'm Rinuri. I've been working behind the scenes with Oblivion, so I've heard a lot about you and your exploits. Even seen a few firsthand, albeit. After you brought peace to living memory, our team secured what we could from the databanks. Found a fair few things that brought a glint to Lady Napikwe's eye, I can tell you. Napikwe says Tural Vidral, Haven. Bologla knew it. It doesn't
the beasts aren't that far apart this
to
time.
those fiends you haven't the strength to slay. From what Rinuri tells me of your achievements, though, I shouldn't wonder if you and yours could succeed where we could.
I'm sorry?
Queen's Fiend charged me with chronicling her
The
kingdom's mana,
hunt
and I expect there
stuff
are
isn't
many
that far.
discoveries still to be made in its darkest corners. If you want to learn more, just ask these two. Rinuri says please, ask away. Lonin spends most of his time down in the out. Napikwe says, as shall I. My duty is far from over, so in answer to Bologla's question, no, I. Napikwe says, but please let him know that I appreciate his kind words, and that I'm only too happy to extend him the same.
Someone wrote in chat.
In my chat?
No, in this chat.
Oh.
Someone said, if only I had a giant butthole. Someone said I can help reshape it for you.
Wow.
And someone wrote, oh, spawn blood for you.
Milos says hello. You came before, with Queen's Fiend. I'm glad you came again.
Oh, this is too funny. The giant poisonous egg.
So that actual company that I applied for, right? I found their actual real website. They're an American company that provides the best healthcare to Albertans.
What?
Yeah. Pinnacle Medical Centers is committed to providing the best healthcare to Albertans. We have a knowledgeable team of knowledgeable medical team that is dedicated to improving the health and well-being of patients using modern, state-of-the-art medicines and practices. Our friendly and professional staff ensures pinnacle patients get the healthcare they deserve. We have multiple clinics conveniently located across America.
Thanks to Alizé, Milos is on the road to recovery. He can grow up, and live a normal life. And I want to be there with him every step of the way, to grow old with him as his mother and not something else.
That should do it. You're doing well, I'm glad to say.
Thank you, Alice.
You're welcome, Milos. Now, you'll feel breathless for a little while still, but don't fret. It'll get easier to speak with time. That said, we can't rule out the possibility of a relapse. As a precaution, I would keep him away from lightning-infused objects.
Okay, one more, right?
Lightning. Does that include regulators?
It does. I understand if it's difficult for you to part with something that you've worn for so long, though, so it's entirely up to you.
No. For Milos's sake, I will do it. And if the environment here isn't good for him, I must consider moving outside the dome.
You two would be more than welcome in Tulihyolal.
It's very assuring to hear that. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the process?
I'm happy. I can talk again. Before, I couldn't even thank my mother for caring for me. But now we can talk lots. I can tell her that I'm happy. That I like it when she strokes my hair.
Your mother
Wow.
is happy to talk
Give me
to you
609
as
nuts.
well, I'm sure.
Queen's Fiend always cheered me up. Always said that she would cure me. Today, I'll practice walking with Mother. And next time, I'll go and visit you.
Thank you for explaining everything.
We'll come again to check on you. So if you have any other questions, just let me know. Right. Let's get going, shall we?
Please come back soon. You too, miss.
It's good to see Milos doing so well.
The Endless Me gave him the strength to hang on, and she didn't rely on any special power to do so.
She wanted her people to be happy. Even though we had to fight, her love for them was very real. And it reached Milos.
I wish to be there to watch him grow as well. To make my way beside the people of Alexandria. In the name of his evolution, Calix has wrought much unease and misery, and I cannot condone his path. No, I shall forge ahead on a path of my own, one that honors the memory of my other self.
Sphene says Milos is a kind and brave boy. It did me well to see him. One day, I hope that I can speak with him about my other self. Sphene says come, let us return to the back room. And on the way, let us pick up treats for our friends, a little gift to show our appreciation for their hard work.
Citizens of Alexandria, please be advised. The distribution of neo-regulators has concluded. We ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration. The evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death and bask in the infinite possibilities of eternal life.
What is this? Evolution? What evolution?
Those with neo-regulators will become endless, apparently.
You mean there's no more? Well, don't you feel lucky?
Don't look at me like that. Queen Sphene said there were only so many.
I haven't registered mine yet. The more I thought about it, the more unsure I felt about becoming an endless.
Well, I registered right away. Anything to stop those terrible nightmares of being killed by mechanical soldiers.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. I see. The terror of their first encounter with death still lingers in their hearts. Having previously been spared even the idea of it, they know not how to handle the emotions.
The funeral was meant to give everyone the chance to come to terms with loss, to grieve and move forward together. But everyone who was wearing a regulator had their memories of that moment erased.
It did, son.
Those oblivious, happy souls. Those who remembered must have
There's a
wondered
red
if
alert
it
in
might not be
progress.
better to be like them, to go back to a time when death didn't exist.
And now they've been presented with the chance to do just that by becoming an endless. It's not hard to see why they would consider it.
If this fear of death continues to spread among the people, what will become of Alexandria?
The gifts for our friends will have to wait. We should return to the back room at once.
Oh, you're safe. That broadcast had us worried. The entire populace is on edge.
So Alphino and the others are still out there.
We have a situation on our hands! A civilian has been killed by a mechanical soldier here on Trueview. Wayakwe is on the scene and reports that the problem unit has been subdued by another sentry.
doesn't make sense. Only someone with the King of Reserve's authority could order a soldier to do that.
Not good. I tried to check the status of the authority but was blocked from the core system. Given recent developments, I'd wager that Calyx is responsible for this.
Perhaps we should go and see for ourselves.
It's me. There's been an incident in the outskirts. A mechanical soldier attacked a local resident, for no apparent reason. Fortunately, several nearby hunters dealt with the rogue machine, so everyone is safe. But if other soldiers were to... Wait. Is that... Oh gods. More hostile sentries are bound for the settlement. I'll try to lure them away and then lose them somehow.
Ill tidings, I take it.
In the outskirts too?
You'll go and help Erenville, won't you? We couldn't forgive ourselves if he came to harm. I'll have Geo join you from Earth and Sky.
I'm coming too. I can't stay here while my people are in danger.
Let's go.
Lamont says things have settled down here, but I still see no sign of Erenville. Let's split up and look for him. Galul Josephine, please search in the settlement area. Lamont says meanwhile, the rest of us who can defend ourselves will head further out.
It never used to be, it never used to be mandatory? Oh wait, you're not in the novice network right now, aren't you?
No, something about alliance rates, Crystal Tower not being.
Yeah, it used to not be
mandatory?
mandatory.
That was before my time.
And you started in Heavenswood, didn't you?
No, I started at the end of Shadow? Or... No, I started at the beginning of Shadow.
Irinville says that was a close call. As I was leading the soldiers away, I caught sight of this poor fellow being pursued. Irinville says I went to help, but was rather out of my
Oh my
depth.
god.
We're lucky you found...
Smart ass.
Lamont says Irinville, I'm so glad you're safe. Alize says we were quite worried when we couldn't find you. Lamont says we encountered soldiers on the way here. Most paid us no mind, but some turned out to be hostile. There's no way to tell until they set.
Irinville says the ones here also attacked without any warning. If I hadn't been paying attention, it could have. Irinville says hopefully the others were able to escape. We should return to the outskirts and take...
Actually...
Oh my god, he got Juno. I should have queued up for that. Nintendo got Juno.
Nice. I haven't. I was gonna queue for earlier.
Yeah, I
it was
know
like
we
a 25-minute wait.
I know we were going to do it earlier.
But it's too late now.
Oh my god, is it already 9:40?
Yeah.
Right. We're none the worse for the wear. But let's see what the situation is here.
So next weekend?
Us while we were searching for you.
Probably the weekend after that, at least for me.
The weekend after that is when we get 7.25.
And he has quite the story to tell.
Well, call's starting the 5th, so it's kind of hard to do shit.
Oh. Oh, you're on call tomorrow?
I'll try my best to explain.
Yep.
I was called to attend to the unfortunate soul slain by the mechanical soldier. Yet, when I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
How odd. Did they remember the victim at least?
They did. Their memories of the deceased weren't sent to the cloud, I don't believe. Yet, no body remained.
If someone took it, surely they would have been noticed.
With your permission, I shall return to the government sector for now. Please take care.
This is terrible. Why would they make the soldiers do this?
If preservation is behind the attacks, I fear this won't be the end of it.
All the Neo-regulators have been distributed, and potentially 5,000 Endless are about to be born. What does Calix hope to achieve with these killings? Does he seek to frighten people into registering them? Or perhaps...
Oh, thank the 12 you answered. Shale told me what happened. Is everything all right? I see. 'Tis a relief to hear that Erenville is safe.
Has
Alas,
7 invul
I do
stacks.
not have good news to
Nice!
share in return. A driver lost control of his vehicle when its interface became unresponsive, and it crashed into the Nexus arcade, injuring several people. Kryl and I are helping to render aid, but with the sentries behaving strangely, we can't afford to lower our guard. Remain vigilant, my friend.
I just received word from the backroom. A hover cargo on TrueView threw off its driver, and it's rampaging through the area as we speak.
Alphino had a similarly troubling report for me. Apparently, a riderless machine in the government sector came to life near a crowd clamoring for Neo-regulators. It proceeded to mow down several citizens, causing serious injuries.
This is a tragedy. We must go and help the people.
Steve, wait! I'm coming with you!
Alphino is with Y'shtola, and he said they'll be all right. I'll go and see if other incidents have occurred elsewhere. From here, I'll head towards the quarry by way of the Drift Downs.
Certainly a lot of hover cargoes coming and going in those parts. I'll join you.
I shall remain here and speak further with the locals. I have company now, so you needn't worry about me.
Then let's return to Solution 9. If we hurry, we can catch up to Lamachi and Sphene.
What's our tank doing?
So it took 11.5 hours, and I finished 7.1 and 7.2. That's faster than what I did, that's faster than what I did, Endwalker.
Hey.
Yep. Endwalker took 13 hours to get to the point where I'm at now. Like, for the 7.1 and 7.2?
Sphene's gone on ahead.
Oh wait, that's not entirely true. Because we haven't done 7.2, I mean 7.25, right?
Right.
So unless I have an hour and a half of content of MSQ in 7.25, I guess I'm equal. Right? What was 6.25? What was patch 6.25? Oh! So 6.2, 6.2, 6.21, 6.25, 6.28. So I might be slower than I might have done this might have taken longer.
Well, you did have to wait for me.
I waited maybe 5 minutes today. But I also did pause to go do like go get my food from the front door and everything, right?
Right, and you also did 2 raids, and you didn't do any of the raids when you did the Endwalker.
No, like I did no side quests. Like I did more side quests in Dawntrail than I think I did in. I want to say more than what I did more side quests in Dawntrail than I did in Endwalker.
This is just like before, when Zerelja unleashed the soldiers on us. I don't have any souls left. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Are you all...
No! No! Why did you do that? Why? You can't just leave me alone like this. If we had been endless then, you'd still be here. You'd still be with me. But now...
Are you alright?
So many hurt. So many dead. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
Alphino says thank the 12 you are all and 'tis small solace amidst this tragedy.
Ishtola says the machine rampage seems to have been only temporary. Soldiers and vehicles alike ceased to operate all at once, as if they had fulfilled their Alize says it's the same outside Everkeep, though members of Oblivion are keeping watch for good measure. The first attacks came shortly after the announcement that neo-regulators had run out. It can't have been a coincidence. Curl says I struggle to imagine that anyone but Calyx could gain control of the soldiers. This must have served his ends in some way. Galulja, are you still without your authority?
Just says it's fine now. I'm in control again.
Ishtola says we might take the opportunity to shut down the machines.
There.
There's no guarantee this won't happen.
Mike and Red now has logged out.
Just says Lama
Have a
Chi
good
just
night.
talked with Everkeep's administrators
You as
about
well. I
that.
will talk to you tomorrow.
Yep.
Lamont says the mechanical soldiers
Bye.
don't only
So what
serve
am I
as
going to do
guards.
though? I
They
wonder
also perform
now.
various vital tasks, like
Well, you can do the
providing
normal,
medical
finish the normal
treatment
raid
and managing
from
food.
Endwalker, and finish
If
the
we shut
normal
them
raids
down, we'd struggle
that
to
are
bring
out
them
so
into
far
the
for
citizens,
Dawntrail.
let alone
Yeah.
restore their lives to normal.
You could do your fate farming with your lower level
Just says I made it so
characters.
they can't use
Yep.
weapons anymore, though. Hopefully that makes
You
it
go
a
back to
little
doing relic weapons.
Ishtola says that
Yeah, I
is
have
the
so
best
much
approach for
I
now.
can
Thank
do.
you for your swift action.
You could play Oblivion.
Yeah, I could.
Alright, well, I'm
Sphinx
off
says
to
this
bed.
powerlessness.
Have a good
I
night.
can
Sleep
abide.
well.
You too. Bye.
No matter how much hardship and loss we could endure, if there was but happiness at the end. Yet all I see now is suffering and misery. And I cannot bear it. I want to protect the people. For their happiness, I would do anything and everything. So please, please lend me your aid. Lamont says, "Oh Sphene, you've found the words I wished you'd said back then. Our strength is yours, Sphene. Together, we'll get..."
Tia says let us split up and get to work. Might I trouble you to report to Shay?
Shale says it's been a trying day, but it seems the worst is behind us. What's the situation out there now? You've moved quickly to restore things to normal. Thank you. Yet while disarming the soldiers is indeed prudent, it is a far from comprehensive measure when vehicles can be commandeered to inflict damage and sow chaos. For the time being, I'll set our people to keeping a close watch on machines. I also have a mind to consult the authorities about enlisting hunters to our aid. Sphene says I must regain my proficiency in magic. To that end, I shall seek advice from Ishtola and Alizé. Sphene says among the books we recovered from the castle was a grimoire I once used. I hope to learn to wield it again, at everyone's side. As for the key, I think it best that it remains in your care, though it means you will bear the greatest risk. In order to ease your burden, I shall endeavor to become a capable warrior and make Otis and Zelenia proud.
By illness weakened, by wounds unmade, by age decayed. Such fragile flesh is worthless to us. How mankind should evolve, shall evolve. I have already arrived at the answer. The time is come to pose a new question.
Ogor says welcome back, Haven. Did you speak with Napik? I see. It is good to know she has friends. I couldn't bear to think of her all alone up there. A viper lives to hunt, but others might live to hunt another day, or so the saying goes. Sounds like she's taken that message to heart. Taken it upon herself to train a new generation. And it looks like you're her latest pupil. May luck be with you, Haven, and remember, whatever you do, don't get yourself killed.
You are now able to undertake a
I am done. 7.21. I am fully caught up in the story. Oh. Wait, achievements. Last 5. Wait, achievements. I can just look at what is the near completion. Oh, I'm so close to getting 1,000 fates. What is his name? Here we go. Dunsgate, eh?
Ray says Tiger Ray Behemoth waves. Kizzy says Major Kizzy Hyperion's eyes brim over with tears.
Insolent mortals, one does not come uninvited to the Shadow Queen's castle.
I see the blossoms of your fragile lives. I need but reach forth and pluck them from their stems.
Izzy Zalera says get up Death Gaze Hollow, we're not done yet.
Weeping winds, heed my command. Strip the souls from their worthless shells.
Izzy Zalera says get up Namira Fair and Fairy, we're not done yet. Get up now Nin Leviathan, we're not done yet.
Nin Leviathan says first time MB.